Chapter 80. Yulun, you're half right. Serenity belongs to me. Danny gently fiddled with the two little bells at the end of her braid and laughed. But ask yourself, is this my fault? If you didn't chase after us, if you left after saying goodbye, would we have ended up like this? You're a bad guy and you treat everyone as bad guys. Alright, my good queen, how do you plan to deal with this defeated noble? Yulun's right blue eye lost its sharpness and returned to its gentle smile. Danny looked at Cora in amusement and asked, according to the old rules of the Seven Kingdoms, how should I deal with this noble? Or rather, how much ransom should I ask from the Greyjoy family? Your Highness, in war, a normal knight's ransom of 100 gold royals is more than enough, but he committed the crime of murdering the king. If Ed Stark was here, he would not hesitate to cut off his head with ice. Cora said coldly with his right hand on his sword and coldly staring at Crow's eye. If Ed Stark was here, your slave trader's head would have been cut off long ago. Yulun stood there mockingly and lazily mocked. If we were in the Westeros, you would still have the chance to wear black, but now? Whitebeard looked at him contemptuously and said lightly, if the queen is merciful, she will use Chemin's tradition to bestow upon you the gift of drowning. Drowning had two uses. Or rather, it was originally used to execute the guilty time in, but with the development of the Inami doctrine, drowning became a ritual similar to baptism. Yulun, why did you chase after us? Danny was puzzled. Because I saw the dragons circling around the mast. Yulun was very straightforward and did not hesitate at all. When I found the dragon's horn in Valeglia, I thought it was a piece of trash. After all, there are no more dragons in the world, so what's the use of that thing? So, do you understand? When I saw the two dragons, the ecstasy in my heart was hard to suppress. So that was how it was. The person with the hammer saw everything as a nail and wanted to hammer it a few times. The person with the dragon saber would definitely be eager to give it a try when they encountered a dragon. Where did you get that bronze dragon egg? She asked again. Can it hatch a dragon? His pupils contracted as he asked anxiously. Danny dragged out her words. All right. Yulun sighed and said, I found it on a merchant ship in the Jade Sea. Reportedly, it belonged to a grand shaman from Asia. He immediately asked, can you hatch a dragon? I'm not sure. Danny said regretfully. Why aren't you sure? Yulun asked doubtfully. Didn't I say it before? A life for a life. 3 of my closest relatives in exchange for 3 dragons. Now that I have 3 dragons, even if my relatives are still alive, I won't exchange them for dragons. Danny said while holding back her laughter. Can other people also use this method to hatch dragons? Yulun's eyes flashed as he asked softly. You're crazy. Danny glanced at him and said indifferently, who would be willing to sacrifice their closest relatives for an uncertain future? If you don't have feelings for your relatives, it's not considered a sacrifice. If you have feelings for them, would you be willing to gamble? Are there many dragon eggs in Asia? She asked again. Yulun mocked. Didn't you say it's not worth it? You're still not satisfied with 3 dragons? Cora kicked him in the butt with his iron boots and said coldly, understand your situation. Yulun was kicked so hard that he couldn't stand properly. The shackles on his feet clanked as he staggered forward a few steps before he could get up. Alright, I understand. Dragon eggs are also very rare in Asia. I've only found one after robbing dozens of ships, and it's still a fossil. What's the matter with the dragon horn? Why hasn't my little dragon escaped from its frenzy? Danny asked seriously. I went to the Tri-City Lord's mansion. Yulun's voice lowered and his right eye suddenly flashed. Yulun's eyes sharpened. His right foot tapped lightly on the bottom of the cane, and the 2-meter-long wooden pole turned from vertical to horizontal. His body leaned to the side and the long cane spun violently. The end of the cane hit the back of Yulun's head. The whole process was as smooth as flowing water. It looked light, but it was actually extremely fast and powerful. Yulun's right eye flashed with a dark light, and with a bang, he was knocked to the ground. Behave, don't play tricks in front of the princess. The old man said to Crow's Eye, who was groaning on the ground. Danny was stunned. She stood up and ran back to the bedroom, and the 2 dragons in the cage went berserk again. After a long time she finally calmed them down. She returned to the deck and nodded at Yulun with a serious expression. She walked to Yulun's side and asked, did you really learn Valeglia witchcraft? He marry me? Yulun tilted his head and smiled at her proudly. You have 3 dragons. The black dragon belongs to you, and even the dragon's horn can't be taken away. But the green dragon and the white dragon are already mine. Boom! Danny kicked his stomach and sneered, I don't believe that they can't recover after I stab you to death and blow the horn. Cough cough cough. Yulun coughed with difficulty and said, it's useless. If you blow the horn again, those two dragons will go crazy. Plus, you don't know how to activate the magic of a dragon binder. Tell me. Danny said. Hee hee. Yulun sneered. Just kill him. Cora advised. Yulun's smile froze. Danny nodded. Ago, chop off his head and throw his body into the sea. Ching. The centaur warrior pulled out his Arak scimitar and pulled Yulun's hair. Yulun's face became cold and terrifying. He struggled with all his might, but he was seriously injured and couldn't cause any trouble to the centaur warrior. I surrender, I'll talk. Yulun couldn't hold on any longer and shouted as he was dragged to the side of the ship. What surrender? Kill them all. Danny said calmly. I know how to enter Valeglia. Yulun quickly shouted. At this moment, his neck wasn't pressed against the side of the ship by Ago. His head was sticking out of the ship. If he was chopped off, his head would be severed and blood would spurt out. Kill or not? Ago raised his scimitar and asked. Danny was hesitant. To be honest, she really wanted to kill this bastard. After all, in the Game of Thrones he seemed to be the real big boss. Deviants sounded scary, but they were only killed by Arya in one strike. Yulun, on the other hand, killed Danny, Rise, a dragon and countless underlings. However, Danny also realized that the real world was different from the TV series. The legend of the Child of Prophecy had been passed down for thousands of years, and almost every race treated it seriously. The long night didn't seem to pass so easily. Thus, Valeglia's secret technique meant a lot to her, far more than the Iron Throne. I can draw a map of the sea for you, it's definitely not fake. Seeing Danny's hesitant expression, Yulun was really anxious. That woman wasn't threatening me, she really wanted to kill me, but why? Could it be that the dragon's horn was a bigger threat to her than he thought? Was the dragon's horn stronger than the mother of dragons? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but regret. He shouldn't have stopped yesterday, he shouldn't have forced them to bite the mother of dragons just to test the horn's control over the dragons. Okay? Danny waved her hand at Ago and said to Crow's Eye, swear on Inami Greyjoy and your own future. Yulun immediately swore a long and vicious oath and then said, Your Majesty, it's your turn. Meh. Danny was confused. My turn? What? Yulun widened his only eye and said, swear. What? After asking, she suddenly understood. As a queen, how can I go back on my words? She waved her hand and laughed. Say it, don't waste time. Queen my ass, you don't even have a place to stay now, what queen? But Yulun didn't force it, this world wasn't the modern society on Earth. The system of honesty was not broken yet. Even Danny's cheap father, the Mad King, almost never did anything that went against his words. Yes, mad, but he was also mad in an upright manner. I figured out two functions of the dragon's horn. The first is like yesterday, at the cost of the soul of the person blowing the horn, it temporarily intimidates the soul of the people nearby, making them unable to move. The second is to control the dragons. To blow the horn, you need to draw a bird tattoo on the chest of the person blowing the horn. It seems to be a pterosaur. I don't know if the pterosaur tattoo contains witchcraft. When the horn is blown, not only will the person's mouth and nose be burned and bleeding, even the eyes of the tattoo will bleed. Danny really didn't know what to do. Maybe the person blowing the horn was a black man from the Summer Islands. The tattoo was not obvious. The principle of controlling the dragon is very wonderful, Yulun said with a look of amazement and yearning. You all saw it, the person blowing the horn was obviously a slave, but the person controlling the dragon was me. The horn seems to have a kind of magic, it can automatically determine who the real master is. Or it perceives that my will is above the black slave? Maybe the Dragon King of Valeglia deliberately made the horn like this. Every time the horn is used, a person's life and soul must be sacrificed. Of course, they wouldn't use it themselves. Everyone listened and looked at each other. They never thought that a horn could be so magical. It was too unscientific. After a moment of silence, Danny asked softly, I saw that the person blowing the horn only lasted for 2 minutes and died. Isn't the time too short? It's not enough for a battle? That's the extreme state. Under normal circumstances, although people will be intimidated by the horn, they won't have difficulty moving. The first time the slave lasted for a full 8 minutes. What's the difference between 2 minutes and 8 minutes? Is the effect worse the distance? Whitebeard glanced at the fat eunuch and asked. Yesterday the fat eunuch recovered earlier than him. The old man didn't think that his will was weaker than a eunuch gladiator. Haha, isn't that obvious? Yulun laughed. Otherwise, why would I use the serenity to get close to you? How do you remove the control of the dragon? Danny asked seriously. You can still control the green and white dragons. Yu Luan smiled strangely and sighed. I have to take the initiative to contact them. Before I thought they had returned to their original state. As for removing the control, you have to blow the horn once or sacrifice a subordinate. Well, it must be a loyal subordinate, otherwise the dragon will be controlled by him. Also, it's best not to use this control too often. I didn't lie to you before. The horn was found in a big box. Other than the horn, there was a scroll of parchment, written in the ancient Veleglia language. There are a few taboos on it, other than the sacrifice of the user's soul. If the Megalosaurus frequently changes its master during the horn, it may lose its consciousness and die of madness. Chapter 81. Danny didn't break the promise. She let someone heal Yu Luan and promised that when they reached Slave Bay, she would find a chance to release him and his slave sailors. But it was clear that she didn't intend to return Yu Luan's belongings on Serenity and Tranquility to him. If his identity as the Red Devil was discovered in Slave Bay and he was hanged to death, he deserved it. To prevent Yu Luan from secretly influencing the Green Dragon and the White Dragon, Danny even locked him up on the ore boat. They were more than 10 kilometers apart. In the afternoon, Cora carried the corpse of the bugle player to the deck and cut open his chest with a dagger. The corpses of the centaurs, pirates, and sailors had been disposed of last night. The weather in the summer sea was too hot and couldn't be kept for long. But the corpse of the black man who blew the bugle was kept because it was too special. When Beavos touched him, he felt like he was holding a roasted sweet potato that had just been dug out of a fire pit, and he had already been dead for half an hour. Cora's chest was cut open, and everyone was shocked to see that his internal organs were charred black, especially his lungs, which were almost charred into charcoal. Your Highness, Whitebeard raised his head and looked at Danny, wanting to say something. Go's expression also changed, and he was the first to stand up and shout, Calixi, let me blow the bugle. I'll do it. I'm stronger, maybe I won't die. Cora glared at Go as if blaming him for wanting to steal his glory. It wasn't wrong. In Centaur tradition, it was an honor for a blood rider to die for a call, but it was a disgrace for the call to die before himself. I'm not afraid of death. Let me do it. Ricardo didn't want to fall behind. Shing. Kue Luo pulled out his dagger and shouted, Don't fight with me. I'm a guard of the Megalosaurus. Protecting the Megalosaurus is my responsibility and glory. Cora hesitated for a moment and said to Danny, Maybe Kue Luo can try. He's eaten dragon essence and has strong resistance. Yes, let me do it, Kue Luo said excitedly. When the centaurs stood up one by one to express their loyalty, Danny remained unmoved. Using a handkerchief to cover her nose, she moved her head closer to the corpse and continued to observe the black man's internal organs. Now that she heard Cora's suggestion, she came back to her senses and said with a smile, Why do you all want to die? It's just high temperatures. Do you think I'm afraid of high temperatures? But Crow's Eye said we have to sacrifice our souls. Chola's expression changed as he said worriedly. He had already guessed what Danny meant. She wanted him to blow the horn. Danny waved her hand and signaled the sailors to carry the body away. She returned to the table and chair at the bow of the ship and gently stroked the smooth surface of the horn. She asked, Do you recognize the words on it? The horn was made from the horn of a megalosaurus, polished to a smooth and round surface, inlaid with red gold and black Veleglia steel stripes. Other than the ancient runes and strange patterns carved on it, there was also a string of Veleglia characters. Magic runes and the language used for communication were two different systems. Veleglia runes were rarely understood, but Veleglia was currently the mainstream language of the continent of Ursos. After all, the Freedom Fortress of ancient Veleglia had ruled the world for thousands of years. At most, the Veleglia of the major cities would be mixed with the local accent, just like China's Mandarin and local dialects. Well, many dialects were harder to understand than foreign languages. I am the dragon binder. No mortal will survive after I make a sound. Blood for fire, fire for blood. Cora leaned close to the horn and read it word by word. This dragon horn is called the dragon binder. The price for mortals to use it is their life, but Danny touched her nose and blushed. It's not that I don't think I'm immortal, but there are some qualities that normal people don't have. It doesn't burn? Whitebeard came over and asked doubtfully. Your Highness, are you sure? In the history of the Targaryen family, many people believed that they could be reborn from the ashes. The most famous one was Bright Flame Elion. He was your great-grandfather's eldest brother and believed that wildfire could turn him into a dragon. About 70 years ago he drank a bottle of wildfire. After a pause the old man said softly, he didn't even leave a bone behind in the green flames. How do you think a dragon was hatched from 3 fossilized dragon eggs? Danny rolled her eyes at him and asked in return, wasn't it a life for a life, or a sacrifice of your family? Whitebeard was puzzled. Aha, even you believe it? Looks like you Lewin probably thought it was real too. Danny held her stomach and laughed. Calixi went into the fire and gave birth to the dragon herself. That carriage King Viserys had already died under the golden liquid a few months ago. How did she sacrifice it? Jiki curled her lips and said, personally, gave birth to the dragon? Beavos opened his mouth wide as if he had seen a ghost in broad daylight. The stone eggs have shattered but the weight and volume are not reduced at all. Jiki said. Alright, I'll blow the horn. Grohl, tell the sailors to be careful. Don't fall off the mast. Danny moved the huge horn into the bedroom and placed it on the bed. 2 metal cages were placed in the corner of the room. They were prepared by Blackbeard for the 3 dragons. She didn't expect them to really come in use. The others stood outside the room and looked at Danny nervously. Taking a deep breath, Danny put her mouth close to the horn, which was as thick as a wine glass, and blew gently. Woo, the low sound echoed in the narrow bedroom. The echoes overlapped and the sound almost materialized. The porcelain cup on the table shook gently, and the wooden wall also made a buzzing sound. Even Danny, who was blowing the horn, was shocked. Then, her attention was diverted by the heat rising from her chest. Along the path of heart, lungs, throat, mouth, the scorching breath exploded like a wave. Woo woo woo, the sound of the horn was 10 times louder. The people outside the room once again felt thousands of ghosts screaming in their ears. Thousands of ghost claws were tearing at their souls. A scorching flame ignited in the depths of their bones, burning their muscles and bones from the inside out. Danny's will was like a ripple, blending into the sound of the horn, turning into a sharp sword that pierced into a sea of purgatory fire. She was only confused for a moment before she came to her senses. This was the soul realm of Little Green and Little White. The souls of the 2 dragons were here. Before she completely merged with Blackie to become a dragon spirit, Danny had been here a few times. Little Green, Little White, it's me. Do you still remember Mommy? Danny realized that she could distort this seemingly grand, but actually fragile space as she wished. She felt that the soul realm of the purgatory of fire was grand because compared to her own soul, the quality and strength of a dragon's soul was much higher than that of a human's. Compared to the owner of the horn, the soul realm of the 2 dragons was so fragile. The soul of a young dragon compared to an old dragon with a horn that was 1.8 meters long was like a candle compared to the bright moon. That's right. Danny was shocked to find that the soul of an old dragon king was sealed in the horn. This made her speculate about the principle of the dragon binder. The dragon binder horn was made from a dragon horn. The forger used witchcraft to seal the dragon's soul and remaining essence in the horn. When the horn was blown, it was equivalent to using the old dragon's aura to intimidate other megalosaurus. The reason why humans were intimidated by the horn was also because the old dragon's aura was activated. For example, if a normal person encountered a tiger in the wilderness, their legs would also go limp and they would be unable to move. Even if your will was strong, the dragon horn would still have magical power to stimulate your blood to boil and your body would feel like it was on fire. It was as if the sealed old dragon's soul had invaded your consciousness along with the sound. Danny now understood how Yu Luin controlled her dragons, using the aura of the horn to distort the young dragon's will. However, these were her children. Danny pitied her young dragons and did not want to destroy their souls. Therefore, she could only hope to awaken the young dragon's consciousness. Little Green, Little White, wake up quickly. Be strong and brave. One day you will grow dragon horns that are 2 meters long. When that time comes, you will not be restrained by any dragon binder. Danny shouted loudly to cheer the 2 dragons on while using the Mother of Dragons talent, the spirit gathering technique. Fine and dense 5-colored light spots fell into the sea of fire like snowflakes. The flames grew stronger but, unfortunately to the old dragon's soul in the horn, it was still a drop in the bucket. Danny was anxious. Although she did not know what the situation was like in reality, she was very sure that even the Mother of Dragons could not blow the horn for too long. She did not want to sacrifice her life in a daze. I have to think of another way with the help of... Suddenly, Danny had an idea. My soul is connected to Blackie's if I pull him in. He has devoured a demigod. The next moment, the sky above the sea of purgatory fire darkened. A black shadow larger than a city shrouded the sky. What a huge black dragon. Its wings covered the sky and its eyes were like a boiling lava pond. Suddenly, Danny felt that the so-called dragon binders were nothing more than this. She was now standing on top of the black dragon's head, facing a shadow of a megalosaurus. Roar! The shadow dragon soul from the dragon horn roared angrily. Blackie, who had merged with Danny's soul, fought back with an even stronger aura and voice. I am the wings of death, get out of my way. Blackie was surprisingly cooperative. For the first time, it allowed Danny's consciousness to take the lead. Well, she was actually the one who used Blackie's mouth to roar out. Wangbang Walala. Danny was the owner of the dragon horn. With her betrayal, the shadow dragon soul on the opposite side collapsed. As if the shackles were broken, two megalosaurus, one white and one green, leaped out from the sea of fire. They flew around Danny happily and whistled intimately. Aha, since being born in the fire, the four of us are finally reunited. Danny laughed happily. This scene had appeared when Danny hatched the eggs on the night of Zhuji's cremation. At that time it was also in the sea of fire. The three megalosaurus cheered in the fire. She had brought them countless colorful spiritual qualities. However, after the baby dragons were born, she had never been able to gather the consciousness of two dragons together. Just as she was happily interacting with the three dragons, a golden red lightning suddenly exploded in the sky with a loud rumble. Danny looked up and was stunned. Her mouth opened and closed, and she unconsciously chanted a syllable. It was not lightning at all, but a golden red twisted rune of Veleglia. The rune was like a living creature that was swimming in the space of fire. However, as Danny chanted the syllable that represented the rune using the rune reading method taught by the Grand Wizard, boom! The golden red rune suddenly disappeared. Danny did not even notice that there was a red lightning in her sea of consciousness. When the rune disappeared, the black lightning followed closely, and another rune in the shape of a red lightning appeared. Rumble! Bolts of lightning alternated between the two colors of golden red and bright black. Danny recited all the runes in a daze and memorized them. Hiss! Dahe suddenly screamed and then suddenly turned around. Danny screamed and fell from the sky. A cough, cough, cough. In reality, Danny's panicked screams turned into violent coughs. Her vision was pitch black. It seemed that the sky was dark. There was liquid flowing from the side of her lips. She wanted to reach out and wipe it, but she could not raise her right hand. Calixi, Calixi, Your Highness, Your Highness, a panicked shout seemed to come from the horizon. It was vague and seemed real at the same time. Then the thought came to an abrupt end. Danny fell head first onto the ship. Chapter 82. When Danny regained consciousness, she realized that the ship below her was as calm as a flat land without any turbulence. She blinked her eyes, there was a low wooden ceiling above her head. She was still in the ship, so did the ship stop? Thinking of this, Danny wanted to get out of bed to take a look, but the moment she moved, she realized that her body was soft as if she was a patient who had just recovered from a long illness. Am I sick? Just as this thought appeared in her mind, she recalled the last scene when she woke up. I blew the dragon binder, but I didn't follow the Veleglia's method to distort the little dragon's consciousness, and then my vision turned black and my nose bled and I fainted? Hiss! Just as she was thinking, three ferocious snake heads came over with a hot breath. It was very comfortable. They were Dahe, Little White and Little Green. The three of them were guarding the bed. Dan and I was very happy. Little White and Little Green had really recovered. Their lively golden and emerald eyes looked at her with a sense of closeness. Danny touched their warm heads as if it was an illusion. She suddenly felt that she had strength. She struggled to sit up and shouted towards the door, Jichi, Ellie, Dolia? The three maids had been guarding outside the door, and when they heard Danny's shout, they immediately ran in. Calixi, you're awake. Ellie was so excited that her eyes were filled with tears. Calixi, do you want to drink water? Do you want to eat? It's been 4 days. Jichi rubbed her red eyes and asked. Calixi, we've arrived at Slaver's Bay, we're docked at a pasta pier. Dolia was holding a porcelain basin, and gently wiped her face as she said gently. For days so long? Danny was shocked and hurriedly asked, when I was unconscious, did the centaurs and sailors cause any trouble? Dolia understood what she meant and immediately comforted her. Your dragon has been guarding by your side, everyone knows that you're only unconscious, it's nothing serious. They were only anxiously waiting for you to wake up, there was no conflict. Calixi, at that time your nose, mouth and eyes were bleeding, it looked so scary we all thought. Oh. The centaur girl Jichi said and started crying. Hey, don't cry, I'm fine. After washing up, Danny changed into a Cheongsam and walked out with the help of a maid. She comforted Cora and the others. That dragon's horn is really a magic tool. Your Highness, please don't try it again in the future. They had not seen each other for a few days. Not only was Yora's beard unshaven, but he also looked dispirited. Even the handsome old man, Whitebeard, looked tired, and his snow-white beard was stained with brown stains. What about the dragon binder? Danny was non-committal. Put it in the basement, Cora was anxious to persuade him. She waved her hand and said with a smile, I'm not stupid. I just want to ask if the horn is damaged. Damaged? He was puzzled. Why would it be damaged? It's made from dragon horns and Valeglia's steel hoops. Even a hammer won't break it, right? That might not be the case. She did not use the correct method to remove the restraints on the horn. The series of lightning runes was most likely a sign of the internal structure collapsing. Moreover, when Danny woke up and tried to enter the dragon spirit state to recover her body, she unexpectedly found a series of golden red lightning runes in her sea of consciousness. Even though it was her first time seeing it, she knew that it was most likely a witchcraft rune from the dragon's horn. Danny wanted to try if she had the ability to use witchcraft, but her rationality told her that it was best for her to recover in her current state. When did we reach Apasta? Danny looked at the tall red pyramids in the distance that looked like the tombs of gods. She was filled with emotions. Such a great civilization had fallen to the point where slave trade was the main economy. How advanced was the technology used to make the pyramids? Even at the beginning of the 21st century, scientists were still unable to determine how the ancient Egyptians made them. Many even suspected that an alien civilization had interfered. It was because the knowledge involved in architecture, geometry, dynamics, and astrology was too profound. Although the Gujas Empire was destroyed by Valeglia, the Gujas could still build pyramids that were 200 meters high. It was said that the Great Pyramid of Myrine was 210 meters high. We arrived at noon yesterday, and the customs officials of Apasta came to ask us what slaves we needed, Chola replied. Danny asked him to inform the slave owner of Apasta that she wanted to buy the Unsullied. She rested on the ship for 2 days before setting foot on the dock for the first time. Apasta was located at the mouth of the Worm River. Starting from the old and dilapidated dock, the broken streets, the heavily weathered city walls, and the pyramids in the city were all red. Danny looked at it and felt a little familiar because the Gujas in Apasta used fired red bricks. There was a brick factory near her hometown that also fired red bricks. Every household in the village used red bricks to build walls. In Apasta, the dock was stacked with red bricks, the streets were paved with red bricks, and the pyramids were covered with a thick layer of red bricks. The whole place was red with a rustic flavor. However, all the buildings were too old, and the red bricks had begun to be weathered on a large scale. A gust of wind blew, bringing a red dust storm. The fine red dust easily stung the eyes and made it difficult to breathe. The women of Apasta all covered their faces with veils when they went out. They set off at around 7 in the morning. For safety reasons, Danny did not ride her own little silver horse, but sat in a wide ox cart that Chola had bought for her in advance. Cuero, Ago, and Beavis stayed on the ship to guard the dragon. When they arrived at Slave Bay, Danny did not dare to let the dragon out to hunt. She was afraid that some people would try to get the good name of Dragon Slayer, so even Blackie was chained. Danny did not let the maids follow her, and sat opposite her was Whitebeard. Chola had been wearing the dazzling Valeglia steel armor every day since he got it. Dressed in armor, he could only guard the ox cart with Jogo and Ricardo on horseback. Early in the morning, the wharf was completely deserted. The wooden wheels of the ox cart made clack 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 sounds on the uneven red brick road. Mixed with the sound of the horse's hooves, it actually brought about a burst of echoes. Aren't the Gith people too lazy? The sun has been up for more than an hour and they still don't come out to work. Danny looked out the window, puzzled. Most people come here to buy Unsullied. Merchant ships rarely come here, and without commercial trade, there is no need for dock workers and peddlers. Who can the Gith people work for? Chola replied. Oh, so that's how it is. Your Highness, your face. Whitebeard had been staring at Danny's tender and smooth face, which was like a freshly peeled eggshell. He was very surprised and hesitated several times. Now he finally found a chance to ask, I remember there was a dark red scab yesterday. I'm meeting guests today. Danny happily stroked her smooth and delicate skin and said with a smile, In order to quickly heal my injuries, I roasted a fire in the middle of the night last night. Fortunately, we're close to the shore, otherwise there wouldn't be so much firewood. Roasted a fire? The old man was even more confused. Roasted on the fire like stewing sweet potatoes? Danny said. But wasn't your face burned by the fire? Whitebeard was shocked. It was burned by dragon flames. Ordinary flames don't harm me. Danny corrected. You'll understand when I find a chance to show it to you. She touched her face and said something the old man did not understand at all. High temperature can speed up blood circulation and accelerate metabolism. It can also disinfect, remove mites, remove dead skin, burn oil, slimmer face, tighten skin. There are many benefits. Maoang, a loud cry rang out from the window. Danny opened the curtain and saw an elephant carrying a lattice box slowly passing by. In front of it, there was a gith with black and red hair standing up to the sky holding the reins. Walking out of the dock and into the street by the coast, she finally began to see the breath of life. Is that Targaryen queen of the Sea of Sunset? A stiff common language came from the intersection in front of her. Then there was a rush of tut-tut-tut. A dozen horses galloped over, bringing red dust with them. Danny could not help but put down the curtain. This is Khaleesi of the Great Prairie, the guardian of the Seven Kingdoms, the great mother of dragons, the queen of the ancestors, the Undulls and the Nuenar, Her Majesty Danny Rise. Yora took a step forward and shouted to the approaching knights. The cavalrymen had amber-colored skin and wore embroidered linen shirts, pleated skirts and leather sandals. Their shoulders were draped with yellow silk cloaks. Many shiny copper plates were sewn on the cloaks, reflecting countless small suns under the scorching sun. These Apasta knights did not wear helmets, nor could they wear helmets. They followed the traditions of the Gith, with their red and black hair standing up with oil and coiled into all kinds of strange shapes. There were horns, wings, blades and even grasping hands. It was strange without the slightest sense of beauty. Instead, it looked like the horns of an evil spirit that crawled out of hell. The good Lord asked us to pick you up at the dock. I didn't expect you to come so early, the leader said casually. As he spoke, he stuck his head out, trying to see Danny's appearance through the gaps in the curtains. Danny was a little angry when she saw him being so rude, but she did not flare up. She just made a mental note and opened the curtain to let him see as much as he wanted. Who would have thought that the guy muttered in Valeglia, "There are no dragons." Damn it, if you had a stunned expression and said a few more words of praise, I would have forgiven you immediately, but now, which good lord asked you to pick me up? Danny asked with a smile without changing her expression. Didn't you want to buy the Unsullied? Of course it's Krasny Mo Nakraz, good lord, the knight said. There were 3 main slave cities on the east coast of Slave Bay. Apasta, which dealt in the Unsullied, Kayuan, which trained bed slaves, and Mirin, which sold technical slaves and elite gladiators on a large scale. They were clearly doing the most heinous evil in the world, but the slave masters still gave themselves shameless names. The great slave master of Apasta was called Good Lord, the old madams of Kayuan were called Good Lord, and the master of Mirin's slave gladiators was called Great Lord. The Gith people thought that cutting off other people's chirps was good, that being proficient in the 7 spring cries was good, and that making humans fight like wild beasts was great. Here we are, this is the Pride Square. The Gith knight brought Danny and the others to a wide square. The carriage stopped and they walked down and looked around. They found that the square was 100 meters long and wide, and there was a huge fountain in the middle. The fountain was also made of red bricks. It was a circular pool of about 40 square meters. In the middle of the pool, there was a bronze statue of a harpy that was 6 meters tall. It had a beautiful woman's face, gold-plated long curly hair, and ivory-inlaid eyes and teeth. It didn't have arms, but it had a pair of bat wings and eagle legs. There was a heavy chain hanging from its claws, and a curled and vicious scorpion tail dragging behind it. Yellow spring water with a faint sulfuric smell gushed out from the harpy's bulging chest, bringing a cool breeze to the scorching square. The harpy was the god that the Gith people believed in, and the last emblem of their people. Chapter 83. 7,000 years ago, the Guji's empire was the most advanced civilization of its time. They were prosperous and powerful, ruling almost the entire continent of Ursos. However, they only prospered for 1,000 years. The sudden rise of dragons and the magic civilization of Valeglia destroyed the empire in just a few decades. Unlike the other Valeglia forts, the Guji's empire was too close to the Valeglia Peninsula. There were almost no purebred descendants left. At this time, the Gujis in Slave Bay were all mixed bloods. They could not even speak Giscari. At this time, the Shamate-like knight spoke to a fat Gujis in Valeglia with an accent. Good lord, I'll bring them here for you. Sigh, those barbaric Undulls can't even speak Valeglia. You should hire a better interpreter. Across the square was a huge 120-meter tall pyramid, similar to the Mayan pyramids. The pyramids of Egypt had many steps, and each side of the pyramid could be climbed by people. However, the pyramid of Apasta had 33 steps, so each step was very high. The followers of the 7 gods believed in the number 7, and the Gujis believed that 33 had the most mysterious meaning. The 120-meter tall pyramid was 3.6 meters high. In order to climb to the top, a normal staircase would be cut on one of the big steps. At this time, a comfortable couch was placed on the bottom step. A tall, red-skinned fat man was lying on it. He was wearing a toka robe with golden tassels. It was like a long, loose sheet wrapped around his body and clasped on one shoulder. When he walked, he had to hold the robe in place with his left hand. He was good Lord Krasny, a big slaver. The slaver held a short whip in his right hand and pointed at Danny and the others. His left hand would occasionally pick up fruit and wine from the chopping board in front of him and put them into his mouth. Behind him, a pair of twin girls fanned him. I have the best interpreter. She can speak the dialect of every corner of the world. Krasny pointed at the girls beside him. He also spoke Valeglia, but with a strong Gujis accent. Danny and the others had been standing by the fountain, waiting for their master to summon them. Hearing their conversation, she couldn't help but wonder, why does that guy think I can't speak Valeglia? A glint flashed across Cora's eyes as he said calmly, I did it on purpose. I hope that they will think that you only speak Westeros and Dothraki. Danny nodded and understood what he was trying to do. Hey Westeros bitch, look down there. Krasny, the slave merchant, suddenly sat up and shouted at Danny, who was by the fountain. I sell meat, not iron, but I can't sell the bronze statue of the Banshee. The interpreter called out in the slightly unfamiliar common language. Mother of dragons, benevolent lord, please admire the heroic bearing of the unsullied warriors. The girl was less than 10 years old. She had a flat, round face, dark skin and golden eyes unique to the Nas people. The Nas people lived on the Nas Island near the Snake Lizard Archipelago. They were known as the people of peace, and were the best slaves in the world. Well, too cowardly, even more honest than the Raza goatmen. As soon as Danny arrived, she saw the Unsullied. On the left side of the square stood rows of soldiers wearing spiked helmets. They were lined up in 10 rows with 100 people in each row. Their bodies were straight as if they were standing in a military posture. Their faces were like granite carvings. Under the scorching sun, they did not have the slightest liveliness. Their eyes were emotionless as they stared straight ahead. They did not pay attention to Danny and the others next to them. They are standing very neatly, but this does not represent their combat strength. I want to know more about their training. If they only train to line up and stand in a military posture, it is useless to me. Danny walked to the front of the steps and said to the little girl with a smile. The little black girl with a flat face looked at her curiously and said to her master, the Westeros woman is very satisfied with them, but she did not praise them. It seems that she wants to lower the price. She also wants to know how the Unsullied were trained. Are all Westeros pigs so ignorant? The benevolent lord wiped the sweat off her forehead and complained, did her barbarian husband not tell her the story of 3,000 Unsullied protecting Kohler? 400 years ago, ancient Valyria was destroyed in the Great Cataclysm, and the political situation on the continent of Essos changed drastically. Other than the major free city-states declaring independence, the nomadic Dothraki in the east gradually expanded their power without any restrictions. A Khal named Temo led his Khalasar centaurs into the Great Plains of the Norn River for the first time. Along the way 20,000 roaring warriors burned, killed and looted, sweeping through all the cities they passed. Finally they passed through the forest of Kohler and stopped at the city of Kohler. Temo Khal used his light centaurs to defeat the heavy cavalry of Kohler. The two major mercenary groups, the Bright Banner and the Second Sons, fled in the middle of the night. Just a few hours before the city was breached, the 3,000 Unsullied that Kohler had ordered from Apasta finally arrived. Apasta was more than 10,000 miles away from Kohler. Without even a moment of rest, the battle between 3,000 light infantry and 20,000 scimitar cavalry began. In the end, 12,000 Dothraki died in battle. 2,400 Unsullied, who only had leather armor to protect them, died. Temo Khal, his sons and the Blood Riders all died on the spot. The remaining 8,000 centaurs walked up to the Unsullied who were still standing proudly on the battlefield. They took the initiative to cut off the braids behind their heads and threw them at the feet of the unsullied warriors as a sign of surrender. The battle to defend Kolar almost became a propaganda film for the unsullied. Even the Westeros on the other side of the narrow sea made it into a legendary story and spread it widely, let alone the continent of Ursos. Krasner opened his mouth wide and smiled exaggeratedly at Dany. Tell her the story of 3,000 unsullied defending Kolar and give her a shock. Hurry up, slave. Oh, the weather is too hot. Has the Eversummer arrived? The slave girl vividly told the story in a vivid tone. Finally she concluded, Honorable guest, please rest assured that the Unsullied's attainments in spears, shields, and daggers are unparalleled. This is known to the world. Dany turned her head and whispered to Cora, What's wrong with that Temo call? He's a disgrace to the centaurs for several lifetimes. She knew the Howling Warriors very well. They were definitely skilled in martial arts. Having grown up on horseback, they were skilled in archery and horse riding. They were also fearless and were almost the strongest light cavalry. She had always thought that only the Westeros heavy cavalry could restrain them, but she looked at the Unsullied who stood there like a wooden stake. He wore a conical bronze helmet with 30 centimeters long spikes on it, a bit like the lightning rod helmets of the Qing dynasty generals. He only wore sleeveless leather armor with a 40 centimeters long dagger at his waist. A 1 m thick leather shield was tied to his left wrist and a spear in his right hand. He was dressed as a standard light infantry. How could he deal with the centaur cavalry that came and went like the wind and shot arrows like rain? I'm guessing that Temo Call underestimated the enemy when he first saw the Unsullied. He probably sent the cavalry to attack the shield and spear formation of the Unsullied. Cora said carefully. The 3,000 Unsullied defending Kolar was a historical fact and not an illusory legend. They must have won the battle at that time. Otherwise, how could they still see Kolar City today? Whitebeard stroked his beard and sighed. The centaurs are too direct. Temo Call was the first to charge, which means that he might have died in the first wave. The remaining warriors don't know how to change their formations and they just charge in wave after wave. If it were any other army they might have already collapsed after losing 20% of their men, but the enemy is an unsullied one. Even if only one of them is left, they won't retreat or panic. Krasny knocked the girl's head with the short whip in his hand and asked irritably, What are those barbaric pigs talking about? Those two servants are boasting about the Unsullied's bravery to the guests, the little translator said. Haha, at least they have some knowledge. Let them talk slowly. The more tempted that little bitch is, the more slaves she'll buy later. The slave master laughed and clapped his hands, summoning a group of young female slaves in silk clothes. They walked to Dany and the others and held up silk-striped umbrellas for them. The umbrellas were useless. The weather in Slaver's Bay was especially hot. The sun had been scorching since dawn. The thick red bricks in Pride Square were scorching hot. Through the thick soles of their shoes, they could feel the heat coming from their feet. Waves of heat rose up, making the Astapor-stepped pyramids around the square look like a mirage. Unsullied, my good slaves. Krasny raised the silver whip in his hand and shouted, Put down your shields and spears, take off your leather armor, and let the Westeros women see your strong and powerful bodies. Whoosh! 1,000 warriors who looked like clay sculptures came to life. They bent down uniformly and put down their shields and spears. They quickly took off their leather armor and silk pants, leaving only the white linen wrapped around their waists and the lightning rod helmets on their heads. Soon, they stood up straight again so that the Westeros queen could examine them carefully. Dany really went to take a closer look. Sure enough, they all had strong and tall bodies. They were all eunuchs, but Bevo's had a pregnant woman's big belly, while they all had more than 4 abdominal muscles. The slave girl told her, Body, speed, and strength are the selection criteria. They have been trained since they were 5 years old. Every day they train from dawn to dusk until they are proficient in the techniques of daggers, shields, and 3 spears. The training was extremely harsh. Only one of the 3 boys survived. This is a well-known fact. There is a saying about the Unsullied from the day they won the spiked helmet, the most difficult life is over. From now on, any mission is not as harsh as the original training. Krasny did not know the common language, but he pretended to understand and nodded. When the little translator finished, he said triumphantly, Tell the queen who lost her kingdom that my good slaves have been standing there since yesterday. For a day and a night, they have neither eaten nor drunk water. Tell her that as long as I don't order them to disband, the slaves will stand still until they fall. Tell her that even if 999 fall to the brick floor and die, the last one will still stand still until his own death. Tell her that this is the courage of the unsullied. When the serious-looking translator finished, Whitebeard angrily slammed the hardwood cane on the ground and said to Danny in a low voice, "That's not courage, it's madness. Let's go. The people here are a bunch of lunatics." Chapter 84. Although the slave merchant did not understand what Whitebeard was saying, his tone and demeanor were obviously not beneficial to his business. "What is that smelly old man saying?" Krasny asked the interpreter. After the little girl told him, the fat slave owner stomped his feet angrily. "That old man is very bad. Tell that Western barbarian that we call the behavior of the unsullied obedience. I know that the Undul's knights are very famous, but even if the knights are stronger, faster, and more skilled than the unsullied, they are far inferior to my good slaves. They are absolutely obedient and loyal. Ask that bitch again if her father's soldiers were as loyal as my good slaves, would she still be homeless like a stray dog?" In the end, he poured a glass of iced wine, exhaled a breath of cold air comfortably, and added, "Of course, pay attention to the wording, don't make my good guest feel the slightest bit unhappy." The little girl translated his words with a stutter, expressing all the meaning without the slightest intention of offending. Danny felt sorry for her. "It's too hard for me." Aston smiled coldly. "If I want to be docile, I might as well sell sheep." After Krasny heard the translation, he grinned, revealing his big and white teeth. "As soon as I give the order, these sheep will tear his belly apart and let his stinky intestines flow to the ground." The interpreter said, "The unsullied are not sheep, they have the ferocity and loyalty of dogs." "Ounce," Danny murmured, slowly walking along the line of slave soldiers as she observed. The girl holding the parasol followed closely behind her, keeping her in the shadows. This reminded her that the unsullied had been standing under the sun for a day and a morning, without a parasol. Danny found that more than half of the unsullied had the bronze skin and almond-shaped eyes of the Dothraki or Lazarus. Obviously, the Dothraki Khalasar had made an outstanding contribution to the slave trade. The rest were white people from the Free Trade City, Quill's Milk people, black people from the Summer Islands, and even one or two sallow-skinned, pointy-headed Jujesnai. She wondered who had brought them from so far away. In addition to the foreigners, the Gith people with amber skin and red and black straight hair were also trained as unsullied. He didn't even spare his own clansmen. How ruthless. These unsullied ones all had smooth cheeks and numb eyes. They were obviously of different heights and ages ranging from 14 to 20 years old, but they gave off the feeling that they were all printed out of the same mold. Their appearances were different, but their souls had been forcibly molded into the same appearance, Danny thought. "Why castrate?" she asked Krasny through the slave. "Men are stronger than eunuchs, everyone knows that. What's the most important thing for a warrior?" Krasny asked solemnly. "Power?" Bulls were strong and powerful, but in the arena, they were the ones who died every day. Just 3 days ago, a 9-year-old girl had killed a wild bull in the Jazal arena. Our Guji's empire used the fact that we dominated the world to tell everyone that discipline is far more important than strength. The unsullied are the reincarnation of the Guji's legion. They are absolutely obedient, absolutely loyal, and fearless. It made sense. Countless examples of modern warfare proved one thing. Discipline was the most important thing in the army. Danny thought to herself. "The bravest people are also afraid of death and disability," Aston argued. Krasny grinned again. "Tell the old man that he smells like urine and needs a rotten stick to stand. He is more disabled than disabled. It's better to jump into the sea and drown." "Do you really say that, master?" The little translator was helpless. She didn't know how to change this kind of scolding words tactfully. The slave owner poked the little black girl with the whip and scolded angrily, "Are you a woman or a you? How can you ask such a stupid question? If you scold away the customers, who will I do business with?" "Master, what should I say?" the little slave girl asked timidly. "Tell them that the unsullied ones are not human. Death is nothing to the unsullied ones. Disability is even more irrelevant." While Blackie was translating, the slave master walked to the square by the stairs on the side and stood in front of a strong slave soldier who looked like a Lazarus. He suddenly raised the silver whip in his hand and hit the other party's bronze-colored cheek, leaving a bloody mark on the other party's face. The eunuch soldier only blinked, but he stood still and let the blood flow. "Does it feel good? Do you want me to do it again?" Krasny asked the slave soldier, but looked at Danny and the others with a smile. "As long as the master is happy, please continue," the unsullied one said loudly. Seeing the slave owner raise the whip again, Danny quickly walked over, held his arm and said to the little translator, "Please tell the virtuous ones that I have understood their courage to bear the pain." After her words were translated into Valeglia, Krasny sneered, "Tell this ignorant Western bitch that it has nothing to do with courage." The virtuous ones said that it is not courage, your majesty. Let her open her dog eyes and take a good look. Krasny moved on to the next warrior, a tall young man with the blue eyes and flaxen hair of the Lys. "Give me your sword." The Lisi knelt on one knee and skillfully pulled out the short sword on his belt and respectfully handed it to the slave owner with the hilt facing forward. "Get up," Krasny ordered. The unsullied ones immediately got up. The slave owner looked at Danny with a smile, and with an uncaring attitude, slowly drew the sword from bottom to top across the strong torso of the Lisi, leaving a slender red line from the ribs to the abdomen. As if still not satisfied, he poked the tip of the sword under the pink buttocks and began to cut back and forth. Blood flowed like a stream from the slave's chest. "Ah, 7 layers of hell, what are you doing?" Danny cried. "Tell the cow not to make a fuss." Krasny listened to the translation and said impatiently, "Men don't need nipples, eunuchs don't need them." There was only a thin layer of skin between the nipple and the chest, and he slashed it down, causing it to roll to the brick floor. A red circle appeared on the unsullied one's chest, and blood gushed out, but he did not move until Krasny returned the sword with the hilt facing forward. "Take it. This little one is happy to serve the master." The slave warrior took the sword and said respectfully. Krasny turned to face Danny, "See? They can't feel pain. We have a magical drink called the Wine of Courage, made with belladonna, bloodfly larvae, black lotus roots and other secret recipes. From the day they were castrated, they must drink it at every meal, day after day, year after year, until their senses become numb, until they become fearless in battle, until they are not afraid of any torture. Tell the barbarian that any secret can be trusted to be kept by the unsullied. He can also be arranged to guard the meeting room or even the bedroom without worrying about being eavesdropped. In Yuan-Kai and Mirin, the way to create eunuchs is to remove the buttocks but leave the silver stalks. Such people can't have children, but they can still be ridden, and that will only cause trouble. We also remove the silver stalks, leaving nothing behind. The unsullied ones are the purest animals in the world, and the bitch queen can use them without worry. Oh no, maybe she needs that thing of theirs. But don't worry, although Apasta is not as good as Kaiyuan, there are also tall, powerful and skilled bed slaves to satisfy her. Should I feed it to Dahe, Little Green or Little White? Danny fell into deep thought. The little interpreter's body swayed, and he spoke his words with difficulty. "Beast." Whitebeard stomped his crutch and scolded with a livid face. "That old man is scolding you, master." The little slave girl trembled. "Ah." The slave owner laughed exaggeratedly at Whitebeard and sneered, "I heard that in the barbaric Sunset Kingdom, there are people who solemnly swear to maintain chastity, to not have children, and to live only for duty. Is that so?" "Yes." After the question was conveyed by the little interpreter, the old man nodded and said, "There are many such organizations, the scholars of the City of Knowledge, the monks and nuns who serve the 7 gods, the Sisters of Silence who mourn the dead, the King's Guard, the Night Watchers." The slave merchant's voice was low. "People shouldn't live like this. They will be tortured by temptation every day and the oath is useless. In the end, most people will succumb to their base desires. The unsullied ones are different. Their way of combining with the sword is incomparable to others who swear thousands of oaths. Whether it's a woman or a man, they can never be tempted. Well, don't you know that in addition to the instinctive desire of the body, there are countless ways in the world to tempt people?" After the slave girl finished translating, Whitebeard retorted sarcastically. "Yes, there are countless ways to tempt people, but the unsullied ones are different. They have nothing except weapons and they don't even have their own names. Money, women, power, food and so on are meaningless to them." "No name? Then what do I call them?" Danny frowned at the little interpreter. "Your Majesty, they don't have a fixed name." Krasny stopped in front of a Gith, who had the same amber skin, the same black and red upright hair, and even the same hairstyle. If one didn't look carefully, their faces were similar. Danny even viciously thought that in order to make money, did this cruel slave owner also train his extra son to be an unsullied? Krasny waved his whip at a small bronze round plate on the sword belt at the feet of his son. "Look, if you want to know his name, look at this plate. I'll ask this Westeros bitch if she can recognize the Jiskari hieroglyphs." "I can't," Danny said sullenly. After the slave merchant got the answer from the little interpreter, he frowned, turned to the unsullied ones and asked, "What's your name?" "This little one is called Red Flea, master." What was your name yesterday? Black Rat Master. The day before yesterday? Brown Flea Master. The day before yesterday? This little one can't remember clearly, Master. Maybe it's a blue toad, a blue bug, or a shield. Tell her that their names are all like this: bug, rat, toad, earthworm. This can constantly remind the slaves that you are just lowly bugs. Every evening, all the nameplates are thrown into an empty wooden bucket, and at dawn the next day they are randomly picked up. They are not even as lowly as mosquitoes. Chapter 85. 7 Layers of Hell. After Whitebeard heard this, he felt bad and groaned, "It's crazy, it's really crazy. How can we let everyone remember a new name every day?" Yes, the world lacks everything, but it doesn't lack idiots. Krasny listened to the little interpreter's words, nodded in agreement, and then understated, "So, we have to select smart, strong, and obedient people. Those who can't remember a new name, kill. Those who can't run all day with a full load, kill. Those who can't climb the mountain in the dark night, kill. Those who can't walk barefoot through burning coal, kill. Those who can't kill babies, kill. Those who can't kill dogs, kill." This time, not to mention Whitebeard, even Yora's face was distorted, and his right hand holding the hilt creaked. Danny believed that as long as she gave the order, he would rush over regardless of anything, and split the complacent slave master into 2 pieces as fast as he could. Well, Danny's pretty face was also pale and her face was twisted. Her expression couldn't be hidden, and the slave owner saw it all, but he wasn't ashamed. Instead, he was complacent, smiling, and looked at her with eyes full of contempt. "Kill babies? Whose babies do the Unsullied kill? Do you want to train them to attack the city?" Danny asked with her eyes down. Krasny joked, "Before winning the spiked helmet to become an official Unsullied, I will give each slave a silver coin, let them go to the slave market, find a crying newborn, and then be killed by the child in front of the baby's mother. In this way we can be sure that there is no weakness in his heart." Crack. Danny seemed to hear the sound of teeth breaking. Was it Yora Mormont or Whitebeard Aston? When she was about to speak, she found that her teeth were clenched, and there was a taste of blood in her mouth. It turned out to be herself. They took the baby from the mother's arms, killed it under her watch, and then paid a silver coin to compensate for her pain. Even if it's to train the Unsullied, isn't it too cruel? She swallowed the blood in her mouth and gritted her teeth. Ha 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 ha. When the translation was finished, Krasny laughed loudly. "That nagging bitch is such a soft-hearted fool. Tell her that the money should be paid to the child's master, not his mother. The slave's everything belongs to the master, even her child." What was the slander of an individual compared to the lives and dignity of millions of people? Danny had once thought that Danny Rise was very unwise. For the sake of a few thousand Unsullied, she had completely abandoned the Targaryen family's credibility. Now Danny understood her a little. In other words, she understood Qin Shi Huang a little. Bearing the infamy of the world, he benefited the world. Alright, Danny was a little pretentious. Qin Shi Huang was much more difficult than her, but he was also much more noble. In short, Danny made a decision in her heart as Krasny laughed maniacally. Seeing that Danny suddenly gave him a sweet and meaningful smile, Krasny stopped laughing and looked at her strangely for a while. Seeing that she was still smiling at him, he turned his head away uncomfortably. But immediately, a strong sense of shame welled up in his heart. The slave master angrily slapped his leg with his whip and shouted at the poor little translator, "Tell that Westeros bitch, killing babies is nothing. More slaves can't pass the test of killing dogs. Tell her that on the day every boy is castrated, I will give him a puppy. He must raise it until the end of the first year, and then strangle it with his own hands. Those who can't do it will be executed immediately, and his bones and flesh will be cut off to feed the dog that he can't bear to kill. Dogs don't have so many scruples, they will eat happily. For those children, killing dogs is much more difficult than killing humans. Ask them, would they be surprised? Because eunuch warriors have no feelings for babies, but puppies are their only companions, their only spiritual sustenance. Ha! Whitebeard looked away. He couldn't bear Krasny anymore. He had never wanted to leave a city, a bay so badly. This place was so dirty that a decent person like him couldn't stand it. Your Highness, I suggest to you with the most sincere heart that you leave here immediately. Hell doesn't belong to the pure you, he said. Slave masters should go to hell, but what does this have to do with the Unsullied? Chola retorted. It's better to serve the queen than to be tortured here. Buying the Unsullied is equivalent to helping the slave masters. They will use the gold royals we pay to buy more slaves, kill more babies and their dogs. Whitebeard gritted his teeth. If we don't buy, the Unsullied won't produce any more? We are the only customers in the world? Chola sneered. Hey you Westeros pigs, what are you whispering about? Krasny shouted with his whip. If you want to buy, then buy quickly. If you don't want to buy, then leave immediately. I'm very busy. Later the Pirate King will come to see the slaves. He said he wants to buy all of them. Master, the Pirate King came 3 days ago. Among the guests you made an appointment with today is Her Majesty the Queen of the Seven Kingdoms. The little translator reminded. The slave master poked the back of the little girl's head with the handle of his whip. He came 3 days ago and can't come again today? The last business deal didn't work out. The little girl shrank her neck and squinted, enduring a few blows. Master, you're right. But that Pirate King only wants to buy 100 Unsullied, and he's very tough to cut the price in half. You told him to get lost. It was the slave master who knocked her on the head again and said angrily, You translate what I say. The wisdom of doing business do you lowly slave understand? If I don't provoke her like this, will that silver-haired bitch queen pay a lot of money to buy my slaves? Oh. The little translator was submissive and explained what he meant. As expected, Danny looked panicked. Oh good lord, you can't do this. I still need the Unsullied to restore my country. Then hurry up and buy. Hearing the translator's words, the slave master smiled proudly. Sigh, recently the Ursos continent has only 2 broken city-states, Murda and Lassi, fighting. It's too peaceful, the Unsullied can't be sold. Otherwise, how would that hanged ghost pirate have the chance to bargain with me? I heard that the Westeros are in chaos recently. When the bitch queen brings my good slaves to open up the situation. It's best to send 3,000 Unsullied to protect the king's landing and surprise those barbarians who haven't seen the world. I heard that they have 7 kings? The richest Tywin can poop gold? When they find us, the good lords of Aposta can raise the price. Seeing that the little interpreter was still standing there looking at him in a daze, the kind benevolent lord knocked on her young shoulder and said angrily, Quick, tell those people to buy those animals as soon as possible. Oh damn it, they are already mature Unsullied. The best business is of course sold on the first day the Unsullied are successfully cultivated. Sigh, it's a pity the Unsullied are not pigs. They can't get fatter but they can eat more than pigs. It takes a lot of money to maintain their food every day and they can't be saved. If they starve and lose weight, no one will buy them. But, master, you said so much, how can I translate? The little translator had been trying to keep a serious face, but now she was frowning and about to cry. You really are a stupid nosh sheep. The slave owner hit the little translator on the forehead, shoulder and back of the neck and cursed loudly. Some words can be said, some can't you judge for yourself? The little translator didn't dare to hide, so she just stood there and let him hit her. When he stopped, she said, Master, there is only one sentence that can be said. Please hurry up and place the order. But you said a lot, even if they don't understand, they will understand that you said more than one sentence. Oh, that seems to be right. The good lord tilted her head and thought for a moment, and then she hit the little head with the whip again. Why didn't you remind me earlier? You little bitch, you don't have any eyes at all. Could it be that your father and the sheep on Nass Island gave birth to you? Master, I'm sorry, the little translator said with a wooden face. Please don't say any more, the guests are looking at you. Pa. Another whip, the good lord jumped and angrily said, You lowly slave, you are even worse than a wild dog, how dare you point fingers at the great good lord? Master, I'm sorry. The little translator endured the pain, trying to keep her appearance unchanged and said, You just asked me to remind you. The good lord's whip froze in midair, and for a long time she hit her head one last time, gasping for breath and said, Brag about the popularity of the Unsullied in the slave market at present, and tell them that if they don't hurry up and buy, they won't be able to buy it. Then, with a serious little black face, the little translator began to brag in a serious manner. She said almost as much as the slave owner had said before. It was really too difficult for her. Danny held back her laughter. After listening to her, she said nervously, Really? You also saw that my 2 ministers had a disagreement, and I was going to go back and have a meeting to discuss it. So, we can only give up the plan to buy the Unsullied. To be honest, I think the Unsullied that can be used for a lifetime is far more reliable than the Golden Group. After listening to the little translator's words, the slave owner's eyes shrank and he shouted, That bitch is right, the Unsullied can be used for a lifetime, but the Golden Group doesn't keep their word and the price is so high. What's even more ridiculous is that they have to sign a contract every few years. Damn it, it's the Yellow Army again, that time with Mill. At this point, Krazini suddenly looked at Danny suspiciously and said, "The Golden Group just signed a contract with Mill, and those guys' motto is words are like gold. Since the beginning of their establishment, they have never broken the contract. How did this Westeros bitch hire the Golden Group? Does she want to take the opportunity to bargain? Ask her for me." Chapter 86. Master, do you still want me to translate your previous words? Little Black asked hesitantly. What words? You said that the Unsullied are extremely loyal, and that the Golden Group is untrustworthy. Smack. Krazini slapped the little girl's head hard and said angrily, "Of course I have to translate such words that are beneficial to the transaction. You stupid sheep, why are you still asking about this?" The little translator took the hit and said, "But you later said that the Golden Group would never break the contract. Now that the contract has been signed with the city of Mir, Her Majesty the Queen of the Westeros can no longer hire the Golden Group." This. After hesitating for a moment, the fat slave owner pulled at the sweaty robe on his body in frustration and said, "Ask her how to hire the Golden Group first." Danny glanced at Krazini's trembling chest and thought to herself, so big, even bigger than Litha's maid Doria. Such a figure is really not suitable for wearing a toga robe. Things that should not be exposed were all exposed. After the little translator asked once, she said, "The Targaryen family has a blood contract with the Golden Group. They will help me restore my kingdom. After all, the founder of the Golden Group is the illegitimate son of the Targaryen family, and the core members of the Legion are mostly descendants of exiled nobles from Westeros. Since they can return home to be nobles, they naturally won't be willing to stay in a foreign land and be a precarious mercenary." Whitebeard and Cora both looked at Danny in shock. They did not expect her to have such a hidden card. That seems to make sense. Krazini touched his black and red forked beard like steel needles on his chin and sighed, "Tell her that she can go back and discuss it. I will temporarily keep this batch of Unsullied for her. This stingy guy, it's already noon but he didn't even treat me to lunch. I stood in the square all morning and didn't even get to drink a glass of water. That fat pig, on the other hand, ate iced wine and fresh fruits non-stop." Danny said goodbye politely while cursing the slave owner in her heart. Passing through Pride Square, they brought back the horses and cows from the cattle pen at the end of the street. When the centaur put the yoke on the ox cart, Cora asked in a low voice, "Your Highness, do you really have a secret agreement with the Golden Regiment?" "It's fake," Danny said as she climbed onto the ox cart and beckoned Whitebeard to come in. "Viserys once took me to visit Commander Miss Tone. Viserys used the money from selling his mother's crown to treat the commanders of the Golden Regiment and above to a feast, hoping that they would be willing to help him regain the throne. Haha, those fellows were eating and drinking while laughing at Viserys after he finished his request." "Meath Todd?" Whitebeard thought for a moment and sighed. "Blackheart Meath died 3 years ago, and the Toynes family is completely extinct. The current leader of the Golden Regiment is Harry Strickland, who is known as the Homeless." Hearing the uneasiness in his tone, Danny asked curiously, "Is the Toynes very famous?" "The backbone members of the Golden Regiment are almost all descendants of the nobles of the Seven Kingdoms. 100 years ago the first Blackfire Rebellion failed. Some of the nobles who supported Demon Blackfire surrendered, and some of them supported Demon's son in exile under the leadership of Igor Rivern. The fiefs and titles of the fugitives were taken back by the royal family. Igor saw that many exiled knights or lords were forced to sign up to join other mercenary regiments. He was afraid that the number of families supporting the Blackfire would decrease, so he decided to set up his own mercenary regiment, the Golden Regiment. Speaking of the Blackfire Rebellion, it was the fault of the blessed Saint Baylor. Remember the virgin home built by Saint Baylor in the palace? He not only broke off the engagement with Diana, who was engaged to him, but also locked her and 2 other sisters in the virgin home because of his belief in God and the destruction of human desires. He did not let himself or his sisters be tainted by the evil desire. But as the saying goes, if you marry a daughter, you will become an enemy. Diana sneaked down the tower and kept a wild man. The adulterer was not someone else but a family member. He was Diana and Baylor's cousin. Soon, Princess Diana's belly swelled and she could no longer hide it. How did Saint Baylor deal with this? He went to the Holy Church to fast and pray. After fasting for more than 40 days he starved to death. Saint Baylor was a virgin man, so naturally he did not have a son to inherit the throne. That cousin of his, Aegon IV, took advantage of the situation and became the king. Even though both of his parents were Targaryens, they did not marry and gave birth to an illegitimate child, Demon Vaishurs. Yes, the king's territory was close to the sea, so the illegitimate child's surname was Vaishurs. Later, Aegon IV bestowed the Targaryen clan's sword, Blackfyre, to the illegitimate child in public and acknowledged them as his own sons. Only then did Demon change his surname to Blackfyre. Town is one of the noble families. 40 years ago, during the 5th Blackfyre Rebellion, which was also the Battle of the Nine Copper Kings, I heard that Sir Barristan killed Meath's father, Simon Town. Whitebeard gripped his walking stick tightly in frustration. He almost spilled the beans. Dany glanced at him and said, "You even know about such a small matter as Barristan killing Simon." "It's not a small matter." Whitebeard racked his brain and tried to think about the glorious history of the Toyen family. After a while he stammered, "The Toyen family has a strong martial spirit. There will be many powerful knights in every generation. There was once an imperial guard." Cora, who was beside the ox cart, snorted and said meaningfully, "Why don't you tell the princess what the town family's Kingsguard did?" Whitebeard was shocked and blurted out, "You still remember what happened hundreds of years ago?" There's only one Kingsguard who dares to cuckold the king." Cora laughed. As soon as he finished speaking, he slapped his helmet. "Was I wrong? Now there's another Jaime Lannister. That guy is really... The white bull who put on the white robe for him must be stomping his feet in regret in heaven." Sir Jaime broke all the taboos of the Kingsguard with his own strength. Whitebeard's face turned pale as he listened. He pursed his lips and did not say a word. There was no way to refute this. Jaime Lannister entered the Kingsguard through the most orthodox ceremony. It was more authentic than Robert and Joffrey's Kingsguard, and his actions, regicide, incest, sleeping with the king's wife, they were all so real. "Sir, you are also in Kingsguard now." Dany broke the awkward silence. "This guy has no referral, no approval from the captain of the Kingsguard, and his name is not in the Book of White Knight. He can't be considered an orthodox Kingsguard." The old man advised Dany, "Your Highness, I think you should consider it carefully. Even if Sir Cora has the merit of protecting the king, you can reward him in other ways. Now, the reputation of the Kingsguard has withered, and it can no longer be sullied by others." Bang bang bang. Cora angrily slapped the small window of the bullock cart and shouted, "Old dog, come out, I want to duel with you regardless of life or death. Change your armor and I'll only use one hand." Whitebeard retorted. "Cough cough, have you all forgotten our current situation?" Dany reminded them and changed the topic. "Let's talk about the Unsullied, one by one. Aston, you go first." "I suggest your highness not to buy. The nobles and people of the Seven Kingdoms hate slavery. Regardless of the teachings of the old and new gods, slavery is an extremely evil thing. If you bring a group of slaves into the Westeros and plan to use them to conquer the Seven Kingdoms, then all the nobles of the continent will oppose you," Whitebeard said seriously. "Aston, do you really trust Illyrio?" Dany asked as she looked at his melancholy blue eyes. Seeing the hesitation on the old man's face, Cora sneered, "Even the wise wouldn't trust that fat spice merchant. Rather than entrusting your life to a merchant, it's more practical to hire an Unsullied. The slave masters and slavery in Slave Bay are very evil, and I agree with that, but the Unsullied are very useful. They won't burn, kill, and loot after winning a battle, and they won't rape women. Back then, Tywin Lannister's Western army ransacked the entire King's Landing and raped countless women. This is why I feel that Sir Cora is not qualified to become a Kingsguard," Whitebeard said angrily to Dany. "He is a slave trader himself. Think about what he did on Bear Island, and you won't be surprised why he instigated you to come to Slave Bay to buy slaves. He's a connoisseur." "Old man, I really have tolerated you for a long time." Cora said angrily to Dany, "Your Highness, I suggest that you immediately chase him and that fat eunuch away. Perhaps Illyrio wants your dragon as much as Zaro of Quirus, and he sent them to deceive you into going to Pentos alone. Once you're in his territory, won't he be the one to do as he pleases? Since we're already at Slave Bay, there's no need for a ship. Let them all return to Pentos." "Nonsense, how could I help the merchants of Pentos deceive your highness?" Whitebeard seemed to have been greatly insulted. His face flushed red with anger. "Your highness, you're right to be worried about Illyrio. Merchants cannot be trusted. But you must understand that if you want to gain the loyalty of the Seven Kingdoms, you can only rely on your own people. Why don't we return to Pentos first? I have a way to help you contact a group of loyal nobles, and then choose a group of knights to be your squires." Dany opened her mouth to speak, but the ox cart suddenly stopped. Then she heard Jogo, who was riding in front, shout, Make way for the Mother of Dragons. Hurry up, you slaves. Don't block the path of the Mother of Dragons. Danny opened the curtains and poked her head out to take a look. She saw a long line of slaves dragging their heavy anklets as they struggled to move forward in silence at the crossroads ahead. They were ordinary slaves with light brown skin, black hair and almond eyes. Dothraki? Shepherds. Under normal circumstances, Dothraki and shepherds could be distinguished at a glance. Apart from their braids and clothing, the spirits of the two races were completely different. The centaurs were even more unruly, and both men and women had a, "I don't even submit to the heavens, so why would I submit to you? Kill me if you have the guts." But at this moment, their faces were all numb, their eyes dim, and their temperaments submissive. Everyone was naked, including the women, but there were no children among them. Presumably, the children had been sent to attend the Unsullied Ones training. There was a supervisor at the side of the slaves, and behind him were a man and a woman riding on a white donkey. The man wore a red silk toga robe, and the woman had an ivory comb in her red and black hair. Her face was covered with a veil, and she wore a blue linen dress decorated with small pieces of lapis lazuli. She had an exotic air that belonged to the Jith people. They had been laughing and playing together, but when they heard Jogos shout, the man turned his head and casually looked at Danny's group. He gestured to the supervisor to speed up, and then continued to flirt with the woman next to him. Chapter 87. The Overseer was a strong Dothraki. He held a long whip with 5 thin whips in his hand. A chained harpy was tattooed on his muscular chest. The centaur supervisor had a prideful expression, cracking his whip as he shouted, "Lowly slaves, hurry up and leave," and the like. "Hey, centaur." A centaur with a harpy on his chest. Danny waved to the Overseer with half of her body exposed outside the door. "Where are the slaves you are escorting from?" "Of course they are from the Sea of Grass," the centaur Overseer replied loudly. "Women. They were transported from Myrene. They are all defeated Colossus tribesmen. Her name is Khaleesi." Jogo pointed at him and shouted. "Ridiculous. I'm not from Colossa either," the centaur Overseer muttered. Danny waved her hand at the Blood Alliance guard, telling him not to worry about such trivial matters. She continued to ask the Overseer, "What should we do with these slaves? They can't become unsullied. They have to be sent to the docks to be sold to slave merchants." As if sensing a business opportunity, the male Khaleesi finally stopped teasing his female companion. He rode a donkey forward and smiled. "Khaleesi, are you interested in this batch of slaves? Let me tell you, we are not the kind of middlemen. The price is so low that it's almost free. I bought a batch of centaur slaves in Khaleesi. It was said that they were transported from Apasta. 20 centaurs cost me 40 silver coins. It's too expensive." Danny shook her head repeatedly. "Hey, that's the middleman. They sell from Apasta to Khaleesi, Volantis and other city-states. After a trip by sea, the price is more than double." The slave Overseer pointed at his slaves and said loudly, "1 silver coin for 3. You can choose as you wish. If you buy more, I can even give you a discount." Danny looked sideways. There were about 300 slaves. "What's the discount if I buy all of them?" "Buy all of them?" The man looked at her suspiciously. "My Colossa is too small. I need to replenish the population," she explained. "Oh yes, you are a Khaleesi." The man suddenly understood. His eyes lit up and he suggested, "Why don't I introduce another batch of slaves to you? There are more than 800 of them. I can give you a 20% discount." "They are all centaurs?" she asked doubtfully. "Sigh, the centaurs are brave and unafraid of death, but they're not good at fighting. They don't know how to farm, they don't know how to craft. We don't need slave soldiers. Other than breeding centaurs to be unsullied, they're almost useless." The young slave owner sighed. "Why did you buy so many?" Danny asked. The Apasta man looked at Jianghu and then at Korra, who was protecting Danny. He carefully said, "Since you are a Khaleesi, you should understand the character of centaurs. Khal brought tens of thousands of roaring warriors to the city and proposed an exchange of gifts, centaur slaves. How can we refuse? Fortunately, the Khals don't ask for high prices. A batch of living materials can be exchanged for a large number of slaves, so we can make a small profit." Sigh. Danny sighed and returned to the carriage. She said to Jianghu through the window, "Tell him the location of our ship's dock. Buy 300 first, and buy the remaining 800 when we leave." "Hey, it's cheaper if you buy it now," the Apasta man hurriedly called out. "There's no place to put them. You keep them for me first." It won't take more than 3 days. They won't eat too much of your food. Okay. The carriage was faster than the slaves. Danny continued to move forward. The slaves changed direction and followed behind the carriage. They walked through the long red brick street all the way back to the dock area, but they still didn't see many pedestrians. In fact, there were only a dozen ships sparsely parked at the long red brick dock. As soon as they got off the carriage, Danny smelled a strong meat aroma. She looked sideways and saw the strong man Beworth sitting on the red brick road with his legs dangling in the sea. There was a small pot beside him. The aroma wafted from the pot. Aware of her sight, Beworth grabbed a piece of brown meat dripping with soup from the pot and called out, "Little queen, do you want to eat?" "What meat?" She walked over and asked curiously. "Dog meat." Seeing Danny coming over, Beavis was very happy. He smiled and introduced, "The people of Apasta are experts at eating dog meat. Barbecued dog meat jelly, dog meat broth. Beavis has traveled all over the continent of Ursos and the dog meat here is the best." Danny followed his example. She sat on the ground and soaked her feet in the sea. She picked up a piece of hot dog meat from the pot with her right hand and tore into it. "Wow, delicious, so delicious." She slurred to Jichi who was looking at the side of the ship. "How can there be meat without wine? Jichi, bring me the 2 bottles of Qingting Island red wine." "Haha, you're right. There should be wine and meat." The tall eunuch was happier. "Your Highness." Whitebeard frowned and hesitantly advised, "You are the queen of the 7 kingdoms. How can you, not to mention the queen, even if the 7 gods came to the world they have to eat when it's mealtime. Otherwise St. Bailey wouldn't starve to death." Danny ate the meat as she spoke. The thick juice at the corner of her mouth slipped onto the chong sam on her chest. "You." Whitebeard was even more shocked. "St. Bailey is your ancestor. Then did he starve to death?" She asked casually. "Yes." Whitebeard said with difficulty. "I didn't say anything wrong." Jichi trotted down with 2 bottles of wine. Danny bit off the cork with a pop sound. This unsightly action made Whitebeard's eyes twitch again. She handed a bottle of wine with the cork removed to the fat eunuch. She blew into the bottle and sighed. "This taste? I dare say it's 10 times better than sitting on the Iron Throne." "Ah." The fat eunuch laughed and slapped his thigh. "Let me tell you, from now on Beavis likes you. He thinks you are a queen. Sigh, I only found out today that you have some attainments in eating. I thought you were like a pig who could stuff anything into your stomach." Danny teased. "Haha. Your Highness, you didn't forget what Krasny said, did you?" Chola stood aside and said. "What?" she complained while gnawing on the bone. "There's no pepper, there's still a difference." "What pepper? Are you talking about the fire dragon pepper?" Beavis asked. "No, the fire dragon pepper is pepper. It's not the same as pepper. It's the kind that makes people's mouth burn." Danny gestured a few times. Finally, she waved her hand and sighed. "When the dragon grows up, I must ride him and find the pepper." Cough, cough, cough. Chola coughed a few times to remind her, "I'm talking to you." "I'm listening, go on," she said. Every Unsullied has to kill the dog they have raised for a year, but many Unsullied can't complete this assessment. Danny, who was gnawing on a bone as thick as a child's arm with her mouth wide open, froze. Chola acted as if he didn't see it and continued, "Then the slave owner will kill the little Unsullied and feed his puppy with his flesh and bones. Perhaps many dogs in Apasta are so." "Stop." Danny raised the wine bottle and interrupted him. She spat out the bone and asked Beavis, "With your years of experience eating dog meat, you must be able to tell that this is an old dog, right?" Without waiting for Beavis to answer, Danny put down the bottle and stood up with her hands on the ground. She said to Chola, "This is an old dog raised by ordinary people." Beavis, you continue." "I'm full. I'm going to take a nap." After that, she walked towards the spiral staircase lightly, but her footsteps were a little staggered. She seemed to be drunk. In the afternoon, more than 300 slake slaves were sent to the ship. Because they had found a buyer, they no longer had to be naked for the buyer to check. At this time, not only was he wearing a shabby linen robe, he was also wearing a bronze slave collar. Danny didn't put the man into the Fighting Bull record. Instead, she called a Fanti and asked him to arrange some chores for them to do. Now they can't be considered centaurs. They're almost crippled. Let them recall the glorious years of the centaurs first, then make arrangements, she told the old man. At this point, she caught a glimpse of a few older women in the slave team and asked the old man, "A Fanti, do you want a wife? If you not, I'll introduce you to a partner." Afanti hesitated and said, Calixi, centaurs are not popular with marriage. The weak can't guarantee that their wives won't be invaded by the strong. So you have that intention? Danny saw that there was hope, so she patted him on the shoulder and encouraged him. Afanti, your identity is different now. Commander of a bull record, isn't it enough for you to fart? My Blood Alliance guard is only a bull record. Centaurs respect martial strength. Commander of a bull record doesn't mean anything, right? Humph, it doesn't mean anything. What right do you have to stand here and talk to me? My Khalasa, I'm the master. Martial strength is important, but loyalty to me and the merits of Khalasa is more important. Seeing that he was still hesitating, the centaurs around him didn't think much of it. They were all bull record commanders of Khalasa. She pointed to a tall and sturdy centaur among the slaves and loudly asked everyone, that person can definitely defeat the 3 Effendi easily. Now, because of his strength, I want to strip Effendi Nyolu of his position as the commander and let him replace him. From now on, he will be on the same level as you bull record commanders. Are you happy? Don't. Afanti cried and begged, can't I marry a wife? Calixi, I followed you through the red wasteland and swam through thousands of miles of poisonous water. If you do this, I'm not happy. Calixi, Afanti has been helping us take care of the horses. It's very... Auguste stood out and scratched his head in distress. He didn't know how to express his thoughts. Danny waved her hand and said, I'm only asking, are you happy? I don't know why, but I'm not happy. Auguste said sullenly. I'm not happy either. The remaining Blood Alliance guard and centaur leader all said at once. Pa. Danny clapped her hands and shouted, that's right. Of course you're not happy because no one is invincible. If you only talk about martial strength and status, then one day, you will all be replaced by newcomers. They didn't contribute anything to Khalasa at all. It was because of everyone's kindness that they were able to obtain their freedom and regain their dignity as a centaur. We are their benefactors. How can they ride on our heads the moment they join Khalasa? That's not right. Ma Min's face was full of agreement. Agu only felt that Calixi had said what he was thinking, but it was hard to express it with words. Chapter 88. Yes, I raise horses for Khalasar. I am loyal to you, Khaleesi. I have made great contributions. Even if I am old and weak, my strength is not as good as theirs, but I am far more qualified than them to be the leader of the Nyolu. Afundi muttered, his eyes shining brighter as he spoke, as if he had discovered a truth that he had overlooked in the past. Danny saw their expressions and nodded to herself. The structure of the centaur's power had begun to change today. Any stable political structure would be pyramid-shaped, and the spire would be formed based on the foundation. Danny wanted the spire of the centaurs to belong to Emperor Danny, and not Khaleesi Danny, so the lower structure had to be changed. The new political structure would spontaneously form her desired throne, and at the same time, it would instinctively protect the structure. From today onwards, merit, which is the contribution to Khalasar, will determine a person's position and status. Do you agree? Danny asked her Nyolu leader loudly. Agree. They did not hesitate and replied in unison. Of course they agreed. Because in Danny's new political system they might not be the strongest, but they would definitely be the ones with the most merit, the merit of bringing the dragon to power. As time passed, even if Khalasar grew larger and even unified the Dothraki Sea, they would still be able to protect their rights. This was to protect their own interests, and whoever did not agree was an idiot. I feel that Her Highness the Princess has made the centaurs have some... I don't know how to describe it. Cora saw the agitated Danny and her centaur leader on the deck, and he had a feeling that something big had happened, but he was not sure what had happened. From today onwards, Her Highness the Princess, the Dothraki of Khalasar will only recognize her, and after she dies they will be her children. As long as the dragon grows up, the Dothraki will change their surname to Targaryen. Whitebeard's eyes widened, and he was so shocked that his body could not stop trembling. She is indeed a Targaryen, a born king, perhaps the greatest king of the Targaryen family. Surpassing Aegon the Conqueror? Cora said in disbelief. Perhaps. Aegon is not as broad-minded as her. The old man murmured. He actually wanted to say ambition, but the old man wasn't sure if Her Royal Highness had done it on purpose or by accident. Danny walked up to a centaur slave and asked in Dothraki, "Are you willing to join my Khalasar and follow my rules?" "I." The centaur girl in her early 20s looked at her timidly before lowering her gaze and saying in a voice as soft as a mosquito, "I'm willing to listen to Calixi." "Lower your head." Danny said. The centaur girl obediently lowered her head, and Danny personally opened the copper collar at the back of her neck. Pata. The heavy collar smashed heavily on the wooden deck, and the centaur girl seemed to have unloaded a heavy burden from her shoulders, and inexplicably felt much lighter. You are free. Now you are once again an unruly horse citizen. Boo-hoo-hoo. For some reason, hearing Calixi's light words made the centaur girl so emotional that she started to cry. Danny ignored her and walked to the next slave asking, Join my Khalasar and I will give you freedom and dignity, but you must swear to follow my rules. Are you willing? Am willing, Calixi. Thud thud thud. The collars were taken off one after another, and the slaves became new members of the Khalasar. My first rule is to reward based on merit. You already know that. Now I will announce my second rule to promote marriage. Danny glanced at the centaurs and said loudly, I swear in the name of Calixi that your marriage will be protected and blessed by the entire Khalasar and my Megalosaurus. Any act of stealing another person's wife will be considered illegal. Similarly, marriage is free. The man and woman of the union must be of their own volition and cannot be forced. Otherwise, not only will their marriage not be protected and blessed, they will also be punished. The children born after marriage will have the right to inherit the horses, scimitars, bows and arrows left behind by their parents. Currently, the centaurs did not have a noble title, but in the future, there will definitely be a noble title or something similar to a noble title. At that time, she will list the noble title as an inheritance. Small nobles will inherit the noble title, and only the biggest nobles will inherit the throne. Danny continued to blabber on and on. With her knowledge, she had practically created the most advanced marriage system in this era. But after she finished speaking, her heart started to beat like a drum. She was not worried that the centaurs would not follow her rules, but she doubted that the centaurs would remember all of her rules. On the other hand, the centaurs had a language but they did not have words. She could not even write a notice that everyone could understand. But Danny still found a scroll of parchment, and wrote down the two laws: reward based on merit, and marriage protection in black and white. She used the High Valeglia language. High Valeglia language and Valeglia language were not fundamentally different. The former was the language used by the ancient Valeglia, while the latter added local dialects and accents, and the writing also incorporated the language of the civilization. Just like French, Italian, Spanish, Portuguese, etc. all belonged to the Latin family, but they were different from Latin. Of course, the Valeglia language was not as different from the other countries, and was more similar to the dialects of the Celestial Empire. Although Danny Rise did not receive a proper education, Viserys did. It would be strange if Targaryen did not know the High Valeglia language, but Danny had wandered around many cities in the western continent, and knew many dialects of the Valeglia language. After she finished writing, Danny signed her name on the back of the paper. In the dragon spirit state, she encouraged Big Black to sign his name as well. She drew a simple but vivid self-portrait. The people around were amazed, and indeed, it added to the sacredness of the Centaur Code. Finally, Danny asked all the centaurs to sign their names. She wrote their names first, and the centaurs followed suit and then pressed their fingerprints. Well, the names were transliterated and almost lost the meaning in the Dothraki language. For example, Go. Many centaurs had Go in their names, such as Drogo, Rego, Ago, Jogo, Hago. Go meant strong and brave in the Dothraki language, and the hidden meaning was all lost after the transliteration. Although centaurs were barbaric, they valued oaths very much. Signing now was almost equivalent to swearing. At this time, only the captain of the 10-man team signed. In the future, they may grow up to be Gushin or even bannermen. In this way, Danny's law would be implemented in this generation, and when the next generation of newcomers grew up, the second generation would face the oppression of the ancestral laws from their fathers. When the second generation who grew up under the ancestral laws grew old, they would unconsciously oppress the third generation to follow the rules they had been used to all their lives. If this continued, as long as Danny's Centaur Empire did not collapse in a short time, at least 3 generations, her rules would become known to all in the Centaurs' mouths. Danny was not sure if she could build a 1,000-year empire like House Targaryen, but she knew that the Dothraki civilization would definitely advance by leaps and bounds. This Khalasar Reformation was not done on a whim. Next, Danny decided to do something that would shake the world. The Centaur Reformation was just practice in advance. Rolling up the Centaur Code and holding it in her hand, Danny continued, "Rewards for service will be implemented immediately from this moment onwards, but marriage cannot be established overnight. We will take it slowly in 3 steps. First, we will create a few model couples so that everyone can see the benefits of marriage and how it works. Second, we will open up marriage to everyone. All Khalasar centaurs will be free to choose marriage or whatever. Third, all new centaurs must have clear parents, and children born without marriage will be considered illegitimate. While the centaurs were digesting this information, Danny smiled and said to Korra and the others, "I have thought of a surname for the centaurs' illegitimate children. According to the tradition of the 7 kingdoms, how about Godzilla?" The most abundant and worthless thing in the Dothraki Sea was grass. Technically, Gra was more accurate than Godzilla, but illegitimate children's surnames had certain variations. For example, Blackfire. The correct term was Blackfire, but in reality, it was Blackfire. Wei Shui's water had also become Waters. Danny's name did not violate the tradition of the 7 kingdoms. Normal centaurs don't have surnames, right? Whitebeard disagreed. Even Khal Drogo doesn't have a surname, but illegitimate children have Godzilla's surname. Isn't this encouraging everyone to have illegitimate children? Danny smiled mysteriously at the old man. You will find that they will gradually have surnames. Oh. Surnames are passed down from the ancestors and have special meaning. You can't just give them one randomly, can you? Whitebeard shook his head. Ha, you foreigners are still too inexperienced. How did the surnames of the great celestial empire come about? Surnames were first produced among the nobles. The commoners did not have surnames at all, so where did the nobles' surnames come from? Most of them evolved from the names of fiefs. In the future, Danny would use surnames as a reward for meritorious subjects. As for the commoners who did not contribute, they could wait for the nobles to make their daughters and wives pregnant. Well, it didn't matter if it was really their child, at least the nobles would think that they had made the child. Or they could learn from the Japanese. The child born during farming was called Tanaka, the child born by the bridge was called Watanabe, and the child born by the stream was called Kawaguchi. Whitebeard thought for a moment and said to Danny hesitantly, "You shouldn't let the blood guards get married and have children." "You mean to learn from the Kingsguard system?" "Yes, only in this way can you ensure that their hearts are all with you," the old man said. Danny did not think that Whitebeard's words were twisted logic. Hundreds of years of history had proven the correctness of the Kingsguard system. In the 300 years of Targaryen history, there had been hundreds of Kingsguard. Except for Jaime Lannister, they had at most flaws in their moral character, but their loyalty to the monarch had never changed. There were a total of 3 famous scum Kingsguard. One slept with the king's lover, not the queen. One secretly gave birth to a bunch of illegitimate children. The Kingsguard abstained from sex and were not allowed to hold hands. And the last one was Jaime, who killed the king. Compared to those who died protecting the king, the ratio of scum was too low. It could be said that the Kingsguard was to the Westeros Night civilization what the Megalosaurus was to the magic civilization of Valeglia. Chapter 89. For example, the disguised Whitebeard, Barristan, seems to be loyal to 4 monarchs and 3 royal families. Now, he seems to be planning to work under the 5th monarch, Danny. Is he more exaggerated than the slave of 3 surnames Lubu? Actually, not to mention Barristan's achievement in quelling the rebellion of the 9 copper coin king, he also saved the life of the Mad King Aerys in the chaos of Twilight Valley Town. During the War of the Usurpers, he participated in the Battle of the Trident River with Prince Rhaegar. Rhaegar died at the Ruby Beach and Barristan himself did not survive unscathed. By the time he recovered from his injuries, the Targaryen dynasty had already been destroyed. As for why he did not kill Robert Baratheon to avenge his former monarch, do you still remember the first generation of men who broke off their engagement, the Dragonflare Prince Duncan? Because Dany's uncle Duncan betrayed his marriage with the Baratheon family, the king at that time could only let Princess Lay marry into Storm City to appease Duke Theon Byra's humiliation and anger. Robert was Lay's eldest grandson. Normally this side bloodline was useless. However, at critical moments, it could provide an excuse for the subjects to submit to the new king to comfort themselves. "Calixi, can you give me a few more wives?" Afanti came over and asked Dany shyly. In the process of the first step of the marriage system, the few couples that served as examples were all older centaurs. Dany knew her own tribe's habit of messing around. If they chose young couples, there might be a few young and beautiful centaurs or even more than a dozen lovers. If there was a large-scale extramarital affair, what was the point of her model couple? Therefore she purposely chose a group of old people to make up for it. The centaurs were old and weak, they definitely did not have many lovers. Centaurs did not have the concept of chastity in marriage. Centaurs generally would not reject a male centaur. A few more bed partners would be beneficial to her. And with young and beautiful centaurs to choose from, who would still hold hands with an old centaur? The old centaur male was too old, he had the heart but not the strength. This way the two old centaurs could live a down-to-earth life after marriage. You forgot so quickly? Danny glared at the old centaur and raised the centaur codex to reprimand. Your signature is on it. You swore to abide by the centaur codex. What did the code say? A Colossus is not allowed to have more than one wife unless there is a large-scale war and the ratio of men to women is higher than 1 to. In fact, as long as the ratio of men to women was less than 1, marrying more than one wife would be beneficial to the development of the tribe. However, a buffering process needed to be considered. Perhaps the current ratio of unmarried men to women was 1:1, but after a group remarriage, it would immediately become 1:9 or even higher. This would instead disrupt the harmony of the Khalasar. Ha ha ha. I know. Affan rubbed his hands and nodded like he was pounding garlic. Calixi, there aren't many old people in the new batch of slaves. Although I don't know how the ratio is calculated, it's obvious that there are more women than men. Hearing this, Danny's expression froze. This old man was right. Among the newly joined centaurs there were almost no old male centaurs. Instead, there were more female centaurs with weathered faces. Could it be that compared to male centaurs, female centaurs had stronger survivability? Can you do it? Yora looked disdainfully at the old man with a pigtail braid at the back of his head. I see that you are already so old and don't have many years left to live. Don't waste your remaining lifespan. You dash, the old centaur's face turned red. If he was younger, he might have charged over with his knife. What do you want so many wives for? Danny asked. To help me rear the horses. Aren't your cattle all wranglers? Sai, even if I am a commander, I still have to work. If I have a few more wives, I can get them to rear the horses for me. Danny asked with a wooden face. Then what do you do? I command them to feed the horses. I am old and don't have many years left to live. I have to pay attention to my health. The old man said with conviction. Just like how I command you to rear the horses, sitting in a comfortable office and commanding them verbally? Danny's mouth twitched. Sir Yora was dumbfounded. This old man is dreaming. He wants to be a noble. I can allow you to take 2 wives, but they have to be willing. And because of your extravagance, you can't choose a wife from the newly joined centaurs. As long as a white-haired woman is willing to marry you, you can take 2 wives. Danny said. In the end, after Afandi asked around, no one was willing to be his wife. When he asked for the reason, a centaur woman in her 50s said, I also have work assigned to me by the tribe. If I marry you, not only will you not help me with work, but you will also want me to rear the horses for you. There is no lack of food or drink in the Kalasa, so why should I suffer with you? These words made Afandi's old face turn red and he almost ran away. Danny on the side laughed heartlessly, as if she wasn't worried that her model couple plan would be ruined. The centaur woman was speaking the truth. Centaurs were barbaric, this was true, and the Kalasa system was backward, but primitive society was close to public ownership. Centaurs worked for the tribe, and Danny guaranteed that no one would have to worry about food and clothing. Old centaurs didn't need to raise children for old age, nor did they need the support of their wives. At least for now. This way, every married centaur woman can get an extra cup of horse milk every morning. After Danny laughed, she casually proposed a solution. Their husbands can't snatch the horse milk and can't interfere with their work. Before she finished speaking, many old centaur women's eyes lit up. But Danny wasn't done speaking. 4 marriages that are concluded with me and the Megalosaurus as witnesses, the husband must hand over his belongings to the wife for safekeeping, and the wife has the responsibility to protect her husband's chastity and belongings. If a child is born, the Kalasa will be responsible for raising it, and will reward the mother with half a caddy of horse meat every day. Afanti, I am willing to marry you. The centaur woman who was disdainful of the old man earlier shouted excitedly. Fanti, marry me. Although I know you are poor, I don't mind. Another old centaur woman jumped up and said, Fanti, I want to marry you. I can even be your second wife. Afanti. In an instant, Afanti, this old bachelor, was crowned with the halo of the nation's husband. No, I don't want. Afanti looked at the centaur women who were cheering to marry him, as if they were a group of female demons baring their fangs and brandishing their claws. Yep, a demon like the Black Mountain Old Demon, not Xiao Qian. Calixi, I don't want to marry anymore. I don't want a wife anymore. I don't want a single one. He pleaded to Danny with a sobbing tone. No, you said it yourself. You want 2 wives, not 1 less. Danny held back her laughter, trying hard to keep a straight face, and reprimanded him sternly. In the end, Afanti reluctantly chose 2 old centaur women with white hair. Other than himself, the herdsman and the craftsman Yo Lu's 12 old centaurs also successfully left their single lives. But they only chose 1 wife. After that, Danny called Big Black out and placed it on the table. She herself sat at the side, and the dozen or so joyful centaurs led the grim-faced centaurs forward in pairs to kowtow and pay their respects. First they kowtowed to Calixi, then they kowtowed to the Mother of God in the northeast direction, and finally they kowtowed to Big Black. Big Black also didn't accept their kowtows in vain. His claws schwa schwa schwa, drew a sketch of the 2 people on a piece of parchment paper. He also used the Chinese characters that Danny taught him to write the 3 words, marriage certificate. Like a printer, Big Black's speed was very fast. In just half an hour he finished 13 marriage certificates. In order to celebrate this epic-making collective marriage, Danny also sent people to the city to buy more than 10 cows and sheep, and more than 10 barrels of wine. From 5 in the afternoon to 9 in the evening, even the sailors on the 4 ships were completely relaxed for once. Yep, even Yu Luin, who was locked in the cage, was also given a roasted lamb leg and a big pot of wine. The moon was bright and the stars were sparse. The sea in the north was clear and crystalline, reflecting the faint cold moonlight. In the south, the top of the tall pyramid was brightly lit. The centaurs and sailors on the deck were celebrating. The great slave owners of Apasta were also drunk in the palace in the sky, just like the countless nights for thousands of years. The pyramids in Egypt were prepared for after death, but the pyramids in Apasta were the residences of the richest slave owners. Their pyramids didn't have a spire, and the empty platform above was made into a gorgeous sky garden. Every day at dusk, the benevolent masters ordered people to light silk lanterns on every step of the stairs. All the pyramids were shining with colorful light. But the streets, squares, and fighting arenas at the bottom were pitch black. One could imagine that in the darkest barracks some little boys were feeding leftovers to puppies. Those were the pets they got on the day they were castrated. Even on the merchant ship, Danny and the others could see the yachts with colorful lanterns slowly cruising to the Worm River. They could hear soft music and the laughter of men and women in the distance. These gift slave owners would park their yachts on the edge of the small island in the water. Young men and women with black and red hair would walk in the shallow water, enjoying endless food and wine, and some adult fun. They were unscrupulous and ignored the other people watching them. On the top deck, Danny looked at the dim lights in the distance and sighed. The life of the slave owners of Apasta is more extravagant than the trading princes of the free city-states. The towering pyramids of the benevolent masters are made of the bones of countless slaves. The red wine in their wine glasses is like the blood of the slaves. Whitebeard frowned. Bricks and blood made Estapo, bricks and blood made her people. This is an ancient poem that a scholar taught me when I was a child. Before that, I never knew that its description was so true. Your Highness, maybe you don't want to listen, but I still want to dissuade you from buying those slave warriors. Everyone who participates in the slave trade is guilty. This is also what the scholar told me. Buyers will promote the development of the market. Buying slaves has a positive effect on the slave trade. Haha, that's rare. Ordinary people are not qualified to be taught by the scholar. Cora said with a smile. Danny smiled and said lightly, Aston, I have already made my decision. Sigh. Whitebeard tapped his walking stick lightly. Obviously his heart was not calm. Apasta's defense is lax. Why didn't Khalasar take it down? She seemed to ask casually. Your Highness, there are 2 reasons. Cora walked to the railing and looked at the merry centaurs on the bottom deck. He said seriously, there are Unsullied in Apasta. The story of 3,000 Unsullied protecting Kihor is true. This is the first reason. Second, Slavers Bay is close to the Dothraki Sea. It is very convenient for Khal to come here to sell slaves. Both sides have formed a stable trade relationship. Why do centaurs want to ransack the city? It is nothing more than money and slaves. If they turn the people of the slave city-states into slaves, who will the centaurs sell the slaves to? Also, just like what the governors of Pentos, Novos and Mir do, the sons of the Harpies will only invite the horse kings passing by and give them a lot of gifts. And Kaul will quickly continue on his journey after receiving the gifts because he has already gotten what he wants. It is far less than the cost of attacking the city. Chapter 90. That's all? Danny raised her eyebrows. The Gith have been selling slaves for thousands of years, and they have never met a decent enemy. These two reasons are enough to stop the centaurs from attacking, and Apasta is located at Slave Bay. Mirin and Yuan-Kai may have trade competition with Apasta, but they are definitely not enemies. The hinterland of the east is almost all Gith of the same race, and the Leza in the east of the mountains are a different race. But they are shepherds, and are no threat. This time Danny pondered for a long time and then slowly asked, if slavery disappears, other than the Gith who will suffer great losses? Your Highness, what are you planning to do? Whitebeard was shocked. Me? What can I do? Danny shrugged and smiled. Anyone who participates in the slave trade is guilty. You said that yourself. I just want to know who else in this world is guilty of the most heinous crimes. Whitebeard stared at her for a long time, but he could not tell if she was joking or not. The slave trade is the most important part of the Great Voyage trade, and the cities of Keles, Volantis, and Lys are almost entirely supported by slaves. It's not that no one has tried to end slavery, but... At this point, the old man sighed helplessly and said, Your Highness, the Undulls originated from the continent of Ursos, you know that, right? I heard that they built a kingdom in the northwest of the continent in Andasno? The old man nodded and asked, What about now? There seems to be no trace of them, Danny said. The Undulls and the Church of the Seven Gods originated from the continent of Ursos, but they are almost extinct on this continent, and in the Westeros, Undulls is the strongest culture. I don't know what happened back then, but the Church of the Seven Gods is a fact in this continent, and the Church of the Seven Gods is firmly against slavery. At this point he asked again, Do you know how Braavos was built? Danny said, When I was in Keles I heard from an old zebra man. Oh, a Jijesnai man, he told me. A group of Valeglia slaves escaped the pursuit of the Dragon King under the guidance of the Songster of the Moon, and built a water city at the northwest peak of the continent. Yes, Braavos was built by a group of slaves. As the leader of the 9 free trade city-states, Braavos was extremely powerful. 100 years ago, the Sea King of Braavos had fought with Pentos for more than 10 years in order to abolish slavery. Pentos lost and promised to abolish slavery. Does your Highness know that there are slaves in Pentos now? His white beard looked at Danny and asked. Yes, I've seen many servants wearing slave collars in Magister Illyrio's mansion. So you understand? The old man smiled bitterly and sighed. Unless the 7 gods descend to the mortal world and stay there permanently, slavery will never be abolished. Whoever dared to have such thoughts would be the enemy of the entire world. Even the people of Braavos didn't really sympathize with the slaves. Instead, they fought for the right to rule the upper reaches of the Lone River under the slogan of abolishing slavery. I see. Danny suddenly raised her head and asked, Aston, how are your sword skills? What? The topic changed so quickly that Whitebeard couldn't react in time. I heard that the 2 sisters of Aegon the Conqueror were powerful knights. Visania also wielded the Dark Sisters and saved Aegon's life from the hands of assassins? The Dark Sisters was also a Valeglia steel sword, an exquisite lady's sword. Its last owner was Blood Crow Blinden Riverwind, one of the noble bastards, half-brother of Demon Blackfire. The mediocre King Aegon IV cheated his descendants. The 2 swords of the Targaryen family were given to the bastards and were now lost. Yes. The topic changed again and the old man was even more confused. How do you think my talent is compared to Visania's? Oh, you want to learn martial arts? The old man understood now and said happily, I can guide you and I can definitely train you into a powerful female knight. As if afraid that Danny was not confident, he said excitedly, Prince Rhaegar was obsessed with reading since he was a child. Many people were worried that he would become the second Saint Bailey. Later, when he read something in a book, he suddenly decided to become a warrior. At that time he was not much younger than you, but when he trained hard he quickly became a knight in the arena. What did he read in the book? Danny asked curiously. This. Whitebeard shook his head and said, I'm not sure. I only guess that it might be a prophecy, the one of Azor and Ahai. Perhaps His Highness realized his mission so I don't know. Practicing martial arts to kill deviant ghosts? Sai brother, you're thinking too much. You're not the warrior in the prophecy at all. Hearing that she still had a chance to become an expert, Danny was both happy and suddenly hesitant. If she could only make do as a third-rate swordsman, it was fine to follow Whitebeard as a knight. She could just treat it as training her body. But if there was a chance to become a first-rate expert, then she couldn't just make do. She said, I think a woman is more suitable to be a water dancer. If the Westeros were a night civilization, then the 9 free trade city-states were a sea trade and assassin civilization. The martial artists of the trading city-states all walked the path of the assassin, light and agile, proficient in stealth and hiding. The water dancer was such a swordsman. Their swordsmanship was swift and deadly, emphasizing fast and elegant movement, stealth and balance. Legend had it that the most powerful water dancer could fight on the surface of the water without causing a ripple. In addition, the strongest and most ruthless woman in Game of Power, Arya Stark, was a water dancer. There was no difference between a third-rate water dancer and a third-rate knight, but if they could reach the first-rate, weaker women were undoubtedly more suitable for water dancers. After Dany explained her reasons, Whitebeard nodded and said, Your Highness, you're very thoughtful. If you become a water dancer, your future achievements will be even higher. But the question is, why do you learn martial arts? Well, to lead troops into battle and prevent being assassinated, she said. Then you should still become a knight. The water dancer is an attack-type assassin. On a chaotic battlefield, the water dancer's survivability is even worse than that of a normal knight, because he doesn't have armor. As he spoke, he pointed at Yora and used him as an example. The chief court swordsman in Braavos who is responsible for protecting the Sea King is the strongest water dancer. If both sides remove armor, he can fight 10 knights like Sir and come out unscathed. Bullshit. Yora was furious. Whitebeard waved his hand to calm him down and continued, but wearing this Valeglia steel armor, Sir Yora can easily kill 10 chief swordsmen. If on the battlefield, 100 knight Yora wearing normal armor and 100 chief swordsmen going up against each other, the knight can easily wipe out the swordsman. Dany understood what the old man meant and said thoughtfully, You also said that the chief swordsman is responsible for protecting the Sea King. In the future, even if I go to the battlefield, I will ride a dragon, but the daily defense against assassins is more important. I think the daily defense against assassins belongs to the King's Guard, otherwise. Whitebeard looked at Yora and said lightly, Otherwise this Valeglia steel armor will be wasted. Yora puffed out his chest and looked at the old man proudly, understanding that he was still brooding about losing the armor. That's right, if Whitebeard took the initiative to expose his identity, the armor would definitely belong to him. Princess, what the Sea King needs more is the insight of the water dancer. The water dancer is good at observation and can detect assassins in advance. You can learn the way of the knight first, and in the future when you meet a brilliant water dancer, you can learn the techniques of the water dancer from him. It's not contradictory, Yora said. Alright, I'll learn swordsmanship with Whitebeard tomorrow. The next day before the sun rose, around 4 or 5 in the morning, Dany put on leather armor, leather pants, and riding boots and went to the deck to practice swordsmanship with Whitebeard. Without a specialized stance and strength training, Whitebeard first helped her adjust her center of gravity, then taught her the standard posture of holding and swinging the sword. He said that when she could control her center of gravity in the process of swinging the sword, he would continue to teach her the steps. When Dany asked if there was any strength training, the old man told her that she was already doing strength training in the process of swinging the sword. At first, she didn't quite understand, but when the sun rose, she had already swung the heavy two-handed sword 300 times in a row, and the sweat flowing from her legs into her boots made her understand that the old man wasn't lying. This really was strength training. The knight's greatsword was so heavy. When she finished her morning exercise around 8 or 9, she went back to her room to take a shower and change her clothes. When she was eating breakfast, 2 people from Aposta came looking for her. They were clerks sent by Krasny to ask if they could estimate Dany's wealth. This way they could know her purchasing power. Yesterday, Dany had asked the slave master to reserve the Unsullied for her. Dany glanced at Grohl and smiled. If I sell Governor Illyrio's goods, will he be angry? This. Blackbeard glanced at the Serenity not far away and said hesitantly, Don't you have Yulun's ship of gold, silver, and jewels? Maybe it's not enough. She smiled. How many Unsullied do you want to buy? Blackbeard was shocked. How many? I didn't hear clearly, that bitch. Oh, our good queen, how many slaves do you want to sell? Krasny stood up in shock and asked the little interpreter who was also in a daze. Today Dany and the others once again passed through the red brick street and came to Pride Square. Krasny's pyramid was built here, and Pride Square was his yard. This time, his servant took Dany and the others to the garden at the top of the pyramid, about 150 square meters, covered in grass and surrounded by persimmon trees and apple trees. The big golden-red persimmons and red apples hung together on the branches, looking very beautiful. There was also a pool in the north of the garden, where one could soak in and watch the beautiful scenery of the harbor. It was still the twin milk girls who fanned the slaves. He sat on a tall wooden chair with his back against the pool like a throne. Danny sat on a 2-meter-long soft couch opposite him, while Cora, Whitebeard, Jorge, and Jichi stood behind her. Well, there was also a maid holding a huge beige umbrella above her head. "Master, Her Highness the Queen wants to buy all the unsullied in a pasta, all of them," the little interpreter said after receiving Danny's confirmation. Chapter 91. Ask that arrogant bitch. Krasny recovered slowly and sneered. My accountant checked her fleet. Selling all the goods would be enough to exchange for 1,000 unsullied. Including the gold, silver, and antiques, she could only buy another 3,000 slaves. Our aposta has at least 8,000 trained unsullied. How can she buy all of them? Your Majesty, there are more than 8,000 unsullied in aposta. Your money can only buy half of them, the translator said. Danny raised her eyebrows. When the clerk came to appraise the goods in the morning, he told her that the goods of the Galwa caravan were worth 150,000 gold royals. Yuluan's dozens of boxes of treasures were worth more than 500,000 gold royals. She thought it was enough to sweep the entire aposta, but she didn't expect there to be such a huge gap. On average, 165 gold royals for an unsullied? Are you kidding me? In Westeros, hiring a knight is only a few dozen silver coins. Even for a baptized regular knight or a baron, the ransom is only 100 gold royals. Cora's face was full of anger as he shouted loudly. After the beauty Brittany was captured by the warriors, Count Taz offered 300 gold royals for his only daughter. Brittany was the only heir of the Count. Even Jaime and Lannister thought that Count Taz was sincere and offered a sky-high ransom. Jaime was the son of the richest man in the Seven Kingdoms. The high price in his heart must be high. As an important suspect in the murder of King Joffrey, Sansa Stark's bounty was only 100 gold royals. Not to mention that she killed the king, she was the first successor of Winterfell in the Northern Territory, a quasi-duke. Only 100 gold royals. In the first small climax of Game of Thrones, Bran fell from the tower. Joffrey hired an assassin to kill him and paid a hefty price, 90 silver deer. 1 gold royal for 210 silver deer. The son of a duke was only worth half a gold royal? It's too expensive. Danny shook her head. Master, they think it's too expensive. They even said that a knight's ransom is only 100 gold royals, the little translator said to the slave master. Bam bam bam. The fat slave master slapped the armrest of his chair and shouted, Damn it, ask them if 3,000 barbarian knights can withstand the charge of 20,000 roaring warriors. Hearing the translation, Cora said without hesitation, Of course. Ha ha ha. Krasny pointed at the knight with a finger as thick as a carrot and mocked, You should go to Kohor. The blacksmiths there are the best in the world. Their heavy cavalry is so luxurious. Sigh, compared to them, you Westeros tin cans are just a bunch of beggars. Danny couldn't refute this. It was because she knew how tough the Khal heavy cavalry was that she couldn't understand why the centaurs who could defeat heavy cavalry would fall at the foot of light infantry. Could it be that the Qorhor cavalry were just superficial? The Qorhor cavalry has excellent armor, but they don't have the superb martial arts and spirit of the Westeros. Danny was not as clumsy as Cora and Whitebeard. She was so angry that her face turned red, but she didn't know how to refute. After the baptism of the information age, she could casually come up with a lot of reasons. Even if it was fallacious, she could still say it passionately. The most important quality of a knight is the spirit of chivalry. Humility, honor, sacrifice, bravery, compassion, honesty, justice, and piety. The strongest point of the Unsullied is that they are not afraid of sacrifice, but this is only the basic requirement to become a knight in Westeros. If the story of 3,000 Unsullied protecting Kohor happened in Westeros, the knight team would have been disbanded in shame. Unlike the Qorhor cavalry, they are still living shamelessly. Your Highness, you are so right. Whitebeard's eyes were watery. He had never felt so excited before. He felt that the princess had expressed the true way of the knight in words. Although before today, he had never heard of such a luxurious and elegant way of the knight. Maybe he didn't understand it enough? I, the fearless Barristan, am not as good as the first legendary knight, the Buddhist sword. Yes, Sir Arthur Dane must understand. Whitebeard thought excitedly. Since those barbaric tin cans are so powerful, why did you still come to buy the Unsullied? The slave owner stood up and roared at the poor little translator. Ask this Westeros bitch, I want to see how she answers. How could this be difficult for Dany? Sigh, it is because I know how powerful the Westeros knights are that I plan to go bankrupt and buy all the Unsullied. Dany's expression was vivid as she lamented again and again. Virtuous lord, think about it, if one barbecued sausage can fill one's stomach, who would buy a second one? Isn't that a waste? With this money I might as well buy a cup of milk. I am worried that 8,000 Unsullied are not enough for the usurpers to kill. As she spoke, she looked at the fat slave owner seriously and asked, Virtuous lord, tell me the truth, is there really only 8,000? To be on the safe side, I think the more Unsullied the better. As Dany spoke, the little black girl translated. As Krasny listened, he held his head and crazily pulled his thick black and red hair. He was going crazy. Huff huff huff. After taking a few deep breaths, he pointed at Jorah Mormont and roared, Ask that bitch, since a knight is 100 gold royals, I will buy him for 300 gold radiance coins. Like queers, Aposta used radiance coins, and 3 gold radiance coins were equivalent to 1 gold royal. Ching. Jorah heard this and suddenly pulled out the long sword at his waist, pointing at the slave owner and cursing, You fat pig, go by your old ex. Seeing Jorah like this, Krasny laughed instead. He waved the guards away and said casually, See, he is very angry. What does that mean? It means that he feels insulted, because he feels that he is worth far more than 100 gold royals. My Unsullied have been trained since I was 5 years old, and in terms of martial arts training and health care, I am far better than a regular knight. Does knight training have such a high mortality rate as the Unsullied? The only thing that is valuable about a knight is the meaning of his identity. Noble? Ask this Westeros bitch, does she want a warrior or a noble? Tell her, Aposta's warrior, Cayuan's prostitute, Myreen's high-class slave, high-tech slave. Noble status is also a special characteristic. If you want to buy a noble, go to Myreen, you might be able to buy a few kings there, ha ha ha. The slave owner was not lying, the slaves themselves were not valuable. For example, Dany could buy 4 centaur slaves for 1 silver coin. But in the process of training a successful Unsullied, the slave owner paid too high a price. An Unsullied who received a spiked helmet, 5 slave warriors who died of exhaustion during training, and 10 children who did not pass the test were buried under their feet. The expenses of those who failed were naturally included in the cost of the Unsullied. So, the price of 160 gold royals was a little expensive, but it was not exorbitant. After pondering for a moment, Dany said, I bought a lot, can it be cheaper? The slave owner said a few words to the little interpreter, and the little black girl said, Your Majesty, use all your jewelry and goods to exchange for 4,000 Unsullied, and then the good Lord will give you an extra 100 Unsullied. Even a 10% discount was not enough, too stingy. May I ask if you have any other treasures that you have not shown? The little interpreter asked again. On the sea route from Queers to Aposta, I encountered a pirate ship, Dany said in a low voice. Good Lord, have you heard of the Red Demon that recently caused a stir in the Summer Sea? Hearing the little interpreter's words, the slave owner held onto the armrest of his chair, stood up in shock and asked, Did this bitch rob that pirate ship? No wonder she's so rich. The red-shelled ship docked at the dock is the Red Demon, the sea monster family of the Westeros Tywin Bay, Uluin Greyjoy. He is now locked up in the warehouse by me, Dany said. The slave owner's fat and sweaty right hand lightly patted the mahogany armrest and said in deliberation, I didn't expect that this group of people would even capture the Red Demon, Queers, and the Jade Sea City Alliance all issued a warrant for the One-Eyed Demon, adding up to 100,000 gold radiance coins. Tell that woman, the Red Demon ship and the Pirate King can be exchanged from me for 1,000 Unsullied. After hearing the little interpreter's words, Whitebeard hurriedly advised, Your Highness, Uluin is a baron. If you sell him as a slave, not only will the Greyjoy family feel great humiliation, all the nobles of the 7 kingdoms will feel the same. Not a slave, the little interpreter explained. The Red Demon is notorious in the Jade Sea. Many cities have a warrant for his arrest. Good Lord also said, not to mention a baron, even a king would not be able to exchange for 10 Unsullied. If it were any other place it would be fine to hand Uluin over to the city guards, but this is Slave Bay, Aposta, and the target is a notorious slave owner. Whitebeard was very anxious, afraid that Dany would sell Uluin. 1,000 Unsullied, Uluin is too valuable. In fact, Uluin was only worth 500 Unsullied, But the Serenity was in the limelight in the Jade Sea and the Summer Sea, so its value rose to 500 unsullied. Many cities wanted to study that ship, wanting to know why it was so fast. Danny waved her hand, telling the old man not to get excited. She meaningfully glanced at the slave owner and said with a smile, "I promised that if Yulun told me the correct way to enter the ruins of Valeglia, I would return him and his group of pirates their freedom. The queen's reputation is worth 3 dragons, 10,000 unsullied can't exchange for it." "Your Highness is wise." Whitebeard breathed a sigh of relief and praised with a smile. "The ruins of ancient Valeglia?" After hearing the little interpreter's words, the slave owner's face suddenly changed, his thick 3 chins trembling as he said, "Quickly, Nas the stupid sheep, quickly ask that bitch, did the red demon really go to the ruins of Valeglia in the Smoke Sea?" Dang dang dang. Danny knocked a few times on the black armor of Valeglia beside her. "Look at this low-key yet luxurious armor, and then look at the faint magic runes of Valeglia. Good lord, do you think that other than the Dragon King, who else has such a noble steel armor of Valeglia?" "Harpies above." The fat slave owner stared at Cora's armor until his eyes almost popped out 3 inches. He groaned and said, "Yesterday I thought that this barbarian knight and those, I thought that he made a fake Dragon King armor to pretend to be cultured. 6,000 years ago, the army of the sons of the Harpies of the Guji's empire was invincible on the continent, and the training method of the Unsullied was based on the Guji's army. Now, the Gujis who had fallen into slavery no longer had the bravery of their ancestors. In fact, after being tortured by Valeglia for 5,000 years, there were no pure Gujis at all in Slave Bay, they were all mixed blood. However, the slave owners of a post were still proud of their identity as the sons of the Harpies. They lived in pyramids, wore toka robes, and had their black and red hair standing up high. Then, the young man imitated the soldiers of the old empire, put on the Valeglia Dragon King armor, and commanded the eunuchs and slaves to fight each other in the arena, pretending that he was a general of the ancient empire, of Valeglia Dragon King. Chapter 92. Valeglia steel was very mysterious. Most people would not even see it once in their entire lives. But as long as one heard of its legend, even an ignorant person could easily tell if a real Valeglia steel weapon was real or fake. It was so hard that it was almost indestructible. One could easily pick up a metal weapon and slash it with a knife. Krasny was not an ordinary person. He did not need to slash it with a knife. When he walked over to take a closer look and felt the weight and texture of Cora's helmet, he immediately determined that it was the real deal. Even though the Targaryen family only had 2 Valeglia steel swords and no armor, a group of Valeglia nobles from Volantis had survived. They were not the Dragon King, but they had many Valeglia steel weapons. Among them were 1 or 2 sets of armor. But Krasny was sure that Cora's armor was not just any one of them. More importantly, as a rare and authentic product, Valeglia steel armor was too rare and unique. Anyone with rich experience would be able to tell the difference. A burning greed flashed in Krasny's eyes, but he quickly suppressed it. He returned to the large wooden chair beside the pool and said calmly, "Give me this armor, and you can take away everyone in a post who has no balls." "Don't even think about it, armor." Cora's face was red as he roared angrily at the slave master. Then he looked at Danny pitifully. The reluctance in his eyes was obvious. Danny patted his arm and looked helpless. She said to the slave master, "Other than the armor, Yulun also found a Dragon King's egg in the governor's mansion. A Dragon King lives in the governor's mansion. The dragon egg and the armor are the property of that Dragon King. I found that the egg is still alive, but..." At this point she hesitated for a moment and sighed. "I already have 3 dragons. I can sell the dragon egg to you." "Tria? Dragon egg?" Krasny stroked his plump chin and muttered, "Tria is one of the most prosperous cities besides Valeglia. It's normal to arrange for a Dragon King to be the governor. That red demon is really lucky. Not only did she pass through the Smoke Sea, she even found the Dragon King's residence. Oh, it should be that bitch queen's luck that is good. Slave, tell her that a dragon egg can't even be exchanged for 1,000 unsullied. I don't believe that the Dragon King's mansion only has armor and dragon eggs. I want more and more." He growled at the little interpreter. Upon hearing Little Blackie's words, Danny shrugged and said, "Before I hatched a dragon eggs were just decorations. But now that the magic tides have recovered, a living egg represents a dragon. A true dragon is only worth 1,000 eunuch slaves? Or is it because Benevolence Lord is ignorant and doesn't know about the magic tides?" "I know. Those damned Red Gods priests are spreading the news everywhere. They attribute it to the awakening of Lalo. The fat slave owner had a complicated expression. There was also a religious rebellion in Kal recently. A group of Red Gods believers used their newly acquired witchcraft to increase their power. They actually tried to burn the statue of the black goat god, Death. Sigh, those lunatics only know how to burn and burn. I heard that a red-robed priestess went to the Westeros and even burned the statues of the 7 gods on Dragonstone Island. Slave asked that bitch. Isn't she the princess of Dragonstone Island? Haha, her statue was burned. The black goat god was the main religion in Kal. The Light King Lalo was a minority. Even the statues of the 7 gods were burned? Whitebeard didn't care about Kal at all. But when he heard that the red-robed priestess had abolished the faith of the 7 gods on Dragonstone Island, he frowned. Stannis is crazy. He must have been bewitched by that priestess. Cora sighed. He's finished. He's the first to be eliminated in the 4 Kings contest. Even Aegon, who has 3 dragons, has to convert to the Church of the 7 Gods. Stannis is nothing. The Valeglia people had their own beliefs. Balerion, Vargal, and Miracis were the names of the gods. The Targaryens had also worshipped them for generations. In order to integrate into the Andrian civilization, Aegon had spent a lot of money. But Dany remembered what she saw in the Immortal Hall. The Great Wizard of Valeglia revealed that the Valeglia people were no longer satisfied with ruling the world. They wanted to advance to the realm of the gods. They sealed Lalo and created their own gods, Balerion, Vargal, and Miracis. The 3 gods were demigods. When Valeglia was destroyed in the Great Cataclysm, Balerion and the others must have died with it. It was normal for Aegon to change his faith. It could also be the final blow to the dying demigods, completely cutting off the source of the power of faith. That's not right. Because the 3 dragons of the Targaryen family, Balerion, Vargal, and Miracis, were sung by millions of Westeros for generations. She couldn't help but smile bitterly and shake her head. The information about the gods was all from the Great Wizard. It was incomplete and hard to distinguish between the truth and the lies. The gods were too far away from her, so there was no need to waste too much energy. But Dany's expression was misunderstood by others. She was sad and helpless for what happened to her family. Stannis has gone against the tide. He will definitely suffer retribution. Whitebeard comforted her softly. When you kings landing in the 7 kingdoms, you can ask the Archbishop to go to Dragonstone Island and personally consecrate the new statues. Maybe Stannis is already dead. Cora also comforted from the side. Dany rolled her eyes in her heart. You guys are thinking too much. Even if Erlu dug up the Targaryen ancestral graves, she wouldn't be moved at all, let alone the statues of the 7 gods. Besides, Erlu wouldn't die so early. Other than King Balon, who was secretly shooting from the back. P.S. There were now 4 kings on the surface. Joffrey with a lion's soul and deer skin, Robb Stark who broke off the engagement, the 2nd son of the House of Lou, Stannis, and the 3rd son of the House of Lou, Renly. It seemed that Erlu was going against the tide and would be the first to be eliminated, but the red-robed priestess was really powerful. With hundreds of years of practice, she could be called the #1 wizard in wandering power. When Joffrey, the 2nd son of the Mad King, Robb who broke off the engagement, Renly, and even King Balon are all dead, Erlu is still alive and well. These Westeros are chattering endlessly. Do you still want to buy the Unsullied? Even though he was the one who started the conversation, the fat slave owner still scolded the little interpreter and urged, "Tell that bitch queen that I don't care about the demonic wave. A dragon egg is not worth a dragon unless she helps me hatch the dragon. Your Majesty, the benevolent lord doesn't think that he can hatch a dragon with a dragon egg. Or, can you help him hatch the dragon?" Blackie said tactfully. "Sigh, the price of hatching a dragon is too high. I can't bear it." Dany shook her head bitterly. "Master, hatching a dragon requires a great price. The Queen of the Westeros seems to be very sad. She doesn't want to hatch a dragon for you." The fat slave owner was interested. He opened his mouth and laughed. "Ask her, how do you hatch a dragon? What price did that bitch pay?" "I'm not sure." Dany's expression became more and more sorrowful. "A witch from Asha told me that a life in exchange for a life. The birth of every dragon represents the death of one of my loved ones. The life of my loved one is exchanged for the soul of the dragon from the kingdom of the dead. So, my dragon is my loved one. It's a child that I can't give up. A life in exchange for a life." Krasny murmured. "It's so familiar. It seems to be the doctrine of the Lord of Shadows, Lalo." Dany continued, The witch's words seemed to make sense. Everyone thinks that my black dragon is the reincarnation of Beleriand. He has been reborn from the kingdom of the dead. Is it really that similar? Krasny was surprised. If you don't believe me, you can ask my subordinates. It was indeed very similar. Korra had said more than once that Black Diamond may be the reincarnation of Beleriand. Later, when Whitebeard saw the process of big black hunting whales, he even said, "It is Beleriand." After the slave owner got the unanimous answer from Korra and the others, he thought and asked, "Is that witch a follower of the Shadow Lalo, the devil in the shadows? Which Millie seems to be able to control the Shadow Devil." Danny nodded. "It's him. Lalo has two sides. The light brings the shadow, so the Lord of Light, Lalo, is also known as the God of Shadow and Fire." The fat slave owner nodded and touched his fat chin thoughtfully. "It turns out that the Shadow Priest can help to hatch a dragon. I didn't." His voice was getting lower and lower, and his eyes were getting brighter as if he had made a decision in his heart. "Tell the little queen." The fat man waved his hand to the little interpreter and grinned. "If she can prove that the dragon egg is real, I'm willing to persuade other good masters to exchange it for a sky-high price of 3,000 unsullied. I heard that there are more than 8,000 unsullied in Apasta? All the wealth and the dragon egg can only be exchanged for 7,100 unsullied. If I tell the good master that there's a sea route to the ruins of Valeglia, I wonder if I can exchange it for the remaining eunuchs in the city?" Danny asked. "Are you sure it's a safe sea route?" The fat slave owner was doubtful. "I'm not sure." Danny shook her head. "Since I know that Yu Luin has successfully explored Tria, I naturally want to try my luck. So I used his freedom as a condition to exchange for a sea map from him." "I see." Krazini smiled and said to the little interpreter, "I didn't expect this little bitch to be so smart. But she's still not smart enough. The sea map could be fake. It's better to let the Red Devil personally lead the way." Just as Little Black opened her mouth and was about to translate his words, the fat slave quickly shouted, "Idiot, shut up, you brainless sheep. No matter how many treasures and secret arts there are in the ruins of Valeglia, I'll still feel that it's too little if there's one more person to divide. Tell that bitch I'll gather all the good masters to discuss this matter tomorrow. If the Red Devil personally proves that the sea route is real, then I'll agree to her trade plan." Chapter 93. When she saw Yu Luin again, Danny was shocked to find that the burns on his face had already scabbed over. As a medical student, she knew how difficult it was to treat severe burns. Suppuration, infection, fever, inflammation. If she saw a weak patient with a white bandage around his head that was soaked in reddish-brown pus and blood, she would feel that it was normal. But Yu Luin actually walked over casually while dragging the heavy chains. "How did your injuries heal so quickly?" she asked doubtfully. Yu Luin's bright blue right eye looked at Danny's fair and smooth face and laughed. "Aren't you faster than me? Let's not talk about these useless things. Now that the ship has reached the shore, when are you going to let me go?" "I was planning to release you immediately after you have recovered." Waving to the centaur who was escorting Yu Luin, Danny ordered, "Release Sir Yu Luin's chains. He is no longer a prisoner." The centaur looked at Korra, Whitebeard, Beavis, Ago and the rest behind her. Feeling that Calixi's safety was not threatened, he stepped forward without saying a word and deftly released the chains around Yu Luin's wrists and ankles. "Jichi, bring the new clothes I bought today for Sir Yu Luin to change into." Danny ordered the centaur maid. Yu Luin tilted his neck and after stretching his limbs, he looked at Danny in confusion and asked, "What do you want me to do?" She touched her nose and waved for Doria to bring Yu Luin a small stool. When Yu Luin sat down with a doubtful look, she said, "It's not a big deal. I was planning to buy a batch of Immaculate in Apasta, but I don't have enough money." "What?" Yu Luin flew into a rage. "You actually sold me out? Selling slaves is prohibited in the Seven Kingdoms. If you were worth as much as a dragon egg, I would have sold you." Calm down, calm down." Danny pressed her right hand down and comforted him. "Don't worry, you're not worth much." This sentence seemed to poke at Crow's Eye's weak heart. He interrupted her for the second time and said angrily, "More than a dozen countries in the Jade Sea have put a high bounty on me. Are you saying that I'm worthless?" Danny shrugged. "At most, a few tens of thousands of gold royals. It's nothing. Or, to you, a few tens of thousands of gold royals is a huge sum?" That's right. It's nothing to you. After all, you've robbed me of a ship's worth of treasures." Yu Luin sneered. "To be honest, your ship's worth of treasures is only around 500,000 gold royals. It really isn't much. Robert Baratheon's external debt is over 6 million gold royals. As the legitimate queen of children, I should be more ostentatious than him, right? Dany said calmly. What extravagance does a king who has lost his kingdom have? I've heard that the people of the free cities all call your brother the beggar king. As for you? Yuluen clicked his tongue but did not finish his sentence. Barefoot Princess was Dany Rise's nickname in the streets. Due to poverty and the hot weather in Tarosai and Mill's generation, Viserys did not have the money to buy shoes for his sister. Little Dany Rise often walked barefoot in the streets of the free cities. Your Highness, the Kingsguard has the responsibility to protect your dignity. Even if you pardon Crow's Eye's crime of regicide, please let me duel with him. Cora held his sword with his right hand and stared coldly at Yuluen as he spoke. Give me back my armor and I'll fight you with only one hand. Yuluen rolled his eyes and mocked. Sigh, this was supposed to be something that could be explained in a few simple sentences. Now that you've interrupted, it's getting noisy. Dany rubbed her temples and said directly, I'll sell the dragon egg you found in the ruins of Valeglia and the map of the Sea of Smoke. Tomorrow morning, you'll come with me to the slave master and tell him everything about the exploration of Valeglia. After the deal is done the day after tomorrow, I'll let you go immediately. Your pirate brothers will also leave with you. Is there a problem? She asked. Yes. Yuluen nodded and said doubtfully, the dragon egg was not found in Valeglia. I robbed it from the Jade Sea. So you lied to me? Dany looked down and chewed on a big persimmon while mumbling, the Jade Sea dragon egg is not unique. The Valeglia Dragon King's dragon egg is the only one in the world. Without a doubt, the latter is more valuable. You said that you found the armor and the dragon egg at the same time in the governor's castle. Are you going back on your words now? If you lied to me last time, our agreement can no longer be continued. Don't blame me for going back on my words. It was you who broke your promise first. I remembered wrongly. Yuluen immediately nodded and admitted, the dragon egg was found in Tria. There might be more than one. I went in a hurry and did not have enough manpower. I did not even excavate the castle. If the benevolent lords were well prepared, they might be able to find the dragon's nest and Valeglia's steel armory. Oh, if that's the case, I've lost a lot. Dany wiped the juice from the corner of her mouth and sighed. Yes, the benevolent lords have made a fortune. Yuluen also sighed as if he felt sorry for his queen. Here, Dany handed over a big persimmon, it's very sweet. Whitebeard and Cora looked at the two people chewing on the persimmon with a blank expression. The third meeting with the benevolent lords was held in the punishment square. The Pride Square was the place to view the goods, while the punishment square was the slave training ground. It was located behind the main gate of Astapor, which was equivalent to the Meridian Gate Square of the Forbidden City. Rebellious and disobedient slaves would be punished or executed there. The dock area where the fleet was located at the northwest corner of Astapor. To get to the punishment square, they had to go around a quarter of the city. Along the way, Dany saw the true appearance of the city of slaves. More than 10 tall and magnificent pyramids took up half of the city's land. The rest of the buildings were so short and dilapidated. The narrow alleyways were overflowing with sewage. When the fleet passed by, it startled a group of buzzing flies. A naked little girl with a back that was peeling from the sun squatted by the overflowing red brick gutter to take a dump. The sound of horse hooves and wheels running over the uneven road startled her. The girl stared blankly at Dany and the others with her big brown eyes. Then she lowered her head and continued. After passing through a small alley with low eaves, they walked along a red brick street that was close to the ancient wall of the city. When they passed by the ancient wall, Dany saw a crumbling wall full of cracks. She was very worried that it would collapse towards her. There was no bronze harpy statue in the punishment square. There was a huge wooden platform placed in the center. Just like the gallows in the Western world and the guillotine in the Eastern world, rebellious slaves were tortured, skinned, strangled, and finally displayed on the wooden platform. The first thing a new slave saw after entering the city was this platform. Obviously, the benevolent lord was very proficient in how to train obedient slaves. The ox cart stopped at the front of the square. As soon as Dany got off, she saw a little black girl in a gray linen dress waiting there. The little black girl with a flat and round face trotted over and bowed in a way of prostrating herself on the ground. She said, "Your Majesty the Queen, the benevolent lord has asked me to serve you for the rest of the journey. If the transaction is completed, I will give it to your Majesty as a gift and help your Majesty teach the Unsullied the Westeros language." "Get up, little girl." Dany walked over and helped her up. She smiled and asked, What's your name? How old are you? My name is Missandei. I'm 10 years old this year, the little black girl said. Danny was stunned. Missandei was a very important and outstanding supporting character in the Game of Thrones. She was almost equivalent to Danny in Rise's Shangguan Wanhu. However, although Missandei was also a little black girl, she was obviously an adult. At first she was a little disappointed. She thought that the time was not right and she missed the little black girl. She did not expect the plot to change so much. Missandei was actually a child? Danny touched Missandei's watermelon-shaped head and smiled. I'm Danny Rise Targaryen. Do you know? I know. Approaching the wooden platform at first glance, Danny thought that the slave on the platform was a special race with skin like a striped horse. But when she got closer and took a closer look, she found that it was not skin at all. The slave did not have skin at all. Like peeling an apple, the skin of the disobedient slave was peeled off in strips, like the curled apple skin, forming a zebra skin of different colors. The slave was not dead yet. The bright red muscles under the black and white stripes were still wriggling irregularly. It seemed that the green flies and fat maggots moving between the muscles had triggered the nerve endings. What did he do? Danny's face was pale. She pointed at the skinless man and asked. He was whipped for resisting. When the good Lord asked him if he realized his lowly nature, the slave tied to the cross spat a mouthful of bloody phlegm at the good Lord. Danny pointed to another slave. One of his arms was covered with black flies from his fingers to his elbow. The rest of his body was intact, but he was not breathing. What did this man do? He was a new slave, and when his master hit him with the whip, he raised his hand against it. The master smeared thick honey on the hand and then poured a box of long-horned ants on him. Missandei's little black face was a little pale. The slave howled for 3 days and 3 nights before he died. The new slave did not dare to resist. Beast. Whitebeard's eyes were burning with anger. The cane in his hand kept thumping on the brick ground. Let's go. Take me to see the good lords. The pyramid behind the punishment square was 100 meters high, the tallest and largest building in Astapor. While climbing the stairs, Missandei told Danny that the pyramid belonged to Graz, Dan Mo Urho. It had 33 floors. The bottom floor had a prison, a slave lounge, a warehouse, a servant's living room, a storeroom, a study, and a reception room for the good lords. This time, a total of 8 good lords wanted to see Danny. They were the most powerful people in Astapor. Among them, Graz, Dan was the leader. Krasny, who had talked business with Danny before, was far inferior to him. At the same time, Missandei also reminded Danny that 5 of the 8 good lords waiting for her in the top floor conference room were called Graz, Dan, and 2 were called Krasny. When she called them, it was best to add their surnames. Danny was suddenly confused. In her eyes, the Gith people with black and red hair and amber skin looked almost the same. Just like the black uncle in the eyes of the people of the Celestial Empire, they were completely indistinguishable. Now that even the names were the same, what should she do? Chapter 94. Even though she despised the slave trade of the Gith people, Danny, who came from a modern society, had to admit that the architecture of the Gith people was peerless. Before entering the pyramid, she had always thought that the interior of the stone hall would be dark and damp, with foul air, cramped and dirty. She did not expect that the reception room on the top floor was 200 square meters wide. The ceiling was supported by thick stone pillars and painted with bright paintings. The walls on all sides were slanted with bright glass windows. Breezes entered the hall from the hidden air vents, bringing with them the fragrance of flowers and fruits from the courtyard on the upper floor. It was cool, refreshing, bright, gorgeous, and neat. It was a gorgeous palace. There were 8 huge wooden chairs in a row at the top, on which sat 8 stout, fat, amber-skinned, wide-nosed, black-eyed, and black-red hair. Danny was almost dazzled and thought that Krasny had used Shadow Doppelganger. Fortunately, their toka robes were different. In Astapor, only free people were allowed to wear toka robes. The Gith people in Mirin and Kayuan were also popular with toka robes. In Quills, women wore a variant of toka robes, also called Quills robes. The toka robes of the Gith people and Quills people both exposed their breasts. In the original work, Danny Rise often showed a cute little Xiaomi in public. The Quills robes were similar to sleeveless dresses, with the cloth belt on one shoulder cut off. The toka robes of the Gith people were more like ceremonial accessories than clothes. They chose the most gorgeous cloth to drape over one shoulder and fixed the hem to the other side of the waist with one hand. They had to be held at all times to prevent the robes from falling off. The tassels on the toka robes represented status. At this time, among the 8 benefactors in the Cool Hall, Grazadin, who was the most senior and also the owner of this place, had a large white pearl tassel. Krasny and the other 4 had golden tassels. The slave owners sitting on both sides of the hall wore toka robes with silver tassels. With Missandei's whisper, Danny finally finished greeting the 8 merchants one by one. Grazadin, the master, had 6 servants behind him, and 2 or 3 servants behind each of the other benefactors. After the ceremony, Grazadin's servant brought 2 purple wooden chairs for Danny, which were half the height of the benevolent master's chairs. There were a lot of people on Danny's side, including Whitebeard, Beavis, Cora, 3 Blood Alliance guards, Jichi, Ellie and Yuluan. Doria and Kailo remained on the boat to watch over the 3 dragons. Your Majesty, the good lord said that the other chair was prepared for Sir Yuluan, Missandei reminded in a low voice. The little girl was a little afraid of Yuluan, whose face was covered in burned scars. She didn't even dare to look him in the eye, but Crow's Eye was still giving him a devilish smile. When the 2 of them were seated, Dan asked in the common tongue, Westeros, why do you want to buy so many unsullied? Other than the 8,600 who are completely unsullied, there are still 5,000 eunuchs who have yet to pass the test. Benevolent Lord, do you know the current situation of the Westeros? Danny asked instead of answering. I heard it's very chaotic. A few kings are fighting over an iron chair full of spikes, Dan mocked. Each of them has at least 10,000 warriors. And Tywin Lannister is so rich that even the people of Quills know that he once lent the Iron Throne 3 million gold royals. Wow, is that true? 3 million gold royals is almost 10 million gold radiance coins. That's enough to buy tens of thousands of unsullied. It should be true. I heard that even Duke Tywin's shit is gold. I didn't expect those Western barbarians to be so rich. The extravagant benevolent masters were also shocked and started whispering to each other. Danny glanced at the benevolent masters and said, Do you understand now? My enemy is too strong. Even if there are 20,000 more unsullied, I don't have the confidence to take back my kingdom, let alone 8,600 unsullied. In other words, it's not that I want to buy 13,600 eunuch warriors, but that you only have 13,600 warriors to sell to me. Her words made so much sense that the 8 benevolent masters fell silent. Even with their arrogance, they didn't dare claim that 8,000 unsullied could sweep through the 7 kingdoms. It was simply impossible. We can't sell boys who haven't completed their training, the silver-tasseled Dan on the right suddenly said to the others. We're slave merchants. Only the customers pay. Why can't we sell what we have? A fat golden-tasseled Dan said. The third Dan sneered, They haven't killed a baby, so they're not unsullied. If they don't perform well on the battlefield in the future, it'll definitely damage our reputation. Moreover, she's not the only buyer. Many others are waiting to receive their goods. But the Unsullied's training period is at least 10 years. If we sell them all, Aposta will have 10 years of free time. Haha, 10 years. In 10 years, perhaps the world will have forgotten about the existence of the Unsullied. Seeing Grazadin's hesitant expression, Danny immediately said loudly, Dear benefactors, I would like to ask you a question. What is it? Krozik asked. May I ask, am I the biggest customer in Astapor's history? Well, you're not. Dan thought for a moment and said, About 2,000 years ago, Valeglia and Lorna started a war because of a trade dispute. At the beginning of the war, the proud people of Valeglia didn't pay much attention to the Lorna. Only a single dragon king participated in the war. The leader of the Lorna, Prince Jaren, gathered a huge army of 250,000 people. There were also countless powerful water wizards in the army. Valeglia's army of 100,000 was wiped out, and several Megalosaurus were shot dead. Because the enemy had water wizards, the flames of the Megalosaurus couldn't hurt the Lorna. Even worse, the water wizards summoned a flood of the Lone River and drowned Valansis, a great fortress of Valeglia's freedom. Hundreds of thousands of people died in the flood. Seeing Prince Jaren's army approaching the city, the people of Volantis were scared to death. They immediately ordered all the Unsullied from us, a total of 30,000. Danny was so attracted by the story that she even forgot her previous purpose. She asked curiously, 30,000 Unsullied failed to protect Volantis? If it had succeeded, these slave traders wouldn't have been talking about 3,000 Unsullied to protect Kihor every day. 250,000 Lorna and water wizards who could use water-forbidden spells were much more superior than 20,000 barbaric centaurs. Slave Master Gith rolled his eyes at Danny and said calmly, "If it had failed, would there still be Volantis today?" Valeglia made a move. 300 megalosaurus covered the sky. I heard that even the lone river evaporated under the dragon's flames. How could the water wizards withstand it? It turned out that the Unsullied were just bystanders in the Great War. Well, in the Great War of the other demons and wandering power, the Unsullied were bystanders again. Ahem, am I the customer who bought the most Unsullied in the past 1,000 years? She asked again. So what if I am? The people of the world will definitely pay attention to the results of my operation this time. If the restoration of the country fails, the Unsullied will be swept away by the Westeros Knights because of the lack of numbers. What do you think the others will think? This. The benevolent lord's faces changed, and they immediately had a bad idea. If Danny failed, the huge damage to her reputation was far from something that could be compensated for by 3,000 Unsullied to protect Kihor. Everyone think about it again. If I succeed in restoring the country, will the people of the world praise the story of Unsullied are unrivaled throughout the ages? This. The benevolent lord's faces changed again, and a wonderful thought came to their minds. If Danny succeeded, the story of 3,000 Unsullied to protect Kihor could be retired. From now on, they would tell everyone the great story of 13,000 Unsullied destroyed the 7 kingdoms. I have dragons, so there's a high chance of success. But if there are too few Unsullied and it's too inconspicuous, people will think that the Megalosaurus is the key to my success. Danny said with a smile. All right. Grazadin and his 7 colleagues looked at each other, and finally decided. As long as you can afford it, all the eunuchs in Astapor will be yours. Sir Yuluen. Danny leaned back in her chair and stretched out her hand leisurely. It's your turn. Yuluen blabbered on about how he passed through the Sea of Smoke, how he encountered the curse, how he found the governor's castle, how he found the dragon egg in armor, how he got lost in the accident, and how he finally rushed out of the Wall of Storm. During this time, the benevolent lords asked many questions about the sea route, the situation in Tria, and so on, and Yuluen answered them one by one. He really went to the ruins of Valeglia and was not bragging. No matter how the benevolent lords interrogated him, he could give answers that satisfied and amazed them. I swear in the name of Inami and the Greyjoy family that the sea map I drew is absolutely true. Finally, Yuluen solemnly swore to the benevolent lords. You're a pirate. What's the use of swearing? Someone doubted. Danny explained, you may not understand the teachings of the Inami. Legend has it that the Inami created the time in for them to rape and pillage. If you don't rob and make money by proper means, it goes against the ancient path and the teachings of the gods. You know quite a lot. Yuluen's right blue eye flashed with a strange light. Danny was right, but there was one thing she had missed. Yuluen was a rebel. Although he was time in, he did not believe in the Inami. Instead, he had sacrificed many times to the enemy of the Inami, the god of storm. Yuluen could pass through the Sea of Smoke, be immune to the curse, and pass through the Wall of Storm because he sacrificed a large number of slaves to the god of storm. In this fantasy world, blood sacrifice was definitely not a superstition. If Danny was proficient in heraldry and time-in culture, she might be able to find clues from Yuluen's personal coat of arms. Yuluen's personal coat of arms was a black iron crown supported by 2 crows, with a black pupil and a red eye below. The most distinctive feature of the god of storm was that he had 2 crow servants. Yuluen not only had a crow coat of arms, but his nickname was also Crow's Eye. The benevolent lords discussed with each other for more than half an hour. Finally, it was Glasden who spoke. A sea map to explore the ruins of Valeglia is indeed worth 1,000 Unsullied and 5,000 eunuch apprentices. But I have to be assured that this information is only known to both of us. If you take out the sea map and sell it every time you come to a city, then we will lose a lot. If the sea map was real, not to mention 1,000 Unsullied and 5,000 eunuch apprentices, even 20,000 Unsullied would be worth it. As long as they could find a Valeglia steel sword, they would be able to recoup their losses. The benevolent lord is very thoughtful. I swear on the honor of the Queen of the 7 Kingdoms and House Targaryen that I will never sell the sea map again. Glasden glanced at the smiling Yuluen and nodded solemnly. Deal? The others repeated Glasden's words. Deal? Deal. A total of 8 deals. Before leaving, Krasniamanekras pointed at Missandei and said, This clever little slave is yours. She will teach the Unsullied your language. Missandei translated to Danny. Your Highness, the benevolent lord has given this little one to you. Well, you are mine. Come back with me. Danny nodded and was about to leave. Wait. Chapter 95. Wait a minute. Danny was about to leave with her brothers when Grazadin of Pearl Tassels stopped her. We are very happy to have completed this big business today. We will hold a celebration in the Grand Arena. Mother of Dragons, come with us. The Astapor people will give you the best show. Now? Danny asked. The Grand Arena is behind my pyramid and it is also my property. We can go down now and watch the duel immediately, Grazadin said proudly. Danny did not want to go. She knew how bloody and cruel the slave duel was, but the master had invited her. She would be very different if she refused. In the slave trade, every participant was guilty. But just like the flower deal in the movie, the seller asked you to try some, but you said that you never used it. It would be difficult to continue the business, so the police would follow the tradition when they were undercover. All right. Danny nodded in agreement. Immediately, a servant walked quickly to the top garden and waved a red flag. The masters did not stop. With the help of the servant, they sat on the palanquin and went down the pyramid from the back door. Danny did not have a palanquin, and the masters did not prepare one for her. She, Cora, Whitebeard, and others followed the masters down the stone steps. In the process of going down the pyramid, Danny was more and more impressed with the ingenious design of the Gith people. There were several systems for the stairs in and out of the pyramid. There were stairs for climbing on all four sides of the pyramid, and there was also a set of circular stone stairs inside. The internal stairs not only connected all the rooms in the tower, but also to the entrances of the external stairs on all four sides. Similarly, because of the circular shape, the internal stairs were far more gentle than the external stairs. Sitting on the palanquin and going down the stairs was almost no different from walking on the ground. As she went down the circular stairs, Danny passed by a spacious and bright stone house. There were a few old white-haired and white-bearded scholars who were teaching Grazadin's children. She also smelled the fragrance of the stone kitchen. The chef's yelling stopped abruptly when the masters arrived. The busy textile workers caught a glimpse of the masters outside the door. They stopped what they were doing and knelt down to kowtow. The wine cellar, the slave training room, every time the benevolent lord went up and down the pyramid, it was equivalent to the process of a king inspecting his territory. Just like that, they ruled their little kingdom year after year. Now, it had been more than 5,000 years. Perhaps their rule would continue for another 10,000 years, 100,000 years, perhaps. As Dan had said, the Grand Arena was behind his pyramid. The Astapor City Gate, the Punishment Square, the Great Pyramid, and the arena were on a central axis. The magnificent pyramid towered into the clouds, but the huge arena was dug into the ground. It was a deep pit the size of a bowl, surrounded by red brick seats for spectators. Between the pyramid and the rostrum of the arena, there was a stone passage hidden underground. It was very spacious, enough for an elephant to pass through. On both sides of the stone passage were stone houses with iron fences. Slaves, gladiators, lions, colossi, wolves, and other consumables for duels lived in them. When I find the shadow priest to hatch the dragon, I'll build a dragon cave here. The benevolent masters at the front completely ignored Danny and the others at the back and laughed as they imagined the future. It must be exciting to see a fire dragon eating people, another benevolent master agreed. Ahem, even if the dragon is hatched, have you thought about how to control it? Yuluin smiled strangely and said in Valeglia. If you don't seek death, you won't die. If you seek death, you will definitely die. If you're not afraid of death, continue to seek death, Danny said in a low voice. The benevolent masters at the front were a little far away. They did not hear her words, nor did they see her lips move. However, Yuluin's words were clearly transmitted into the passage in front of them. The benevolent master's chatter and laughter suddenly stopped. After they exchanged glances, their old friend Krasny asked, Sir Yuluin, what do you want to say? Feeling the sharpness on his back, Yuluin touched his nose and said with a smile, I want to tell you to go to the ruins of Valeglia as soon as possible. There is a secret technique to control the Megalosaurus and countless dragon eggs there. If it's possible, we can work together. Yuluin, you have no right to speak here, Danny shouted loudly and forcibly ended the topic. When the benevolent masters turned around and continued to walk forward, Danny waved her hand and asked Adger to take back the Iraq machete on Yuluin's back. Yuluin reached out and touched his back. He found that his fingertips were stained with some dark red. He smiled and said, Your Majesty, I'll be a free man tomorrow. That's also tomorrow. Today at this moment you'd better be honest, Danny said lightly. Hoo-ha, hoo-ha, hoo-ha. The dazzling skylight shone into the tunnel from the exit, accompanied by the sound of ha. Just half an hour after the benevolent masters and Danny came down from the pyramid, the arena was already full of Gith people with black and red hair standing upright. Compared with modern basketball and football stadiums, this arena was not too big. Danny estimated that there should be no more than 3,000 spectators. The dual arena below was a round mud land with a diameter of 50 meters, and in the center stood a majestic muscular man. He only wrapped a piece of white cloth around his waist, waving his arms and shouting, "Ha!" loudly. The atmosphere of the scene had been set off to the highest point. The 8 benevolent masters had fixed seats, sitting at the highest point of the rostrum. Although Danny was a distinguished guest, she was only given a wooden chair on the red brick stairs one level lower. Yulun sat next to her, and Cora, Whitebeard, and others did not even have a seat. Gith people are so arrogant. Cora complained behind Danny. We shouldn't have come here. How can the guest refuse the invitation of the host? Danny sighed and comforted him. Since we're here, we'll take it easy. It's almost noon and the duel will be over soon. It won't be over soon, Master, Miss Andy said. The benevolent masters will have lunch and even dinner in the arena. Many times they will duel until dark. Oh, we really shouldn't have come. Danny was stunned and sighed. Suddenly the noisy ha disappeared, and the arena quieted down. The muscular man retreated into the corridor, and a middle-aged man in a yellow toka robe came out of the corridor, followed by a group of slaves. The slaves quickly nailed 3 wooden crosses in the center of the arena, and then 3 ignorant girls of 4 or 5 years old were tied to the crosses. 3 more slaves came, each carrying a large clay pot, and poured the viscous liquid in it on the 3 girls. The 2 white girls cried, and the bronze-skinned centaur girl was only stunned for a moment. She opened her mouth that was missing a few teeth and greedily sucked the brown liquid flowing to her lips. Her face was full of satisfaction and joy. After a while, a mixture of sweet, stinky, and fishy smell came to Danny. For the great son of the harpy, today's appetizer is the love of the hungry bear. The 3 slaves will be drizzled with honey, fresh human blood, and rotten fish and shrimp, and then our giant bear Pluto will choose his favorite food. Which one do you think Mr. Hungry Bear will choose first? The host waved at the opposite animal pen, and shouted as he retreated to the corridor, "Now, let's welcome our giant bear who has been hungry for 10 days, Pluto XXI. Roar." The sound waves spread throughout the arena, and the cheering Gith people quieted down. The iron fence was only halfway up when the 3-meter-tall black bear impatiently came out of the gap, and the huge force made the iron fence as thick as an arm slightly deformed. Thump, thump, thump. The giant bear ran on all 4s, leaving a trail of red dust on the ground. It almost didn't hesitate for a moment, and went straight to the centaur girl who was still licking the honey with her tongue out. Crack. The giant bear's mouth was as big as a wash basin, and juice dripped from its furry mouth as if it had bitten off a section of sugar cane. Ugh. Danny squatted on the ground, vomiting, snot, and tears all at once. This Westeros bitch is scared. Krasny smiled and said to the benevolent lord beside him, "Calixi, are you okay?" The centaur maid held Danny and asked. Cora and Whitebeard also looked at her nervously. "Oh, I'm fine." Danny didn't get up, but squatted on the ground and said in a muffled voice. Yulun watched the giant bear eat 3 sections of sugarcane with relish, and said to Grazadin with a smile, "Benevolent Lord, although this program is exciting, it's not exciting enough. I actually quite like to watch duelists. It's lonely on the sea, so I used blood to summon a group of sharks, and threw the same number of sailors into the sea, each with a scimitar and blood-soaked clothes. TSK, that's what I call exciting." This. Grazadin took a deep breath, touched his fat chin and commented, not bad, it's exciting just thinking about it. It even gives me the idea of building an arena on the water. But if you keep playing like this on the sea, I'm afraid there won't be enough sailors. Hey, have you forgotten what I do? Yulun waved his hand nonchalantly and said with a smile, "For us time in, anything on the sea is at our disposal. Treasures, women, men. As long as we are a little frugal in the process, how many gladiators can we find? Yulun, if you open your mouth again, I'll immediately send you down to perform for everyone." Danny stood up and slapped his scabbed face. The lazy smile in Yulun's blue right eye turned vicious, and Danny looked at him coldly. "If you dare to dodge, if you dare to resist, I'll chop off one of your hands." Then, under Yulun's venomous gaze, she slapped him 7 or 8 more times. Yuluin's hands were red, and the scabs on his face were broken, and blood was oozing out. Throughout the whole process, the benevolent lords were laughing and pointing at them. After Danny finished venting her anger and returned to her seat, Grazidan smiled at Yuluin, whose face was covered in blood, and said, "Actually, we also have a super exciting program. The Hungry Bear's love was just an appetizer." Next up is The Big Bear and the Little Girl. The host's shout drowned out the benevolent lord's words. Next, let's see if the giant bear Pluto can keep his name. Let's welcome our fiercest bitch. Chapter 96. The benevolent lord calls the giant bear Pluto, the lion Hades, the elephant Angela. The last giant brown bear was called Pluto XXVI. It died under the gladiator's spear, and the current giant black bear inherited the name Pluto XXVI, Missandei whispered to Danny. Danny pointed to the black-haired little girl who was slowly walking out of the tunnel and asked, "What's her name? What does she do?" The girl was about the same age as Missandei, no more than 10 years old. She had short black hair, white skin, ordinary facial features, squinting eyes, and a little baby fat on her cheeks, like Beavis' belly, with crisscrossing light-colored scars. She's called Bitch, an assassin raised by the benevolent Lord Grazidan Mo Eras. She's also a powerful gladiator, Missandei said. Bitch. Danny murmured, that fat pig has a big heart, or is he very confident in his skills in training slaves? Bitch was barefoot, wearing a linen blouse with a tight belt. A 30-centimeter-long dagger hung from the belt, and she wore a pair of fluffy bloomers. After a few words, the host had already stepped down, and an absolutely disproportionate battle began in the arena below. Bitch seemed to bear all her strength with one foot, and the other foot was slightly suspended a few centimeters above the ground. She held the dagger with one hand and pointed it at the giant bear. "Water dancer!" Cora exclaimed in a low voice. The 3-meter-tall giant black bear did not care about the girl who was shorter than its legs at all. The 3 sugarcane could not satisfy its hunger, and the appetizer dessert made it even hungrier. It just wanted to eat the sweet sugarcane again. Roar! The giant bear opened its mouth and bit down like before. But Bitch was not a girl tied to a wooden stake. She could not only dodge but also move very quickly. Danny could barely see what she did, but she felt her vision blurred. The little girl came to the right side of the black bear and let the giant bear bite a mouthful of red mud. A basin-sized hole appeared on the soft ground. Danny finally saw the bitch's next move clearly. Like a nimble kitten, she jumped onto the giant bear's right paw and ran along the back of the bear's hand, wrist, forearm, and upper arm as if she was sprinting over 100 meters on the ground. Like a gust of wind, she came to the back of the giant bear's neck and stabbed the sharp sword in her hand. Not good. As soon as he saw the bitch running, Whitebeard guessed what she was thinking. His expression changed and he said, "She is small and weak. The dagger can't penetrate her neck." The whole process was too fast. Before the old man could even exclaim, the sword had already stabbed down. The result was worse than what Whitebeard had expected. It seemed that the sword was stuck in the bones. The thin blade did not penetrate deep into the flesh. The giant bear roared in pain. Its voice was like a thunderclap. At the same time, it slapped the back of its neck with its big paw. Danny exclaimed. The next moment, the scream stopped abruptly. The girl, who was squatting on the back of the giant bear's neck, was blown down like a leaf by the wind brought by the bear's paw. No, the direction of the fall was wrong. The girl fell on the front of the giant bear's face. Falling from the sky for just a second or two, Danny saw 3 silver flashes. Ouch! The giant bear covered its face with one hand and howled miserably. Black blood soaked the black fur on the back of the bear's paw. The other hand waved around crazily, as if it was hitting an invisible enemy. At this time, the girl had retreated 5 or 6 meters away. As before, she was in the water dancer's starting posture. One foot was on tiptoe, supporting the weight of her body with her toes, and the other foot was behind her, slightly hanging a few centimeters above the ground. The combination of stillness and movement. There is movement in stillness. She seems to be standing still, but she is in the water dancer's footsteps. She can find the opponent's flaw and deliver a fatal blow in an instant. Whitebeard murmured, "I was wrong. This little water dancer is looking ahead." She only used 60% of her strength when she stabbed the back of the giant bear's neck. She didn't look for the wrong place and stabbed the bone. The bitch's short sword was still pointed at the crazed giant bear, but this time the tip of the sword was red with blood dripping down. Between her and the giant bear, there was a fist-sized black nose. It was the giant bear's nose. The black bear's vision and smell are disabled. What a ruthless move. In an instant, 3 stabs hit the vital points. She has both strength and speed, the giant bear said in horror. Hey bitch. Grazadin suddenly stood up, leaned forward against the railing and shouted at the arena. Bitch, why are you still standing there? We're not here to watch the bear howl. Kill it immediately or be torn apart by it. There are more than a dozen shows waiting for you. Bitch, kill it. Bitch, kill it. The host held a copper loudspeaker and shouted. Gradually, the 3,000 audience members stood up from their seats and shouted in unison. The rolling sound waves were like an incantation that could not wait to drag an innocent child into hell. Bastard, bastard. Whitebeard was so angry that his white beard was almost sticking up. The hardwood cane in his hand tapped on the red brick floor, showing that he was not calm at all. Cora said with a gloomy face, the girl's strength is too weak. Even if she pierced the eye socket, it would be difficult to kill the giant bear. The giant bear only needs to hit her once. Benevolent Lord, your slave seems to have won. The duel was very exciting. Why don't we watch the next one? Danny said softly to Grazadin of Pearl Tassels. That Westeros bitch is a soft-hearted fool. Old friend, Krasny whispered to Benevolent Lord beside him. The real exciting duel has just begun and she said that she has won? Ah. The fat slave owner's rough voice was very loud. Even if he lowered his voice, he could still be heard by the people around him. The little translator Missandei's black face turned red. Her big golden eyes were full of confusion. She did not know if she should translate the old master's inappropriate words to her new master. The tradition of the Harpy's son. An unfinished duel in the Colosseum must not be stopped halfway, Grazadin refused seriously. After saying that, he raised his hand in the direction of the host. The host shouted to the audience. Kacha, kacha. A group of archers left the first level of the audience. They scattered above and surrounded the arena. Arrows were aimed at the bitch who was hesitating below. The girl also noticed the archers above her. She knew that Benevolent Lord was very dissatisfied with her caution. So she tiptoed forward lightly, went around to the back of the giant bear, and stabbed it with her sword. When the crazy black bear turned around and waved its arms, the bitch lowered her body and went through the giant bear's creek. When she came to the front of the black bear, the girl bent over and gently kicked its fat belly. The giant bear sensed that the enemy was in front of it. It opened its arms like a hungry husband and pounced on its beautiful wife who was wearing sexy underwear and was still flirting with it at the head of the bed. Whoosh! The girl's bent body bounced up like a spring. Her whole body was like an arrow on a drawn bow that was suddenly released. She quickly retreated 3 meters away. Danny screamed. Although the girl was fast, she was still within the range of the giant bear's pounce. In the next moment she would be crushed into a pool of blood by the giant bear's head. But she guessed wrong. The girl's lightning-fast movement suddenly stopped. Like a ballet dancer, she turned around and came to the position of the giant bear's shoulder. The shoulder was shorter than the head. The head could hit her, but the shoulder just brushed against her clothes and fell to the ground. Kaka, a crisp sound of broken bones and the giant bear's shrill howl came into Danny's ears at the same time. Looking at the battlefield again, the giant bear was lying on the ground. Blood was like a twisted faucet, quickly dyeing a large area of the ground. The bitch's face was pale, and her face and forehead were oozing with cold sweat. The bitch was half squatting between the giant bear's outstretched arm and head. Her right hand was bent at an abnormal sharp angle and stuck under the black bear's neck. The girl didn't say a word. She just struggled to climb out of the giant body that was twitching unconsciously. The 3-meter-high black bear was lying on the ground. It was making a sound, but it could no longer stand up. The whole battlefield was dead silent. The whole process happened so fast that it was almost too late to blink. The game of Big Bear and Little Girl was over. How did the bear die? Did the bitch win? What did she do? Slowly, the battlefield was filled with discussions. The Gith people were so excited that they were dancing. Not simple. Whitebeard looked solemnly at the little girl who was limping toward the tunnel. He said slowly, I neglected one thing. She is not a newbie. She is so experienced that even an Iron Man would feel pity for her. Cora nodded with a pale face. She knew that she couldn't pierce through the black bear's skin. She could only use the bear's own impact to place the sword on the ground between its eyebrows. Her right hand might have been broken. Who knows how many bones were broken? Ha ha ha. Grazadin laughed proudly and asked Yulun, "How is it? Is it exciting enough?" Yulun's blue eyes were still filled with shock. He nodded gently and didn't say a word. "I told you the best part is yet to come," the fat slave master said to Danny. "The bitch is no ordinary person. Who knows how many wild bulls she killed? Pluto XXVI didn't die in vain." Danny's heart skipped a beat. She remembered the first time she met Krasny. He said that strength was not the most important thing. The bulls were strong enough, but they were easily killed by a 9-year-old girl. It seemed that the girl he was talking about was the bitch. Only 9 years old. Suddenly Danny sighed. She felt that she no longer had the right to shout, "Who dares to be more miserable than me?" The world was like an oven. So many people were struggling in purgatory. You are not one of them and you are not one of them. After that, there was a slightly more formal gladiator competition. It was a 10 versus 10 team competition. 20 bare-chested slaves slashed at each other with swords. Blood splattered everywhere, broken limbs flew and heads rolled on the ground. The screams and wails were endless. Danny felt like she was in the world of playing the dead. She was so disgusted that she wanted to vomit. After the 20-person melee, the red soil in the arena turned into a muddy wetland soaked with blood. Danny thought to herself that perhaps the red soil was not originally red, but had been watered by blood to make it red. Chapter 97. The next game was announced after the corpses were cleaned up. The first wave of contestants was a group of Gujis on chariots. The leader wore an exaggerated ceremonial helmet of the Guji's Legion commander. The bronze helmet was covered with colorful feathers. His subordinates were bare-chested and held black whips more than 10 meters long. Missandei said that they were the long whips of the Guji's Legion, and they used the whips in their hands to manage thousands of slaves in the empire. Then came a wave of people wearing gorgeous black armor. Danny guessed that they were just imitating Valeglia's Dragon King without the little translator's explanation. The last Gujis to enter the arena had a golden shield in their left hand and a golden short sword in their right hand. They wore a spiked golden helmet, golden sleeveless leather armor, black leather shorts and golden boots. They looked a bit like the Unsullied but more exquisite. When the golden people came out with the chariots, the audience cheered thunderously, and even the benevolent lord stood up and bowed. They are the Guji's golden warriors, the strongest warriors of the Legion, the foundation of the Guji's empire to dominate the continent. Alas, fake imitation. Korra waved his hand, a look of disdain on his face and mocked. The sons of the Harpies are immersed in the glory of the old empire, but they forget that the Guji's empire has been destroyed for 5,000 years. However, Danny became excited and said excitedly, "Could it be that they are also going to duel?" "Yes, look." Korra pointed to the center of the arena, where 3 chariots were leaning together, and several Guji's warriors were solemnly handing over gold-lacquered parchments to each other. He said, "They are simulating the ceremony of exchanging letters of challenge before the city-state war of the Guji's empire, and the battle will start soon." "Great, watching the Gujis kill each other is more exciting than the slave gladiators." Danny lowered her voice and laughed. "It would be best if all the Gujis died." "Well, it would be best if the 8 benevolent lords came personally." Korra sneered. "Your Highness, how can the slave owners have the courage to participate in the gladiator battle now?" "You see." In the enthusiastic cheers, 3 Guji's generals held up the parchments and drove the chariots around the arena 3 times, and then they withdrew from the tunnel one by one. On the other side, 3 cages creaked open at the same time, and 3 groups of bare-chested warriors wearing cloaks of different colors walked out. Each team had about 50 people. The colorful cloak represented the commander of the Gith Legion, the black cloak represented the Dragon King of Valeglia, and the yellow cloak represented the bravest golden swordsman of the Gith Legion. Then 150 people fought with spears, short swords, araximeters and long whips in the narrow arena. He was so brave and fierce that he didn't care about his life at all. It was as if his life and the lives of others weren't even worth a copper coin. It was even crueler than the previous 10 versus 10. The previously dry land had completely turned into a swamp. It was not an exaggeration, it had really turned into a muddy land after the rain. The audience of guys on the top seemed to have entered an inexplicable state of fanaticism. They were not watching people killing each other. Instead, they had traveled back in time 5,000 years and became a member of the Guy's army. They had conquered the Freedom Fortress of Valeglia, trampled on the loyal Nath Wizard, and the Undul's knights had wailed under their swords. 300 Megalosaurus had died on the spot. It was really a hot-blooded sport. Danny's agitated heart calmed down inexplicably. Everything around her was so real and illusory. Things were really happening, but she entered the perspective of God with the mentality of watching a movie story. This is hell. Let's go back. Suddenly she stood up and said to Cora and the others. She noticed the expression of her followers. Only Whitebeard and Cora looked unbearable. Missandei's face was pale, but Beavis and the centaur were watching with great interest. Even Jichi and Eerie were affected by the atmosphere. They shouted excitedly and their cheeks were flushed. Indeed, we should leave. This place shouldn't exist in the world at all. Whitebeard agreed. The benevolent masters didn't care about Danny's departure. Krasny and another benevolent master even laughed at her for being weak and stupid. The fighting in the Colosseum was too bloody. Danny didn't eat a single bite of the food sent by the slaves at noon. Whitebeard and Cora didn't eat either. Instead, it was Beavis who ate heartily. Like the benevolent masters, the blood below seemed to have become seasoning, whetting their appetite. When they returned to the ship, it was already close to evening. Danny ate some fruits and white bread to fill her stomach. She took a bath and fed the 3 dragons dinner. The sky was still dark, but she went back to her room to rest. Lying on the bed, Danny tossed and turned, unable to sleep. Scenes of what happened in the Colosseum during the day appeared in her mind. Then she thought of the Unsullied One whose expression was as hard as a rock. Even the scene of the Unsullied One killing puppies and babies appeared before her eyes. Finally, she thought of what she was going to do tomorrow and the day after tomorrow. She kept tossing and turning. Her movements were so big that she didn't know when she woke up Eerie beside her. The centaur maid had watched a big show today. She was satisfied and full. As soon as she lay on the bed, she began to snore. "Calixie, you can't sleep?" she asked. In the darkness, Danny softly replied with an "hmm." A moment later, the centaur maid hesitantly reached out her hand and asked, "Do you need my help?" "Help with what?" Danny was puzzled. "I learned some skills from Doria. I can please you," she said as she reached her small, calloused hand into Danny's blanket. After being stunned for a moment, Danny finally reacted. She blushed and dodged to the side. She said, "Hey, not that. I was thinking about what happened in the Colosseum." Zhuji's blood guards were dead. The other centaurs didn't dare to touch Danny's maids. The 3 women were not used to being alone for a long time. Sometimes Danny would see Doria and them. "Oh, what happened in the Colosseum?" Eerie's voice was calm. There was no awkwardness or shyness from being rejected. It was as if she was asking, "Calixie, do you want some water?" Danny complained about the centaurs in her mind. She said, "Humans should have a bottom line. The yearning for beautiful things is the trait that separates humans from beasts. Kindness and compassion are the most beautiful traits of humans. But today I realize that too many people are not like humans." After a pause, Eerie said softly, "I don't know who my father is, but I have a mother and brothers. They all died under the scimitar of Khal Drogo's roaring warriors. But after becoming your maid, I completely treat myself as one of your people. In my heart, this is the law of the world. We have all been like this. I don't know how to make it better." Eerie, Jiki, Quero, and Kalalo were not people of Khal Drogo's Khalasar. After their Khalasar was destroyed by Khal Drogo, they became Khal Drogo's half-slaves. Their status was higher than slaves, but lower than official subordinates of the Khalasar. Later, Danny Liz married Khal Drogo and the 4 of them joined her little Khal Drogo. Only then did they become Khal Drogo's household register. "I know what kind of world is better. I also plan to change the world now," Danny said. "I believe in you, Khaleesi. You are the mother of dragons, the immortal, the one of miracles blessed by the horse god," Eerie said as she held her hand. After that, the 2 of them did not speak. Less than 3 minutes later, the centaur maid's breathing became heavy again. Danny's eyes widened as she looked at the dark ceiling. She heard the faint creaking of the wooden hull, the sound of the waves hitting the hull, and the sound of footsteps on the deck above her. In the silence, she suddenly heard the breathing of a 3rd person. Startled, she sat up and looked into the darkness. She whispered, "Doria? Jiki?" "They are asleep," a woman said. "They are all asleep." The voice was very close to the bed. It was almost standing beside the bed and looking down at Danny. "Shit, Kueishi?" Danny recognized the owner of the voice and was shocked. "Why are you here in Astapor? Where are my guards? Didn't they stop you?" "It's me." Quero seemed to have walked a few steps closer. Danny could vaguely see an extremely blurry figure in the darkness. "This afternoon, when I was meditating, I once again foresaw a major event that would change the world. I saw your figure standing in the midst of blood and fire. Beneath your feet was a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Cuero said calmly. Danny's face changed. She asked in a trembling voice, "What did you know? This world's prophecies are really fucking disgusting. I only had a vague thought in my mind and you were already touched? P.S. I don't know anything. I don't understand, so can you tell me?" Cuero's words made her sigh in relief. "I don't even know the basics of meditation. How would I know anything about prophecies?" she said. In the darkness, Danny felt that Cuero was sizing her up. When she was about to ask how to break through the guards again, Cuero spoke. "Danny, Liz, you must remember this. To go to the north you must go south. To go to the west you must go east. If you want to go forward you must go back. If you want to see the light you must go through the shadows." Cuero's voice became weaker and weaker. The last sentence was almost inaudible. Danny's heart skipped a beat. She shouted, "Dahe, light the lamp." The sound of chains being dragged came from the corner. The black dragon slowly woke up from its deep sleep. Its dark red eyes were like two luminous pearls. Hiss, Dahe opened its mouth slightly and spat out a thin flame. The darkness in the room was immediately dispelled by the flame. Danny looked around and shuddered. The door was closed and the bolt was firmly fastened. However, there was no trace of the woman with the red lacquer mask in the room. Murder in a locked room? Oh no. Theft in a locked room? Breaking out of a locked room? How did Cuero get in? How did she leave? Oh my God. Danny suddenly patted her forehead and whispered, "Damn, it's probably a glass candle. If scientific methods could not explain it, it could only be magic." Glass candles seem to have the effect of cross-realm communication and projection. Even if it was not a glass candle, it was a similar witchcraft. In order to verify her idea, Danny lifted the blanket, put on a coat and opened the door to take a look. Doria and Kiki were sleeping on a low couch in the outer room. There were 4 or 5 centaur warriors patrolling the corridor and the top deck. Danny also saw that Whitebeard had placed a sleeping bag at the entrance of the cabin. When he heard footsteps, the old man immediately woke up. "Your Highness." Whitebeard sat up and asked, "It's me. Did you see Cuero?" Danny asked. "No one came in. I can hear the identity of a stranger from the footsteps." The old man confirmed. Danny's bedroom was originally the captain's room. It was located in the innermost room on the 3rd floor of the cabin. There was only one way in and out, and Whitebeard slept on the side of the road. "Sigh, Cuero came to find me." Danny sighed. Chapter 98. The next morning, Danny practiced 300 standard sword swings with Whitebeard as usual. The old man told her that although her movements were barely standard, they had not formed a physical memory. As long as she still thought of herself as a warrior, she would have to train for a day. After washing up and eating a sumptuous breakfast, Danny took off her loose training clothes and changed into a painted leather vest, silk shorts, horse mane leggings and riding leather sandals. A belt with a bronze medallion was tied around her waist, and a maid had braided a whip for her. At the end of the whip were 2 small silver bells that jingled. One of them represented that she had defeated the demigod Immortal in the Immortal Palace, and the other was for Yu Luan's contribution. The battle against Yu Luan was far more dangerous and tragic than the battle in the Immortal Hall. Danny had a clear conscience to add a bell for herself. Today she would ride the little silver horse to the punishment square. After completing the transaction in the morning, she would probably leave Astapor at noon. The 2 blood guards, Ago and Ricardo, were in front, each holding a large flag with a green background and a black dragon flag fluttering in the wind. Danny did not use the 3-headed dragon flag of the Targaryen family at this time. The black dragon was her natal mount, and the green color symbolized the endless sea of grass. She rode the little silver horse behind. Bevo still chose to walk, trotting to protect Danny's left side. Missandei also rode a little mare to Danny's right side. Whitebeard rode a tall dragon horse to Missandei's right side, and Yora Mormont brought up the rear. Outside them, there were more than 20 roaring warriors with scimitars at their waists and longbows hanging from their saddles. They all had moon-shaped hairstyles which made the pedestrians on the street point at them. Behind the warriors was a long line of carriages, 177 carriages. In addition to gold, silver, jewels and jade, there were 6 bundles of tiger skins, 300 pieces of Yendi worsted silk, thousands of jars of saffron, myrrh, pepper, curry and cardamom, and 80 barrels of Yendi's fine red, black and green ink. There was also a barrel of pitted olives filled with worms, 12 barrels of salted fish, a batch of exquisite bronze wares, 17 ivory eyes, and a carriage full of books from the various countries of the Jade Sea. In addition to the precious alien items mentioned above, there were also dozens of carriages of black rice and grape wine, which were mainly used to hold the bottom of the warehouse. They were not too expensive and were the most common goods in the great maritime trade. Danny didn't send anyone to protect the convoy. They had already been checked by the clerk at the dock area. The ownership of the convoy basically belonged to the big benefactors, so it was completely safe in Estapo. The 8 benevolent masters and their children and wives, dressed in toga robes, stood on the last step of the trapezoidal pyramid and looked down at Danny, who was riding from the other end of the square. The punishment square was filled with the army of Immaculate. Row after row, they were motionless like wooden sticks that were neatly inserted into the ground. A total of 8,600 fully trained Unsullied were wearing lightning rod helmets. The other 5,000 people were bareheaded and were only equipped with spears and short swords. They had not completed all the training and did not have helmets. The youngest of these people was only a child, around 5 or 6 years old, with a childish face. Even though they had not completed their training, they were like the true Unsullied. They stood straight and looked straight ahead, not moving at all. Danny took the lead, passing through the ranks of the Unsullied and arriving in front of the pyramid. She dismounted from her horse, removed 2 boxes from her saddle, and placed them below the steps of the benevolent masters. Yuluen also dismounted and walked over to open the 2 boxes. The first box contained a scroll of blueprints, a sea chart that Yuluen had drawn himself. The second box was covered in a thick mirror carpet, on which was a rusty bronze dragon egg. Yuluen hugged the dragon egg and looked left and right, finding that the weight and texture were exactly right. He put down the dragon egg, stood up and nodded to the benevolent lord, saying, "That's right, this is the dragon egg that was stolen from me. It's my spoils of war." Danny corrected. "This dragon egg of Valeglia's Dragon King now belongs to Astapor." "Grez," Dan said with a chuckle. "Then we have to complete the transaction first," Danny said calmly. At this time, a clerk had already trotted up the steps and handed the list of goods to the benevolent masters. Seeing that there was not a single item missing, Grez, Dan said solemnly, "Complete one last thing and complete the transaction immediately." "What is it?" Danny's heart pounded, but her expression was calm. "Swear that the bronze dragon egg is alive and can hatch a dragon," the slave master said loudly with a straight face. Danny relaxed and said loudly, "In the name of the descendants of Valeglia and the honor of House Targaryen, in the name of the Queen of the 7 Kingdoms, I swear that the bronze dragon egg I got from Yuluen is alive and can hatch a dragon in my hands." Then she raised her eyebrows and warned the slave master, "I am the mother of dragons, and I have awakened the legendary bloodline of Valeglia. So, as long as I pay a certain price, there is a very high chance that I can hatch a small bronze dragon. But if you want to hatch a dragon, not only do you have to find a shadow priest, it is best if you find a descendant of a true dragon or a noble of Valeglia to hatch a megalosaurus." "We are also of Valeglia blood," Graz Dan muttered. This was also true. From Quals to Slavers Bay to Volantis, and all the trading cities except Bravos, the upper nobles were of Valeglia blood. This was because the people who ruled these free cities were pure-blooded Valeglia nobles. The Dragon King, who had a dragon, lived in the capital of Valeglia. The lower nobles and greater nobles without dragons were divided into different regions. After the Great Calamity, the lesser nobles and their descendants survived. Among them, the ruler of Volantis had the purest bloodline, even more so than the Targaryens. Because the Targaryens had many marriages with other families in the following 400 years, there were more nobles in Volantis, and the population was large, so they could form a closed and conservative inheritance system. "I have already made the oath and warned you. Can we complete the transaction now?" Danny asked. "After the transaction is completed, will Yuluen be free?" Grez, Dan seemed to ask a question that was very irrelevant to the current topic. But Danny understood that the dragon egg was very precious. What was more valuable than the dragon egg was the sea map. Valeglia ruled the world for 5,000 years. How much wealth did they plunder? It was unimaginable. Some people speculated that the gold and silver there was more than all the wealth in the world combined. What did Valeglia rely on to rule the world for 5,000 years? Dragons and magic. A real dragon and a real magic spell. In the 400 years after the Great Calamity, how many explorers had tried to cross the Smoke Sea, hoping to find treasures and secret techniques in Valeglia? Uncountable. In one piece, because of Roger's "Do you want my treasure?" the great age of pirates started. But compared to Valeglia, Roger's treasure was nothing. Unfortunately, in all these years, only one person came out of the ruins of Valeglia, Llewellyn Greyjoy. Even though he brought back little treasures, he did not return empty-handed. The crux of the matter was that the Serenity was a long and narrow ship. It was not a cargo ship or a large ship. The amount of space it could carry was relatively small. Llewellyn could be considered to have returned with a full load. If Greyjoy's Cedullion could return safely from the ruins of Valeglia, the treasures he brought back could buy the entire Astapor or even Slaves Bay. Although the sea map was priceless, Benefactor hoped that Llewellyn, an experienced driver, could lead the way. To be honest, if Llewellyn was honest and showed a little bit of loyalty to Dany, she also wanted to keep him. But if the experienced driver was dishonest and purposely led you into a trap, the damage would be much greater than a newbie exploring the road. In Dany's heart, Llewellyn was not trustworthy at all, so regrettably she could only give up on the beautiful idea of letting Llewellyn lead the way. "I promised, once we return to land, I will immediately set Llewellyn and his crew free." Dany nodded, looking at the smiling crow's eye. "After we leave Astapor, you can go anywhere you want. But I still suggest that you come with me. This is Slaves Bay, and you are wanted by dozens of cities. Don't get caught and become a slave." "I know, but I want true freedom more," Llewellyn said casually. "Then it's up to you." Hearing the conversation between the two, Grazidan smiled with satisfaction. Under his signal, his old friend Krasny quickly walked down the stairs and came to Dany's side. He raised a whip and said loudly, "Benefactor says deal." "Deal." Grazidan, who was on the pearl tassel high on the stairs, echoed loudly. "Deal. Deal." 8 benefactors, 8 deal. All the Unsullied and the surrounding Gith people saw and heard it. "Deal." Dany nodded and waved her hand behind her. The centaurs who were standing behind the treasure and seafood boxes stepped back one by one. Then she took the whip called Harpy's Finger from Krasny's hand. The 30 centimeters long whip handle was carved out of black dragon bones, with gold inlaid on both ends. One end was a golden spherical female head with ivory teeth in its mouth. The other end was connected to 8 slender leather strips, and at the end of the leather strips was a gold-plated eagle claw. It was heavy to the touch, but the meaning it represented was even heavier: the control of 13,600 Unsullied. It was like a real estate certificate. While Krasny was eagerly looking at the sea map, Dany climbed on the little silver horse, stood in the stirrups, raised the Harpy's Finger above her head, and silently circled around the square. Finally, she deliberately shouted in the Valeglia language as if she had just learned it, "You now belong to me, the people of the Mother of Dragons, all of you, 5 in a row, follow me to a new world, a new future." Dany took the lead, followed by the Unsullied in neat rows, 5 in a row, and the long line stretched for 3 to 4 kilometers. After a quick look at the sea map, Krasny said to Llewellyn with a mocking expression, "That bitch must have practiced those words all night. She's not bad." The eunuchs all understood. Llewellyn opened his mouth and wanted to say, "She is an orthodox descendant of Valeglia, and has lived in the free city of the western continent for more than 10 years. Why do you think she doesn't know Valeglia?" But not far away, Whitebeard was carrying a big box, staring at him. Crow-Eye touched his nose and whispered, "Are you interested in cooperating?" "That's what I want." Krasny's eyes flashed. "Then I'll see you later." Crow-Eye's blue right eye had a kind and gentle smile, so convincing. "Llewellyn, your crew is waiting outside the city gate. Go quickly," the old man said coldly. Llewellyn nodded, jumped on the horse and galloped away. Whitebeard turned back and said to the slave merchant, "Dany, Queen Liz asked me to bring a gift for the good lord." Chapter 99. Gift. Krasny was puzzled and then pointed to the old man in surprise. "How do you know Valeglia?" The old man opened the leather box that was as big as a cello. Inside the box was a thick layer of exquisite silk. 8 black scepters were placed on top of the soft silk. They were about 2 meters long and sparkled like obsidian. However, they carried an indescribable sense of luxury and majesty. The top of the 5 scepters was inlaid with a large piece of gold, which was carved in the shape of a harpy's head. The eyes were inlaid with bright golden crystals, and the teeth were carved from white jade like ivory. At the position of the scepter's armrest, there was a golden hoop, with fine lines to prevent sweat from slipping off the hand. Cresini opened his eyes and found that the golden hoop was inlaid with fine pink diamonds and Veleglia. One of them was Cresini Mo Necras, which was his own name. The other two were inlaid with silver, and the style was the same as before. The slave merchant's heart moved and looked at the silver hoop. Sure enough, the name on it represented the good lord who could only wear a silver tassel toga robe. The last one was even more gorgeous. Although it was also made of gold, it was inlaid with at least 80 pearls the size of broad beans. On it was the name of Grazadin with the pearl tassel. Are these really for us? Cresini, who had always been stingy, opened his eyes wide and looked incredulous. If I'm not mistaken, this is a dragon bone scepter, right? The dragon bone was very special. It had a metallic texture, but it was far lighter than black iron. If it was not light, the dragon would not be able to fly. At first, Cresini thought it was a black iron scepter, but after looking at it for a while he was completely sure that they were all dragon bones. This is the dragon bone. Whitebeard put the box in front of the slave owner. I hope you like it. I'll take my leave. After that he turned around and left with his hardwood cane. Wait, Cresini stopped the old man and asked with a puzzled face. But why? 8 exquisite dragon bone scepters are worth at least thousands, or even tens of thousands of gold royals. When we leave Astapor today, the queen asked me to come and give the gift. Whitebeard said lightly. In fact, he himself was a little puzzled, and he did not even know when Danny had prepared these gifts. When they set off in the morning, she had the centaur, who was a blacksmith, send over a large box. She wanted him to personally give the gift to the benevolent lord after she left with the Unsullied. Hey, tell your Westeros bitch queen. Looking at the luxurious dragon bone scepter, Krasny felt that he should return the favor. He stopped Whitebeard and sincerely suggested, it's best to let the slaves gain some combat experience first. On this trip to the west, there were many small cities along the way that were very suitable for looting. No matter what spoils of war they obtained, they could keep it all for themselves. This was because Unsullied had no desire for money or jewels. The captives could be escorted back to Astapor by a team of guards. Meereen and Cayuan would not stop them. Well, we'll sell the skilled warriors to Meereen, the young women and delicate men to Cayuan, and we'll buy the healthy boys at a good price. Perhaps before she even returned to the Sea of the Setting Sun, she would have earned back the money she earned from selling slaves. Perhaps 10 years later, the boy she sent to us would become an Unsullied. This will create a virtuous cycle that will benefit everyone. The old man's face was livid. He glared at the slave owner and rode away without saying a word. Walking out of the city gate, he saw a mighty army on the vast plain of the Worm River. Whipping his horse forward a few hundred meters, Whitebeard saw Danny on the side of the dirt road that covered the sky. She was riding on a horse and talking to a few Gith people in toga robes. On the flat ground nearby stood nearly 1,000 centaurs with bronze slave collars around their necks. All the centaur slaves in Astapor are here, a total of 936 of them. Since you've bought enough, I'll give you a 20% discount. You can buy 5 for 1 silver coin. The old slave trader with red and black hair said with a smile. Adger, give this benevolent lord 200 silver coins. Danny said to the Blood Alliance guard behind her. Hee, that's a lot. The slave trader rubbed his hands and said happily, and I'm just a small merchant, not a benevolent lord. It's not easy for you to find all the centaurs in the city. The extra silver coins are my gift to you. When it came to gift, Danny smiled at him meaningfully. One day you'll enjoy the same treatment as the benevolent lord. Thank you for your auspicious words. The slave trader was even happier. When the Gith people left with a large bag of coins, Whitebeard came over and said, the gift has been sent out. The slave trader likes it very much. Okay. Danny nodded and ordered the Blood Alliance guard to lead the centaur slaves to join the large army. In the Red Wilderness, although there were old and weak centaurs, everyone had a horse. The number was small, so it was easier to manage. They could travel more than 100 kilometers in a day. Now the environment was better, there was no shortage of resources, and there was no shortage of fodder for the horses to chew. However, there were many people in the army and they were all infantry. It was estimated that it would be difficult to travel 30 kilometers in a day. The slave trader also asked you to. The old man hesitated for a long time, but his loyalty still prevailed over his conscience. He stuttered and repeated Cresini's words, you can let the Unsullied loot the towns along the way, not only to replenish the military supplies, but also to sigh. In the end he still couldn't persuade her to sell the slaves. Haha, is it to sell the residents of the towns as slaves to the cities of Slavers Bay to form a virtuous cycle? Danny smiled and helped him say, "Oh." The old man was stunned and advised, "Your Highness, you can't sell the slaves. Not to mention the reaction of the people of the Seven Kingdoms when they know, you have seen how miserable the slaves are. If we don't loot the small towns, how will we cross tens of thousands of miles and return to the Seven Kingdoms?" Danny asked deliberately. When the slave owner sold the Unsullied, he only gave them a set of sleeveless leather armor, a short sword, a spear, a wooden shield covered with iron, a sleeping bag and 3 days of rations. The Unsullied who completed their training also had bronze-spiked helmets, but the Unsullied apprentices didn't even have helmets. If they didn't loot, Danny wouldn't be able to feed more than 10,000 people after a month. Well, she still kept the belongings she brought from Quars. Whitebeard thought hard for a long time and said tentatively, "Maybe we can borrow them." Borrow from who? Danny was interested. The bank merchants of the trading cities, the iron treasury of Bravos. The old man glanced at the silent knight Yora. Even the Count of Bear Island can borrow tens of thousands of gold royals from the iron treasury. The Queen of the Seven Kingdoms can borrow a few million gold royals without any problem. What do you know? Yora's face turned red. My parents' claws are Veleglia's steel swords. I didn't even sell them to Duke Tywin for 800,000 gold royals. The iron treasury is smart. Also, in order to pay off the interest, I sold my life for them for several years and hovered on the edge of life and death dozens of times. The old man stroked his chin and looked at the knight's gorgeous black armor inlaid with gold. He nodded and said, "Your Highness, the money from selling the armor is enough for us to go around the world twice." "You can't." Yora's face turned red and he looked at Danny pleadingly. "Forget it, it's just a joke. I already have a plan in mind." Danny waved her hand and smiled. "What plan?" Both of them asked at the same time. She asked in a low voice, "Do you know why I want to give gifts to the slave owners?" Both of them looked at each other blankly. After a while, Yora's heart skipped a beat and he suddenly remembered the topic he had discussed with her a few times. He asked tentatively, "Gifts as guests?" He. Danny smiled and nodded. "But we don't have a guest relationship with the slave owners." The old man was puzzled. "They sell slaves and we buy unsullied people. It's completely normal trade. It can be considered a guest relationship." Yora pulled on the reins lightly and said thoughtfully, "The situation in the trading cities is different from the Seven Kingdoms. In Westeros, strangers passing by the owner's mansion will fulfill the prerequisite of a guest relationship. As long as the owner takes the guest in, the guest's rights will automatically take effect. According to Your Highness' previous theory, this is actually a kind of trust, a kind of agreement, an agreement not to harm each other. In the trading cities, completing a normal credit transaction is also considered. When we came to this city, the owner of the city did not rob us. Yesterday he even treated us to lunch and watched the beast fighting competition. Is this not a guest relationship?" Whitebeard was convinced by Yora and gradually accepted this point of view. He nodded and sighed. "That's right. In Westeros, as long as you eat the salt provided by the owner, the guest's rights will be." At this point, he suddenly looked up and looked at Danny in shock. He stammered, "Your Highness, the gift you gave to the benevolent lord, is a guest gift?" Yora was stunned at first. Wasn't it obvious? Was there a need to make such a fuss? But the next moment he understood the meaning of the guest gift, and his expression changed. He said in a trembling voice, "The guest gifts to the owner are mainly to express their gratitude for the owner's hospitality. But at the same time, it also means the end of the guest relationship. We and the benevolent lord no longer enjoy the guest's rights. You must." Danny looked back calmly and interrupted him. "You hate slavery but only want to avoid it. I'm different. I want to change all of this. After tomorrow, I'll see who dares to sell slave warriors." Her words confirmed their conjecture. For a moment, they were stunned and did not know what to say. "Will the Unsullied listen to your plan?" After a while, Whitebeard hissed. Danny smiled. "I'm not sure, so I'll have to leave Apasta to test it out. If the Unsullied were obedient, she would carry out Plan A and make a big news. If the situation was not good, she did not have the queenly temperament of the original owner, Danny Rise. She could not make the Unsullied kowtow, so she would immediately run away with her centaur followers. Anyway, it was a few kilometers away from the city. Even if the slave owners knew that she was going to mess with them, they could not catch up. They were now walking on the coastal Gujiskal Avenue. Grohl's 4 ships had been following her along the coastline. But according to the prophecy revealed by Kuei-shi yesterday, Danny guessed that she would succeed. Thinking of this, she turned her head and waved to Little Black, who was a dozen meters away. "Missandei, come here." Meiji had prepared a red-maned filly for her. It was short and docile, just enough for her to ride. "Master, why are you looking for me?" Missandei rode over and asked respectfully. Chapter 100. Danny frowned and said, "My subordinates have no slaves. From this moment on, don't call me master and don't call yourself a villain." Missandei looked at her with some fear and whispered, "Then what should I call master?" "You call yourself a Calixi, or princess." Danny corrected her. "I understand, Calixi." Missandei looked at the long line of Unsullied in confusion. "Aren't they slaves?" "Soon they won't be." Danny sighed and did not correct her villain again. She asked, "Are the Unsullied very obedient?" In fact, the benevolent Lord only taught them two things: martial arts and obedience. If you don't allow them to breathe, they will think it's easier than disobeying orders. "What if I order them to become free people?" Danny asked again. "This." Missandei hesitated. "No one has ever given the Unsullied freedom. I don't know what they will do. Maybe they will be at a loss and then do whatever you say." Whitebeard interjected, "Westeros prohibits slave trading. If the Queen asks them to commit suicide after regaining the throne, will they do so?" "Yes." Missandei's eyes dimmed and she whispered, "But the Unsullied are very valuable. They can be sold if they are no longer useful." "Aha, don't worry, Whitebeard is joking. I said that my subordinates have no slaves. They will all become free people." Danny comforted the little girl and asked curiously, "You don't want them to commit suicide? Is one of them your friend?" Did she really have a relationship with Grey Worm? But she was only 10 years old. No, I don't have any Unsullied friends," the little girl said with difficulty. "Did your relatives also become Unsullied?" Cora asked in surprise. Yes, Missandei lowered her eyes and whispered, "I have 3 brothers who have become Unsullied knights. But you are only 10 years old. The Unsullied training takes 10 years. Danny was puzzled. "This lowly one was sold to Astapor with my brothers when I was 1 or 2 years old. Of the 5 brothers, only 2 completed the Unsullied training. This lowly one had some talent in languages and became the benevolent Lord's secretary," Missandei said sadly. Danny leaned over and patted her little head sympathetically. She asked softly, "Then do you still remember your hometown, Nass Island? When I was 3 years old, a brother described an island as beautiful as paradise to me. After he died, no one told me about it again. Now I only remember that there were many beautiful butterflies on Nass Island," Missandei murmured, her golden eyes filled with confusion and sorrow. Danny slapped the saddle and announced, "Missandei, you and your brother are free. Tomorrow. In a few days I will arrange for a ship to send you back to Nass Island, to your hometown. You can see for yourself how beautiful the butterflies there are, and see the paradise your brother once described." Unexpectedly, the girl did not cheer when she heard this. Instead, she looked terrified and said in a panic, "This lowly one wants to stay to serve you. You." Danny saw the fear in Missandei's eyes and could not say anything else. "I will send you home," she decided in her heart, but did not say anything else. The girl had been trained by the slave master for so many years, and she had probably experienced many similar tests. "This girl's experience is a little similar to mine." Danny sighed and said to Whitebeard and Cora, "We were both born on an island and lost our parents when we were young. We were stranded in a foreign land and became slaves." "You are not a slave." Whitebeard frowned. "Haha." Danny glanced at Cora and laughed. "Ask Sir Mormont if I was sold to the Horse King by Illyrio and Viserys." Mormont blushed and lowered his head in silence. In theory, Danny and Lise were really slaves. Illyrio had taken the lead, and Drogo had used the Iron Throne or 20,000 roaring warriors to buy a noble birth tool from Viserys. Tut tut tut. The sound of hurried horse hooves came from behind. The few of them turned around to look, only to find Yu Luin hurriedly whipping his horse to rush over. Nay, Yu Luin pulled on the reins and the horse raised its front hooves and stopped by the side of the road, bringing up yellow dust that blurred everyone's vision. "Your Majesty, we are already 4 or 5 miles out of the city. Why are you still not letting me go?" Yu Luin shouted. "I'm the one who finds it strange." Danny frowned and waved her hand to remove the dust from her mouth and nose. Why are you still following behind my team? Yulun was stunned for a moment before saying, I can leave? But where are my sailors? Didn't you promise that you would release them together? Your pirate crew is at the city gate. Didn't you see them? Whitebeard asked. No. Yulun was confused. I thought, hey, you went the wrong way. Cora laughed. We left from the main gate of Astapor, but your crew was at the gate near the dock. Yulun, hee. Danny was also amused. You followed us for more than an hour and now you realize? Damn old man, you are so bad. Yulun pointed at Whitebeard and scolded. This guy only said that my men were outside the city gate. Whitebeard stroked his long white beard and said helplessly, we took the land route and had to go north for thousands of miles to enter the Sea of Grass. Didn't your men take the sea route back to the Westeros? Of course they had to stay at the dock. You left Serenity behind? Yulun was surprised. You wish. The ship is mine. Grohl's 3 ships were cargo ships, but Yulun's ship was a warship. Danny still wanted to keep it to seize control of the sea, so why would she give it back to him? Then how do I go back to the Westeros? Swim back. Yulun sneered. Her Highness left 500 gold coins for you. You can let your sailors work for the ship. No matter what, it will be enough for you to go back to the 7 kingdoms without worrying about food and drink, Whitebeard said. Yulun looked deeply at Danny, then rode away. Danny looked around and said, it's about time. We will set up camp here today. When they left Astapor, there were fields on both sides of the road. They planted wheat, fruits, and olive trees. After walking for more than an hour, the road began to grow weeds, and the wheat fields disappeared. It was a wilderness. Whether or not the Unsullied were the strongest had yet to be verified, but their discipline and obedience were definitely the best in the world. Danny gave the order, and in just half an hour, they changed from a marching group of 5 to a square formation of 100 on the grassland. One had to know that the entire team was 3 kilometers long. Danny didn't need to shout at them one by one. She only needed to let the few dozen people in front understand her meaning, and the Unsullied would pass the order down. Because of this, Danny understood that even though they were all Unsullied, they still had a relatively complete military rank system. In stark contrast to the Unsullied, the nearly 1,000 centaur slaves had their shackles removed, but the slave collars still hung around their necks. Danny was prepared to use the centaurs, who weren't that servile yet, as an example, so she also had the centaur slaves form a 100 by 10 formation on the other side of the Unsullied. In the end, she saw a puddle of mud. The centaur line was like mud. Helpless, she could only have the centaurs hold hands and form a circle around the Unsullied army. In other words, more than 900 centaurs surrounded the Unsullied army. After another hour of tossing and turning, Danny had more than 200 centaurs scatter around to prevent any caravans from accidentally intruding into their camp. Yep, there were only about 60 dragon horses left. Later, Danny had Cora buy 100 more from Aposta. Basically, every male centaur was given a horse. The women and children rode on cheaper and more docile mules. Riding slowly in front of the Unsullied formation, Danny shouted at Kue Luo and the others, "Release the true dragon's chains." Hiss! The 3 young dragons that had been trapped for 3 to 4 days raised their heads and cried out. Then they kicked off with their legs and flapped their cotton-sized wings vigorously. With a whoosh of the wind, they leaped into the air. Hiss, hiss, hiss! The 3 young dragons the size of ponies circled above Danny's head. Under the noon sun, the shadows cast by them flickered on the faces of the Unsullied and the centaur slaves. The centaur slaves had expressions of fear and reverence. The granite faces of the Unsullied also changed to surprise, reverence, curiosity. Blackie, listen to my orders. Later, bring your brothers and breathe fire together. Danny told the black dragons in her mind to prepare the background music. The mother of dragons was about to make a dazzling appearance. Then she picked up a metal horn from her saddle and shouted at the top of her lungs, I am Danny Rise of the Storm-born, heir to the Targaryen dynasty, Khaleesi of the Great Plains, mother of dragons. Finally, after Mother of Dragons finished speaking, Blackie immediately opened his mouth and roared with all his might. Hiss! Then, with a boom, he spewed out a blood-red dragon flame that was 7 to 8 meters long. Hiss boom! The white and green dragons also roared and breathed fire. 3 brightly colored dragons and 3 billowing dragon flames seemed to form a flaming crown above Danny's head. Whether it was the Unsullied, the centaur slaves, or even Whitebeard and the others who had just joined the team, they were all shocked. After playing the special effects, Danny raised her hand and the 3 dragons stopped roaring and spewing dragon flames. She shouted into the horn, there will be no more slaves in my team. Now I can cut off the slave collars on your necks as long as you say, I want freedom loudly. She deliberately said this sentence in Dothraki and Valeglia 4 times each. Yes, the square formation had 4 sides. Although she couldn't guarantee that everyone could hear her, at least 40% of them understood her words. Then, Danny's little silver horse came to a centaur slave and asked loudly, Slave, do you want to continue being a slave, or do you want to become a free centaur again? The middle-aged centaur was a little confused. I'm just a simple centaur. I've never experienced this kind of trick before. Khaleesi, give me a hint. Danny didn't care. She raised the horn and shouted in the direction of the unsullied army, Freedom must be fought for by yourself even if it's the simplest sentence. Now, slave, continue being a slave. I'll send you back to Astapor. Shout, I want freedom, join my Khalasar and fight for the mother of dragons. The horn rumbled in the centaur's ears. He was so scared that he almost peed his pants. But Khaleesi's hint was so obvious he definitely wouldn't want to go back to Astapor. Then I'll do whatever she says. Anyway, I'm a slave. I have to listen to Master Khaleesi. I want freedom. He screamed with a twisted face. You're free, Danny announced loudly. Clack. Ago and Hago untied the bronze collar on his neck. Chapter 101. With the first person taking the lead, the rest of the centaurs seemed to know what to do. Danny asked once and they immediately shouted, I want freedom. This formed a habit and the centaurs at the back waited for Danny to ride past them, and without her asking, they would scramble to be the first to shout, I want freedom, and then the Blood Alliance guard and their Nyolu would come forward to untie their slave collars. Danny started to wonder if those guys knew what she was yelling at them. But it didn't matter, the atmosphere was very lively, and it felt like a revolution was underway. Her slave liberation movement was off to a good start. After about 2 hours, Danny circled around the unsullied army, and with the help of 20 centaurs, more than 900 slaves regained their status as free people. She could clearly feel that the unsullied, who had been polished into emotionless rocks, now had a ripple in their hearts. Their expressions had changed. Danny nodded in satisfaction. With a wave of her hand, she signaled for the centaur warriors to lead the new centaurs away. She then shouted to the unsullied, I have restored the freedom of the centaur slaves. At this moment, I declare that all 13,600 of you unsullied are now free citizens. Even if the unsullied had already guessed it, when they heard her words, they couldn't help but be at a loss. As Missandei had said, they only knew how to obey and were completely at a loss. Danny of course knew that a single sentence wouldn't be able to free them from their servitude, and today's big show wasn't to help the unsullied unlock the shackles in their hearts, but to set a glorious and great goal. In other words, soldiers only needed to obey their superiors, but the army needed souls and thoughts. For example, whether it was home or abroad, military discipline was emphasized, but different armies had different souls. America's was freedom above all else, and the great celestial empire was to serve the people. You are already free people. Danny rode her little silver horse through the ranks of the unsullied. You can freely choose to leave, you can return to your hometowns and find your loved ones. This was bullshit. The unsullied started training at the age of 5. How many of them still remembered their parents and hometowns? Except for Missandei, where a few brothers were coincidentally sold to Astapor and became slaves under the same benevolent master. Is there anyone who wants to leave? You're free. Danny came to the front of the formation, stood on the saddle and raised the harpy's finger, letting everyone see the proof of ownership of the Immaculate Legion. Did you see that? These are the shackles on your body, the slave collar around your neck. Just like that, she stood on the horse and went back and forth in the ranks 10 times. All the eunuch soldiers saw her movements. In the end, Danny shouted with a hoarse voice, freedom can only be fought for by yourself. Now, as long as you shout freedom, I will help you remove the slave collar on your neck. The whole place was silent except for the faint sound of waves coming from not far away. Danny walked forward for a while and repeated her words. The unsullied were like granite sculptures, seemingly unable to respond. Danny stood on the saddle, raised the harpy's finger, and passed through the ranks of the unsullied. She repeated it for the 3rd time. Then, the 4th time, the 5th time, Your Highness is wasting your energy. The unsullied will never shout that word. They are destined to live under the whips of the slave masters for the rest of their lives. Cora sighed. Whitebeard smiled bitterly and murmured, The children who resisted were killed by the slave masters long ago. The rest have completely lost their free will. Now I wonder if they can even think. Yes. Missandei's big golden eyes stared at the touch of silver in the gray, and her flat round face was full of determination. My brothers still recognize me. I will secretly cry for their pain, and they will smile happily when they see me. When Danny endured the burning pain in her throat for the 58th time and shouted that sentence with a changed tone, an unsullied on the left side of the little silver horse whispered, "I want freedom." Danny stamped her right foot, and the little silver horse obediently stopped. She looked at the unsullied and said in a hoarse voice, "Your voice is not as loud as a woman's. I can't hear you." From. As if it was the first time he had learned the word, he said it with difficulty, but his voice was loud and clear. I heard it, but I couldn't hear it clearly. Danny was still holding the harpy's finger high. Sweat slid down her cheeks and her Dothraki vest was soaked. "Freedom, I want freedom," the unsullied shouted. "You are free." Danny nodded and urged the little silver horse to continue forward, repeating that sentence for the 59th time. Then scattered cries of "Freedom, I want freedom" rang out in the ranks. Danny smiled happily and shouted, "You are free." Then she moved forward for a distance and repeated the previous sentence for the 60th time. This time, the unsullied did not give her the chance to repeat it for the 61st time. Cries of "freedom" rang out around her like a tsunami. Danny seemed to have come to a sea of sound, and she floated and sank in the water. "Freedom, freedom, 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 I want freedom." Missandei's face was full of tears. Like a small splash, she could not help but merge into the sea. "Crazy, they're all crazy. Let's go and protect Calixi." Korra's face suddenly changed and anxiously shouted to the Blood Brotherhood. "No need." Whitebeard stopped him and the centaur. Looking at the petite figure in the boiling crowd, he said with a complicated expression, "Her Highness is the safest right now. Even the gods can't hurt her." The terrifying sea of sound lasted for nearly 10 minutes. Danny's empty left hand kept pressing down. When the unsullied calmed down again, she shouted, "All of you 13600 unsullied, you are all free." Danny urged the little silver horse to quickly come to the front of the ranks and shouted, "Dracaris, Valeglia Dragon Flame." "It's more stylish." As she spoke, she threw the whip high up in the air. Boom 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 boom, Big Black arrived just in time. Scorching dragon flame spewed out, and bits of golden liquid sprinkled on the grass. The unsullied at the front of the ranks saw that the gorgeous harpy's finger was only left with a twisted and charred dragon bone. At this time, they strictly obeyed Danny's orders and did not shout "freedom" again, but their eyes seemed to be even more scorching than the dragon flame. "You are free. You can leave now, you can stay. You can leave at any time in the future. You can stay." Danny waited for them to completely digest her promise before continuing, "You are warriors, and I don't shy away from admitting that I need the power of warriors. Now, warriors who stay, please elect a leader who can represent your will." The unsullied who had shouted "freedom" seemed to open their long-closed hearts and immediately began to whisper to each other. It was faster than Danny expected. In only 3 minutes, a dark-skinned unsullied stepped out of the ranks and walked in front of the little silver horse. He put down the shield and spear in his hands, took off his helmet and put it under the armpit of his right arm. He knelt down on one knee and respectfully said, "Mother of Dragons, I am the commander of the unsullied army." Danny was surprised and relieved to find that he was the first person to respond to her, "I want freedom." She dismounted and walked in front of him. She helped him up and asked, "I know you. You are the first unsullied to be free. Tell me, what is your name?" "Your Majesty, this lowly one is called Grey Worm," he said. "Very good, Missandei has appeared, and with Grey Worm, everyone is finally here. Freedmen can freely choose their own names. You can return to your original name. Do you still remember?" she said. "I remember." Grey Worm nodded and said, "This lowly one's name was cursed when I was born, so I was forced to become a slave. Grey Worm is the name this lowly one drew when, storm-born, Danny Lilith was liberated. It is very lucky, so I have decided to continue using it." "Yes, you can choose any name for yourselves, but there is no need to call me lowly one. You are no longer a slave." "Yes, your Majesty." She asked again, "Why did everyone choose you as their leader?" "Not everyone. About 60% of them chose me. I have the greatest advantage." After a pause he continued, "In the unsullied training camp, my performance was the best. Swordsmanship, endurance, courage, especially the art of battle formations. I have the experience of leading the Unsullied to set up formations. So that's how it is, Danny nodded and said to him, call the other warriors who were recommended but were not chosen. Grey Worm turned around and said a few words to the Unsullied in the first row, roughly conveying Danny's words. In just a few minutes, more than 30 Unsullied walked out one after another. The Unsullied army had a strictness that surpassed Danny's imagination. She began to believe that the Guji's army could really fight Valeglia head-on. The current Unsullied could be considered a monkey version of the Guji's army. It was said that the two empires had been fighting for several decades, and there had been a total of 5 large-scale battles. The first and second battles had been initiated by the Gujis. They wanted to conquer Valeglia and seize their dragons. The Unsullied's training method was simulated in the Guji's army. When they met Danny, those who were not chosen all took off their helmets like Grey Worm. Danny had those people stand in the front row of the Unsullied, while Grey Worm stood alone in the front row. Then she stood in front of Grey Worm and said to all the Unsullied, I said that I need warriors. You are now free people. You can choose to go home or stay and fight for me. I am willing to fight for the Mother of Dragons until the last moment of my life, Grey Worm said with a resolute expression. I am willing to fight for the Mother of Dragons. All the Unsullied who heard Danny's words, whether it was the commanders or the ordinary warriors in the back, did not hesitate at all. Danny pressed down with both hands, calming them down, and said solemnly, You don't even know what I want. How can you fight for me? If I tell you to plunder cities and sell the free people of other cities to slave traders, will you be willing to fight for me? After a moment of hesitation, Grey Worm said seriously, I am willing. Although the others' reactions were not as enthusiastic as before, they still firmly promised, We are willing to do anything for the Mother of Dragons. I am grateful for your loyalty to me. Danny nodded and raised her right hand with a smile. I swear to all the gods in the world, I swear on the honor of all the ancestors of House Targaryen, that I, Danny Lys Targaryen born of the storm, will only use the power of the Unsullied for righteous causes. Righteous causes, things that benefit the majority of humans, do not include helping Targaryen fight for the Iron Throne. Chapter 102. Yu Luan giggled as he raised a finger and said softly, My asking price isn't high. A longboat, a weapon that can control a giant dragon, only one boat. It's worth it. Even if you didn't say it, I can guess that the weapon is in that woman's hands. Graz, Dan clapped his hands in frustration. I didn't think we'd all underestimated her. She pretended not to speak Valyrian and hid her true wealth. Otherwise, with her desire for the Unsullied, we would have been able to trick her into giving up the weapon. Krazini's face turned red and green. He gritted his teeth and said, Send a letter to Kayuan immediately. Tell them, what can they do? Yu Luan interrupted him and sneered. That bitch has 13,000 Unsullied. Can Kayuan's slave soldiers stop her? There's no need for war. She can't afford to feed 15,000 people. If we force her to use, what is that weapon? Tell me. Seeing Yu Luan's carefree attitude, Grazadon's eyes turned dangerous. He threatened, Remember your status. Don't force us to do what the benevolent lords are willing to do. If we're outside the city or on the sea, I'll definitely train you into an obedient slave. Even if I have to make you lick me, you'll gladly do it. If we're on the sea and my serenity is still here, I can easily cut off that thing between your legs and offer it to the god of storms. A vicious thought flashed through Yu Luan's mind, but he still shook his head and said, A longboat, I'll tell you everything. Similarly, my crew and I will have a place to stay. That's the basis of our cooperation. Just as the benevolent lord said, once we're at sea, who knows if you'll keep your promise. Without a ship of my own, I won't explore Valeglia again. The 8 benevolent lords looked at each other and quickly came to a decision. Krazini stepped forward and promised, a new Gith warship. There were 3 types of ships. The first type was like the Sidurian that Danny was on. They were flat-bottomed ships with large bellies. They could carry a lot of cargo and wouldn't capsize easily in a storm. Their weaknesses were as obvious as their strengths. They were too large and relied entirely on the wind to sail. They were slow and prone to collapse when there was no wind. The second type was warships. Most of them were long ships with long and narrow bodies. They were powered by both wind and oars. The collision angle of the ship's bow was specially reinforced. In a boarding battle, it could pierce into the enemy's hull like a blade. Not only would it injure the enemy's ship, it would also form a stable springboard. Armed longships were mainly used to seize control of the sea. Due to the high requirements for the wood used to build the ships, the capital ships were also extremely expensive. After the Battle of Red Cliffs, Cersei spent 1 million gold royals to rebuild the royal fleet and only managed to build a dozen or so armed longships. But the warships were small and couldn't carry too much cargo. Yu Luan had robbed so many Eastern merchant ships, but Dany didn't find a single piece of silk or a jar of spices on the Serenity. Obviously he threw away those cheap things. The third type was similar to the Summer Sun, in the Blackbeard Gloria fleet. It had sails, oars and a huge warehouse. Oared merchant ships. They had a certain escorting ability, but their speed was relatively slow and their impact was weak. They couldn't gain control of the sea. The new Gith warship that Krazini promised was a standard armed warship. It was also the ship that Yu Luan wanted the most. Oh, the new Gith armed clipper? Yu Luan's interest was piqued. He leaned forward in his chair and asked curiously, a new boat or an old one? How many oars? 300 oars, more than 10 years of service, the slave owner said. 10 years. Yu Luan frowned. It wasn't that the wooden ship couldn't be used for more than 10 years. The key was service, which meant that it had been fighting pirates and had been injured many times. Maybe after the new Gith Iron Legion was eliminated, it was sold to the Astapor people at a low price? Okay. He nodded slowly and said, that's a dragon's horn. Woo, the low and desolate sound of the horn was like water ripples. The ripples swept across the garden at the top of the pyramid and the entire city of Astapor. Dragon's horn? Yu Luan got up in shock and ran to the side of the half-meter-thick granite wall in a few strides. He only glanced outside the city gate and his expression changed drastically. Damn it, you trash Gith people don't have any awareness of defense at all? 10,000 troops are at the city gate, and no one came to inform us. The Great Pyramid of Graz, Dan was only one pride square away from the city gate. It was more than 200 meters away. Standing at the top of the 100-meter-tall tower, one could clearly see the Unsullied outside the city with their swords drawn. Report. As soon as Yu Luan's voice fell, a Gith guard in a yellow silk cloak panted as he climbed up the stairs and said with a sobbing tone, Good Lord, it's not good. The Queen of the Westeros has led the Unsullied to attack us. What? The good Lord, who was still in shock, was shocked. He said in disbelief, Is she crazy? Why would she do this? Krasny stumbled down from the high-back wooden chair, and the gorgeous toka robe on his body immediately slipped off his shoulders. He only took one look below before he collapsed to the ground like mud. This is impossible, this. He muttered to himself. Yesterday she gave each of us a precious dragon bone scepter. Why would she attack Astapor? Yu Luan's heart skipped a beat. He asked anxiously, when did she give the gift? Before she left. Bullshit, you fools. That's a guest's gift. It means the end of the guest's relationship with her. Yu Luan was flustered and exasperated. How could they not notice such an obvious hint? You greedy slave masters had almost squeezed every gold royal out of her. Only a fool would give a gift to show her gratitude. She didn't attack us immediately. Grazadon suddenly woke up and grabbed the guard's collar as if he was holding on to a life-saving straw. He roared at him like he was possessed by a horse. Is she trying to extort money for her journey home? No. The Gith guard's black and red hair was in a mess. He cried and wailed, It's over, we're all over. She doesn't want a single copper coin. She's only here to kill all the slave masters. As he spoke, he held up a roll of parchment. The slave master took it and looked at it. The text was written in Valeglia, and the title was The Seven Great Hatred. Grazadon could barely understand the first few: hatred for slavery, cruelty, betrayal, and violation of the teachings of the gods. But at the end, what the hell was hindering the development of civilization, and hindering the harmony of society? Yu Luan also came over to take a look. He did not understand the meaning of development of civilization and harmony of society. He rubbed his nose and guessed, the Targaryens converted to the Church of the Seven Gods 300 years ago. That bitch probably also believes in the Seven Gods. To the followers of the Seven Gods, 7 is the most auspicious number. That's why she made up 7 sins. Hiss, hiss, suddenly the benevolent masters felt a darkness above their heads. Bam. There was a muffled sound and snowflakes fell from the sky. Dragon, it's her dragon. Yu Luan looked up and saw the black dragon hovering more than 50 meters above their heads. There were also small white pieces of paper falling from the sky. Let's hurry into the pyramid. Yuluin's scabbed face seemed to be burning. He quickly ran down the stone stairs. The 8 benevolent masters did not react as quickly as he did. Moreover, this was the first time they had seen a true dragon. They could not help but look up at the sky in a daze. Danny, on the other hand, was in her dragon dream state. Other than distributing leaflets on top of the pyramid, she also wanted to gather information on the enemy. After all, other than the Immaculate Ones, there were thousands of city guards in Apasta. The benevolent masters also kept some slave soldiers. Seeing that the 8 benevolent masters were having fun with Yuluin in the garden at the top of the pyramid without a single crossbowman beside them, Blackie immediately dove down from the sky. Boom! The raging dragon flames set 3 benevolent masters and the 6 servants behind them ablaze. As if they had just woken up from a dream, the remaining 5 benevolent masters rolled and crawled, crying as they ran toward the tunnel. Hiss boom! This time, Blackie had locked onto its target. It whizzed past Grazidan's head, leaving behind a 7-meter-long pillar of fire. Grazidan's eyes and nose melted in the scarlet dragon flames like a candle in the heat. Hiss! Blackie circled around and saw Krosny and the other 2 benevolent masters escape into the tunnel. It roared indignantly and flew toward the next pyramid. There were 18 pyramids in the city. Above each pyramid were 500 proclamations called the Declaration of Freedom. I am the mother of dragons, the abomination of slavery, the mother of freedom. In the name of the 13,000 Immaculate Ones and the 3 Megalosaurus, I declare that you are free. Pick up your swords and kill the slave masters beside you. Remember, freedom can only be fought for by yourself. Even if you shout, I want freedom, long live freedom. Other than the pyramids, Danny did not distribute leaflets anywhere else. The Immaculate Ones could easily take down a city, but each pyramid was a fortress in itself. There were pitifully few slaves who could read. Probably not many of them could understand the leaflets they picked up, but the slave masters would definitely be able to. The leaflets were actually prepared for the Gith. They would pass on Danny's message to the slaves. For example, they would add heavier chains to the slave warriors. For example, they would whip the slaves to prevent them from rebelling. The slaves were humans. They knew how to read their masters' expressions. They knew how to judge their emotions from their expressions. Those who did not know would have been hung on the wooden platform in the center of the punishment square. Every time the slaves felt the fear in their masters' hearts increase, the fear in their own hearts would decrease. Eventually, the fear would disappear and they would begin to muster up their courage. Danny divided her troops into 3 groups. They guarded the main gate in the north, the east gate near the Worm River, and the dock area in the west. On the northern city wall, a Gith wearing a bronze helmet suddenly appeared. Using the shield as a shield, he shouted at the motionless army below with a metal trumpet, Immaculate Ones, protect your master, protect your city, and kill that Westeros bitch who betrayed your oath. The 5,000 Immaculate Ones were motionless like stone statues. Only the white flag with a black dragon on a white background fluttered in the sea breeze. Chapter 103. The one who was encouraging the Unsullied to rebel was Danny's old friend, Krasny. He wasn't the number 1 slave master in Astapor, so the black dragon didn't treat him as the first target. After coming down from the pyramid, the first thing he did was to bring the 8 old harpies' fingers to the tower above the city gate. He hid behind the shield and raised the dragonbone whip and shouted. Once, the 8 good masters used their respective ancestral harpies' fingers to control the Unsullied for decades. Each whip represented the supreme authority of the good masters over the slaves. Countless slaves gave their unconditional loyalty under that whip. But now, tap tap tap. Apart from the fluttering of the military flag, there was the crisp sound of horse hooves. The center of the Unsullied's formation silently opened up a path on both sides. Danny rode her little silver horse slowly to the front of the army. About 30 meters away from the city gate, Whitebeard and Missandei followed behind her. The brawny Beavos held a wooden shield that was 2 meters tall and 1.4 meters wide in front of the little silver horse. Today Danny still wore her Dothraki braid with 3 bells tied to the braid. Well, Jichi and Eri agreed that she had conquered 13,600 Unsullied yesterday afternoon. Perhaps after today she would add another one? However, she didn't wear a painted vest. Instead, she wore a set of dazzling armor. A 2-handed greatsword with 7 colored gems in its scabbard hung at her waist. The carving was complicated with porcelain scales. A three-headed dragon was carved on her chest. The white dragon and green dragon on the left and right, and the black dragon in the middle. The three dragons shared a blood-red body. A pure white cloak hung over her shoulders. The cloak was like the flag of the Unsullied, with a pattern of a megalosaurus spreading its wings in black dotted lines. The cloak was very long. It hung down from her back and covered the little silver horse's hips. The three-headed dragon armor and the jeweled greatsword were gifts from the Coral's blacksmith guild. Well, when Danny opened the megalosaurus zoo, the weavers gave her all kinds of silk and satin and sewed her a cheongsam. The armor looked gorgeous, but it wasn't very practical. It wasn't even a full-body armor. It didn't have a mask, throat armor, gauntlets, skirt armor, leg armor, knee pads, or iron boots. It was full of holes in battle. However, it was still acceptable to wear it on this occasion. There was a bit of heroism in its beauty, and it had a valiant temperament. Krasny, save your strength. Danny smiled at the slave master who was still shouting and waving his whip. She pulled out the greatsword at her waist and pointed at the city gate tower Ant's Gate and shouted, "Soldiers, tell the slave master, who are you?" "Warriors of freedom under the white flag." 5,000 people shouted in unison. Their voices were loud and clear, like a tidal wave that swept through this old and dilapidated city. Freedom. Danny raised her sword and shouted, "Freedom, freedom." Boom, 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 boom. Freedom, freedom. The Unsullied rhythmically hit the ground with the spear in her hand. Every time she hit the ground 3 times she shouted freedom twice. More than half of Astapor City heard it. Krasny's face was ashen. His eyes were full of despair and disbelief. It was clearly agreed that the Unsullied would not be tempted by anything. Money, women, freedom, and all kinds of worldly goods and spiritual desires. Was that bitch possessed by the 7 gods? The good masters had trained them for more than 10 years. They should have wiped out the slaves well long ago. "Woman, what do you want?" Krasny shouted behind the wall. "I want the slave master to be punished. I want Astapor to have no more slaves." Impossible, this is Slaver's Bay, Slaver's Bay, Slaver's Bay. The slavery system has existed since the Harpies created the Gith people. Valeglia's Dragon King needs slaves. Free cities need slaves. Great maritime trade needs slaves. As long as humans exist, slaves are indispensable. The slave master seemed to be announcing a universal truth. His voice was hoarse and righteous. It's not up to you. Freedom needs blood and fire to fight for. We have this awareness. What about you? Danny scorned. Did you hear that? She pointed to the place where the smoke rose. Your slave kingdom is wailing. It's about to die. My army doesn't even have to do it. Danny's leaflet gave the slave master fear and gave the slaves hope and courage. The Unsullied's cry of freedom was like a torch lighting a fuse. Finally, someone cut off the shackles in their heart and began to resist. With the black dragon in the sky acting as a reconnaissance plane, Danny could see the situation in the city like the lines on the palm of her hand. You are treacherous. Krasny looked at the slave warrior who held the shield for him with some fear. His fat cheeks were extremely distorted and his voice changed. How can I be treacherous? Danny laughed. We agreed that you would plunder the small city and then sell the slaves to us. Krasny roared towards the outside of the city, then turned back, took a few steps back, waved to the Gith guards not far away, pointed to his slave and said, "There's something wrong with his eyes. Take him down." The slave warrior plopped down on the stone wall, his face red. He opened his mouth several times to argue, but he couldn't say a word. Because just now he had 2 very inappropriate thoughts. Should I kick this damn fatty off the city wall? Or, the mother of dragons quickly let the megalosaurus come over to kill these Gith people. At that time I will not stop it. It's over. Just like countless years before, countless times, the shrewd master saw through my inner thoughts. He thought desperately. Stand up, those who don't want to be slaves. Danny shouted at the right time. If possible, she would like to let the 5,000 Unsullied sing a chorus of La Marseillaise. Well, the lyrics must be changed. Can't resist the tyranny of Her Majesty the Queen? I'll fight with you. The slave warrior suddenly woke up from his stupor, as if he was blessed by the mother of dragons. The bronze shield in front of him, regardless, buried his head to the slave owner. Krasny retreated and shouted in horror, "The slave soldiers are rebelling, kill them." Danny held her forehead and was worried about his IQ. When the Gith guards caught the rioting slave, the rest of the slaves had retreated far away. But at this moment, when they heard the slave owners shout, their faces immediately changed wildly. They looked at each other and no one knew who started, but they shouted, "Long live the Mother of Dragons." Almost all the slave soldiers rioted. The slogan, "Long live the Mother of Dragons," was connected with shouts and wails on the wall. "Your Highness, you can attack now," Whitebeard said. "To be honest, I was going to besiege the city for 2 days. Danny smiled bitterly at the old man. At least they would cut down trees and build a batch of siege weapons. She gave the black dragon an order in her heart, and Dahe fell straight down, drawing a beautiful arc in the sky above the city gate. Boom! Several Gith people braved the raging flames and jumped down from the 10-meter-high tower, howling, and the wooden pavilion also billowed with smoke. "Dragon, true dragon. Long live the Mother of Dragons." The slaves cheered and the Gith guards' morale plummeted. Some soldiers even threw away their weapons and ran in the direction of the pyramid. Seeing that the arrows of the Gith people were as few as the hair on a bald head, and the bowstrings were as weak as noodles soaked in water, Danny directly let Dahe land in front of the gate outside the city, and several Megalosaurus guards held up their shields to protect his head. Boom! The dragon flame with faint smoke roasted the iron plate on the edge of the gate red, and thick black smoke rose from the door panel. The exclamation of the Gith people sounded in the gate hole. Dahe's mouth was like a welding torch, and the hot column of fire burned through the thick wooden door in 10 seconds. Click. The thick hardwood bolt behind the gate was burned, and the gate creaked open to both sides. "The gate is open, let's go." Grey Worm raised his spear and was the first to rush to the gate. The Unsullied poured into the ancient city of Astapor like a flood. Hiss. Dahe jumped up and flew into the sky again. "Long live the Mother of Dragons, kill." Through the eyes of the black dragon, Danny saw that the Unsullied and the rebellious slaves were like a grey tide, gradually drowning the ancient red city. On the city wall, on the streets, and in the square where the Unsullied had been trained, men and women in toga robes could be seen being killed one by one, and the blood once again soaked the land that had swallowed countless souls. A debt of blood must be paid in blood. The blood of the slave traders and their families washed away the resentment of the undead who lingered in the slave city and refused to leave. They were freed from the wails of their enemies. However, the cause and effect of this debt of blood did not end today. The ghosts of the Astapor people replaced the position of the evil slaves. They wandered in the streets, in the square, and in the pyramids and refused to leave. Only the blood of the woman and her dragon could wash away the resentment of the dead. But Danny had already realized that today was only the first step. Her song of blood and fire had just played the prelude. "Your Highness, I didn't expect you to be so bold. We destroyed the birthplace of the Unsullied." Whitebeard was filled with emotion. "You are the first person who dares to use such cruel means to say no to slavery. But what about the Westeros? You swore that you would only use the power of the Unsullied to do righteous things. Obviously, you don't intend to rely on them to seize the Iron Throne, although I think your return to the Iron Throne is the most righteous thing in itself." "I can't go back to the Westeros." Smelling the thick smell of blood and smoke from the city, Danny sighed. "This is just the beginning. Once it starts, it can't be stopped. Cayuan, Meereen, and New Gith are the first wave. Volantis and Queers are the second wave. The entire trading city-state that relies on the slave trade to keep the city running is the third wave. They will come in no particular order and even form an alliance. Aston, I don't want to destroy Apasta or kill the benevolent lords. My ultimate goal is to completely end slavery. Today I can give the people of the city freedom. But as soon as I leave tomorrow, a new batch of benevolent lords will emerge from the ground faster than bamboo shoots in the spring rain." Then what about the Westeros? The old man knew that she was right, but the Westeros were his homeland. He missed his homeland and could not bear to see the country he loved being trampled on by a few rascals. "You said that this year is the Summer of Ghosts?" Danny asked. "Yes, I received a warning from the scholars of the City of Knowledge that winter is coming," the old man said. "The summer of 2011 has passed. This year is the Summer of Ghosts, next autumn and the year after that there will be at least 4 years of winter. So, do you understand? If I really bring 13,000 Unsullied back to the Westeros, what I bring to the people of the Seven Kingdoms will not be peace and prosperity, but a winter comparable to the long night." Looking at the old man's shocked face, she slowly said, "Man-made disasters are greater than natural disasters, and war is the greatest man-made disaster. Your Majesty, you have the wisdom and courage of a king, but also the benevolence of a king. You are the child of the prophecy, the reincarnation of Yasuo Ahai, the natural queen." At this moment the old man's eyes were shining with Danny. Throughout his life, how many kings had he met? But it was only today that he met a wise king. Danny's mouth twitched a few times. Under the old man's burning gaze, she forced a smile and said, "The city is in my hands. Let's go in." For years of winter? Dream on. The long night is coming. Am I going to the Westeros to feed the other ghosts? Chapter 104. Before departure, Danny had told the Unsullied that only 3 kinds of people could be killed: those older than 12 years old, those wearing toga robes, anyone who attacked the Unsullied, strong women, and slaves who slaughtered children. Most of the Gith who could wear toga robes were related to the slave trade. Ordinary Gith, even free people who were qualified to wear toga robes, would only wear those restrictive clothes on important days. After all, they had to work and support their families on weekdays. If someone dared to attack the Unsullied, even a child could be killed on the spot. Danny did not forget that the 9-year-old bitch killed a 3-meter-tall giant bear with a short sword in a one-on-one fight. This was a different world, not Earth. Even on Earth, there were children who were familiar with AK-47, not primary school students who loved to eat chicken. When Danny entered the city, the Unsullied guarding the East Gate also followed her into the city. Later, she met Yora and Captain Grohl in Pride Square. Yora led 3,000 Unsullied to attack the East Gate, while Grohl and 600 Unsullied and hundreds of sailors drove 4 ships to block the dock area. Well, Blackbeard could do this mainly because of the help of dragons. The first wave of attack was launched from the sea. Big Black, Little White, and Little Green attacked the harbor dock. All the ships parked at the dock, regardless of whether they belonged to slave owners or merchants who came to do business. The 3 dragons directly burned the sails and ropes on the masts. After that, the White Dragon and the Green Dragon also hovered above the sea as a deterrent. Your Highness, except for the pyramid, the entire city of Astapor has been occupied by us. Grey Worm and Yora reported to Danny. What are the casualties of the enemy and our side? Danny asked. More than 30 Unsullied were injured, but none died. More than 2,000 slaves died and more than 6,000 Gith died. These are not the final figures. We still don't know the situation inside the pyramid. Cora said. The Gith's combat power is so low? Danny frowned. Only 500 Gith guards, the rest are ordinary people without weapons. In addition to the slave traders wearing toga robes, many women and children also. Sighing helplessly, Cora said in a low voice, the slaves in the city are almost out of control, and many ordinary people of guise have been exterminated. Of the 2,000 slaves, no more than 500 died in a frontal battle. As for the rest, the Unsullied killed more than half, and a small half died in the homes of the Guy's people. We have tried our best, Your Highness. Whitebeard saw that Danny's expression was not good, so he comforted her. Cora nodded and said, Aston is right. 15 years ago, Tywin dealt 10 times more damage to King's Landing than now. I understand, Danny said, and began to arrange the aftermath of the battle. Grey Worm, Unsullied, performed very well. Thank you for your compliment. A hint of joy appeared on Grey Worm's granite-like face. Next, bring all the slaves who participated in the battle to the punishment square. After that, your team will be split into 2. Excluding those who are injured, the 3,000 will be divided into groups of 50 to patrol the streets. The other 2,000 will clean up the corpses of the dead. Bring the bodies of the slaves here and I will hold a mass cremation for them. The bodies of the Guy's people are piled up in Pride Square. Allow their families to come and claim them and bury them with Guy's customs, but they must be registered. As you command. Grey Worm accepted the order and left. Danny turned around and said to Cora, your 3,000 Unsullied continue to surround the pyramid. There is no need to attack. As you command. Grohl, you continue to command 600 Unsullied. First, go to the docks and find out which ships belong to the slave owners and which belong to the merchants who came to Astapor to trade. After that, the goods of those merchants must also be classified. Ordinary goods, luxury goods, slaves. This? Blackbeard Grohl hesitated. It's a bit against the rules to inspect the goods of merchants. Astapor is an open dock, and there is no smuggling or tax evasion. I don't allow ships to take slaves out to sea, do you understand? Danny said seriously. Then there's no need to check the goods in detail. The old seaman was puzzled. Did my dragon burn their ships? Danny asked. All the ships in the dock area have their sails and ropes burned. Grohl nodded. That's incredible. Danny shrugged and said matter-of-factly, How can I compensate them if I don't check the type of goods? Oh, you still have to compensate the innocent merchants for their losses. Grohl suddenly understood and looked at Danny with more respect. After arranging everything, Danny turned around and looked at the pyramid that belonged to the Grazadin family behind her. Her eyes were firm as she said, "We must take down this pyramid within 2 days." The pyramid was not only the residence of the good Lord, but also the warehouse of supplies. 80% of the food in the city was hidden in the pyramid. As soon as he finished speaking, an old white man in a long robe walked out of the entrance of the first floor of the pyramid. "Don't kill me, I'm not a guise, I'm also a slave." The old man in the white robe raised his hands and shouted. He said it twice in the common language and the High Valeglia language. The Unsullied outside the entrance of the stairs made a path for Danny to pass by on her little silver horse. "Who do you represent?" Danny stopped 7 or 8 meters in front of the old man and asked in Valeglia. The old man knelt down and kowtowed, saying, "I'm Ethan, a scholar. I used to serve the good Lord, but now I represent Sir Cleon to negotiate with the Mother of Dragons." "Rise, Ethan." "Thank you, Your Majesty." The old man stood up, his movements were smooth and elegant. Even his kneeling was so elegant. It seemed that he was a learned man. Danny asked curiously, "Cleon is Grazadin's son?" "No, Cleon is the #1 butcher in Aposta. He used to serve the good Lord." Old Ethan said. "Go. Butcher?" Danny's jaw almost dropped. Cora, who was wearing a mighty knight's armor, stepped forward and said coldly, "Since Cleon is also a slave, why does he dare to negotiate with the Mother of Dragons who freed the slaves? Are we talking about whether to continue being a slave?" No. The old man's breath stagnated and he said evasively, "Sir Cleon just wants to know what reward he can get for taking down the good Lord's pyramid. It's fine if there's no reward, but although he is also a slave, he has the blood of Gith. His wife and 3 daughters are also Gith, so." Danny pointed to an amber-skinned warrior in the Unsullied line and said, "See? He's also a Gith. I'm against slavery, not Gith." "Oh." The old man nodded and continued to look at Danny. "What else?" "I guarantee the safety of Cleon's family," Danny said. "Is there really no reward?" The old man asked pitifully. "Danny, to be honest, if he really controls this pyramid, there's nothing wrong with asking for a reward, but I don't know what to reward him with. Let him come down and talk to me. No matter what, I won't hurt him." She touched her nose helplessly. "Okay." Ethan nodded and walked back to the Great Pyramid. "Cleon is a speculator." Cora whispered to Danny with unconcealable disgust in his tone. "Maybe he's a pillar of strength," Danny said. In just a few words, the Unsullied under Grey Worm had brought the rebel slaves scattered across the city. There were men and women, but both men and women were young. They were still wearing leather or bronze slave collars, and many of them had chains tied to their feet. Under the scorching afternoon sun, their tattered linen clothes were soaked with sweat, and they looked very miserable. However, when they saw Danny on the little silver horse from afar, they were still excited, shouting "Mother of Dragons, long live the Mother of Dragons," and a few Misha mixed in. Danny smiled and waved at them, shouting with a tin horn, "Wait a minute, wait for everyone to arrive. Mother of Dragons. Long live the Mother of Dragons." Hearing Danny's response, even if many people did not hear what she said at all, they still became high-spirited and cheered loudly. "Your Highness, they're out," Cora came over and said. Danny looked back and saw a group of slaves lining up and coming out of the bottom passage of the pyramid. Unlike the rebel slaves, they had slave collars around their necks, but there were no shackles on their feet. Some of them had big shoulders, round waists, and strong bodies. Some of them wore exquisite clothes, and their skin was well maintained. There was also a group of young boys and girls in silk who wore makeup and could smell perfume from afar. Among the group of servants dressed as maids, some of them looked familiar to Danny. They should have served her before. The last to come out was a rough man with black and red hair. His skin was dark and he did not look like a pure Gith. He was 1.7 meters tall, 1.7 meters in circumference, and his arms were thicker than Danny's waist. He had a fierce face, a flat nose, and a tuft of stiff black hair sticking out of his thick nostrils. However, his small eyes were bright and gave off a shrewd vibe. Danny glanced at the rows of slaves standing in front of the pyramid and was shocked to find that there were almost 2,000 of them. More than 2,000 slaves serving Grazadin's family was too extravagant. When the butcher saw Danny in her gorgeous knight's half-body armor, his eyes flashed with undisguised amazement. He hurried up to her and knelt on one knee in the clumsy knight etiquette of the 7 kingdoms. Your humble servant Clan greets your majesty. You're more beautiful than the moon in the sky and more valiant than Nymeria. You know Nymeria too? Danny asked curiously. About 2,000 years ago, Prince Jaren of Loina led an army of 250,000 soldiers south to attack Valeglia's free fortress city-state. He even used a water-type forbidden spell to flood a city, drowning hundreds of thousands of people. Valeglia's Dragon King was enraged. He formed a super army of 300 megalosaurus and almost burned the Rhone River dry. The army of 250,000 was scattered, and Jaren himself met a tragic end. The army of 250,000 was made up of dozens of Loina vassals, and one of them was a queen named Nymeria. Loina didn't have a unified country, but rather a loose city-state like ancient Greece, where the lord of the city-state could call himself a king. During Valeglia's destruction of the Loina people, Nymeria played the role of Moses, leading hundreds of thousands of her people through many places before finally crossing west to Dorn Hill in the south of the Westeros. Hence, the full title of the king of Westeros was King of the Ancestors, Undulls and Loina. Nymeria was considered the most legendary heroine of the Seven Kingdoms, a female prince. For example, Arya Stark, as dire wolf was called, Nymeria. Alright, this wasn't a good example. Danny had just been praised by the butcher as Nymeria. Of course, with the butcher's knowledge, he shouldn't know about the customs of the Westeros. In front of your majesty, this lowly one dares not lie. In order not to be disrespectful in front of your majesty, this lowly one has specially asked a scholar about the customs of the Seven Kingdoms, the butcher said without a hint of fear. You're an honest man. Danny nodded. The honest butcher took advantage of the situation and immediately said dishonestly, this lowly one only has two strengths, honesty and bravery. Chapter 105. You were the first to revolt in the pyramid? Danny asked the honest Klein. Klein took out a piece of parchment from his waist and smiled fawningly. I picked this up. You can read? I was a slave since I was young. I can't read but I can read. I'm willing to say and do anything with a knife on my neck. As he spoke, he pointed at the group of burly slaves behind him and said, through the window, I saw the army and your dragon outside the city, so I joined the kitchen staff to answer the call of the mother of dragons and used a kitchen knife and a butcher's knife to cut down the guards of Lord Graz, Dan's house. Danny nodded and asked, I will announce that all slaves are free and reward those who have made great contributions in the uprising. Since you were the first to ask for a reward, then I'll reward you first. Tell me, what do you want? Don't worry, you're now a free person and have the freedom to express your inner thoughts. Can I really? Klein's eyes lit up as he asked eagerly. Of course. After a moment of silence, the butcher said, Her Majesty will probably head north next and liberate Kayuan and Meereen, right? You want to return to the Westeros? It's very likely. The porkman's eyes lit up. I'm willing to pledge my loyalty to Queen Dany Rise, just like the dukes of the Seven Kingdoms of the Westeros, and help you govern a region. In other words, you want Astapor? This request seemed rebellious, but it was actually more in line with the national conditions of this world, especially the customs of the Westeros. The territory directly ruled by the Targaryen family was the smallest among the Seven Kingdoms. In terms of wealth, it was not as rich as River Bend, River Border, or Arryn Valley. The seven dukes, including Duke Greyjoy of the Iron Islands, had a high degree of autonomy in their respective territories. For example, there were often dukes who led the small nobles in their territories to rebel against the king. Under normal circumstances, the small nobles and the people in their territories were far more loyal to their dukes than to the king on the Iron Throne, unless the king had a fire-breathing dragon. In this world where feudalism was popular, if Dany really left Astapor and Slave Bay, she would most likely leave behind a few dukes or kings in these slave states. Therefore, even though Whitebeard and Cora had ugly expressions, they did not scold Klein loudly. Clan, it's good that you're motivated. Dany first encouraged him, then said, but you should understand that below the duke, there are marquises, counts, knights, equivalent to barons, knights and freemen. After a pause, Dany waited for the butcher to digest the hidden meaning in her words. She smiled and continued, if you want to reach the top of the pyramid, you have to climb the stairs one step at a time. Of course, it's also possible to directly descend to the top garden. For example, I have a dragon. Riding a dragon, I can ignore all obstacles on the ground. Cleon's expression was a little ugly. He asked stiffly, I can only become a knight? Whitebeard's expression was even uglier. He snorted coldly and advised Danny, the Knights of Westeros represent not only identity but also noble character. Your Highness, you have to be careful. Cleon squinted at the old man, unconsciously with a trace of murderous intent. Not to mention the experienced Whitebeard and Cora, even the novice Danny noticed it. This pork man was a ruthless character. Cleon, don't blame Aston for being too straightforward. I can announce that as the first slave to revolt in the pyramid, you have noble character and are worthy of being a knight. But a knight also needs knightly skills and the ability to ride a horse while wearing iron armor. Well, you've made outstanding contributions to the Great Pyramid. I'll grant you the status of a knight, half a level higher than a knight. Are you willing to accept? Cleon's stiff face showed a smile and he shouted, Knight Cleon is willing. In a way, Cleon's initiative to ask for a knight's title also helped Danny a lot. That was to break the existing political structure of Astapor and establish a new Westeros political structure with Queen Danny as the core. To put it simply, Cleon had unintentionally helped Danny to complete a reform. The reason why it was a new Westeros enfeoffment system. Obviously, someone must have mixed too many private goods from the Great Celestial Empire into it. Later, Danny took Cleon to the wooden platform in the center of the punishment square. The slaves' bodies hanging there were still not taken off. Under the white sun, green-headed flies and fat white maggots were drilling between the rotten flesh. The slaves who were not dead were still twitching unconsciously, and a rotten smell with the smell of sin filled the air. Danny endured the nausea and tried to put on a calm expression. She shouted to the slaves and servants gathered around the wooden platform, Did you see it? This is a slave. Their fate is not in their own control. They have no self-respect and the right to progress. What we want to end is this world that should not exist in the human world. In this slave uprising, Butcher Cleon was the first to respond to my call. His heart, which still longed for freedom, made him make the natural choice to abolish slavery. He set an example for slaves all over the world who are still shackled physically and spiritually. Not only did he liberate his own soul, but he also liberated the Great Pyramid. Under his leadership, 2,000 slaves overthrew the rule of the first slave owner family in Astapor. For this, when he asked me for a title, I agreed. Now, in front of everyone, Knight Cleon will be the first man from a slave to a noble in a day. Danny looked around. More than 10,000 slaves were silent. They all looked at the butcher who waved excitedly to the crowd with complicated eyes. Cleon, do you know the etiquette of knighthood? She asked in a low voice. I know a little. Okay. Danny straightened her face and shouted, Cleon! The butcher was stunned for a moment before he knelt in front of her with excitement. I am willing to pledge my loyalty to Queen Danny Liz. Ching. Danny pulled out the long sword at her waist and put the tip of the sword on Cleon's shoulder. She asked, Are you willing to fight for the liberation of the slaves for the rest of your life? This oath is a little different from what the scholar told me. Cleon was stunned for a few moments before he felt some pain in his neck. He suddenly woke up. When he saw Queen Danny's impatient eyes, he immediately shouted, I am willing. Danny moved the blade on his neck to the side and smiled. Are you willing to be the vanguard of the slave liberation movement? I am willing. Fuck, my neck is bleeding? It hurts. So, this is the purpose of the sword on the shoulder of the Westeros nobles when they take an oath? Are you willing to be the representative of the slave rebellion? Danny asked again. I am willing. Very good. I understand your determination, knight. Danny moved the blood-stained sword to her shoulder and announced solemnly, I now bestow upon you the title of Knight Shackle. You may also choose Shackle as your surname. Use your butcher's knife to cut off the slave shackles below the Harpy's claws, my Knight Shackle Cleon. The Gith people were known as the Sons of the Harpies, and the symbol of Astapor was a harpy holding the shackles in her claws. As for the surname, the Cleon family had been slaves for several generations and did not have a surname at all. Using a title as a surname was part of Danny's plan. I, Cleon Shackle, swear in the name of Knight Shackle that I will use my life to protect my oath. Cleon was so happy that his big fat mouth cracked open. To be honest, although he asked Danny for the position of Duke of Astapor, he did not have high expectations in his heart. After all, the person who ruled Astapor now was Queen Danny, who had the Unsullied and the dragons. Cayuan and Meereen were still nowhere to be seen. What he wanted the most was to be superior. As the only knight among the slaves, he thought that his status was only second to Queen Dani and above everyone else. He achieved his goal and was very happy and satisfied for the time being. Cheers for Knight Shackle. Dani sheathed her sword and led the applause. Long live Queen Dani. Long live the Mother of Dragons. Knight Shackle, Knight Shackle. Chaotic cheers, clapping, stomping, and the sound of chains clashing could be heard from below. After a while, Dani pointed at the bodies nailed to the cross and said to Cleon, Knight Shackle Shackle, cut off their shackles for me. As you command. Amidst the cheers of the crowd, the hot-blooded Knight Butcher pulled out his butcher knife and swiftly cut off the ropes and nails tied to the slaves' wrists, ankles, and necks. His skillful cutting skills were quite similar to Ling Lingqi's. As expected of the #1 butcher in Astapor, Dani knelt on one knee and personally untied the necklaces on the slaves' necks. Every time she untied a necklace, she would raise it above her head for all the slaves to see and throw it to the ground. She said loudly, I declare that you are free and will return to the kingdom of the gods as free people. There were more than 10 corpses in a row. Her white hands were stained with dirty blood, minced meat, and a few fat maggots. Mother of Dragons, Mother of Dragons. Misha, Misha, Misha. The slaves below were so excited that tears filled their eyes. Slowly, the Mother of Dragons became Misha. Yes, Misha meant mother, in the Giskali language of the Guiski's empire. Dani, who originally wanted to put on a show, was also moved by the enthusiastic atmosphere. I can't just think about ruling the world and establishing an immortal golden family. I should bring something better to this world. Abolishing slavery is one of my goals. At this moment, Dani's resolve sublimated into a firm belief. She patted the shoulder of the newly promoted Knight Butcher and ordered, Knight Butcher, I will now give you an honorable mission. Lead your original chef subordinates and go to the pyramids to recruit rebels. You don't have to go personally. You can recruit 100 Knight Guards. Tilting his head and looking at the blood and dirt on his shoulder, Knight Butcher's mouth twitched a few times. His body was stiff as he said, Yes. Knight Butcher, you have to understand that the title of Knight Butcher will be promoted by merit, Dani said meaningfully. The meaning in her words was too obvious. Knight Butcher's eyes lit up and he said excitedly, I promise to complete the mission. After handing over the dirty work to the ambitious Knight Shackle, Dani continued her glamorous performance. She first gave a sincere speech, mainly expressing her heartfelt hatred for slavery and her deep sympathy for the slaves. Then, just like how she treated the centaur slaves and the Unsullied, if they wanted to get rid of their slave status they had to fight for it themselves. Yes, the slaves who participated in the riot were separated from the other Astapos by the Unsullied guards. The slaves who rebelled on the battlefield had already paid the price in blood. Dani walked past them one by one, and the Unsullied unlocked their chains and slave collars. She announced loudly, You used your own hands and courage to win your freedom. Excluding the 2,000 slaves who died in battle, there were about 5,000 slaves who survived the riot. They were all brought over by the Unsullied. And after the Unsullied announced Dani's policy in the street, there were still 10 to 20,000 slaves who gathered around Pride Square to watch the show. Their masters didn't dare to detain them anymore. Dani didn't make things difficult for these smart people, who didn't do anything and only took advantage of the situation. She only asked them to shout, I want freedom, like the Unsullied yesterday. Almost everyone shouted at the same time. Yes, almost meant that there were still people who didn't want to be free. Chapter 106. Dani was busy for 3 or 4 hours to unlock the shackles of tens of thousands of people. Seeing the sun set, the sky turned indigo, and hundreds of torches rose in the square. She had no choice but to find 100 Unsullied to help unlock the slave collars. Even so, hearing that the Mother of Dragons was liberating slaves in the punishment square, Dani could only announce that it was late today. You can't see my face and I can't see your sincere and excited expressions. Let's continue tomorrow morning. The slaves thought about it. It was a rare opportunity to see her face. They couldn't waste it. First, they untied the shackles on their hands and feet. Tomorrow they would come to untie the slave collars. Dani didn't know the details of the Gith people in the city, so she didn't immediately divide the land among the rich. The newly liberated free people either pitched tents in the square or on the street for the night, or returned to their original owners' homes, but they were not allowed to hurt the owners of the houses. During this period, Yura sent people to report to her many times that he and Sir Shackles had broken one pyramid after another. Yura led the Unsullied to guard the outside of the pyramids, both to deter the enemy and to prevent the enemy from escaping, while Sir Shackles was responsible for shouting and letting the slaves in the pyramids rebel. By midnight, they had broken down 5 pyramids, all of which were caused by the internal slaves rioting, and then Klein cooperated with them. Those pyramids were like pustules on Astapor's body. When they were squeezed out one by one, Danny had an inexplicable feeling of relaxation and comfort. The last thing that night was to hold a large funeral for the dead rebel slaves. 2,000 people gathered together, covered with firewood and kerosene. Centered on the wooden platform in the center of the square, the bodies were densely piled. Under the light of the fire, Danny held a tin trumpet to mourn the dead. Some of them died in battle and some died in the hands of the Unsullied because they jumped from victims to perpetrators. I helped you get freedom, but there is a limit to freedom. Individual freedom can't hurt others even if they were the wives and daughters of slave owners. Danny was exhausted after a whole day, but she was very excited. She did something that could never be done in modern society, and it was particularly meaningful for the freedom of human beings. Finally, for the first time, she no longer missed her life in the modern world. She was a loner without parents, so she might as well let loose in the other world and do things to her heart's content. However, even if they are guilty, they have done a great service. They have made outstanding contributions to the cause of freeing the slaves. Therefore, I will personally send them off as free people back to the kingdom of the gods. I promise that they will be remembered by the world forever, along with the countless rebels who are still alive. Taking a step back, Danny waved at the sky under the gaze of tens of thousands of people. Boom, boom, boom. 3 true dragons descended from the sky, and the dragon flames from their mouths ignited the huge crematorium. Boom. Bright red waves of fire soared into the sky. The scorching flames licked everyone's skin. The scorching heat waves formed a strong repulsive force, causing everyone to unconsciously retreat, except for Danny. The high-temperature storm brought with it specks of dark red sparks that blew at her hair. The light from the fire illuminated her face, making it look like a piece of burning iron. However, she stood in front of the flames, unmoving. She seemed to be enjoying it? If it wasn't for the fragrant smell of barbecued human meat, she would have been enjoying it. Kada-boom. The wooden platform that used to hang the corpses of countless slaves groaned in the flames and died unwillingly. Just like its master who was struggling in the flames of the great black dragon, just like the decaying system of the ancient city, the slavery system. In blood and fire, a new world will be born. Danny muttered. Little Queen, there's a situation. The muscular Beavis jogged over and whispered into her ear. Originally, this eunuch gladiator kept calling her Little Queen, Little Queen. His attitude and tone also seemed to treat Danny as an underage little girl. Although she was indeed only 15 years old, she was still 1 year away from becoming an adult in this world. After experiencing the sudden changes in the past few days, Beavis' attitude towards Danny became much more cautious. What's the situation? Danny asked. Tonight, she and her army of Unsullied would definitely enter the Great Pyramid of Graz, Dan. Before entering, she sent the eunuch gladiator to lead the Unsullied and the scholar Ethan to check every room in the pyramid and bring Graz Dan's family out. If there were a few assassins who stayed behind and sneaked into Danny's bedroom in the middle of the night, she would have died in vain. The slave owner's family was all killed. Even the children were killed, Beavis said solemnly. What? Danny's expression changed. She gritted her teeth and said, Clan deserved to be killed. Actually, deep down in her heart she was cold. Her current rage was more of an act. When Ethan said that he was negotiating with her on behalf of the slaves, Danny had already guessed the ending of Graz, Dan's family. Would a ruthless character who dared to negotiate with the mother of dragons let go of the slave owner who had oppressed him for decades? However, Danny did not intend to pursue Clan's responsibility. She deliberately did not immediately send people to clean up the Great Pyramid. It was not that she was so insidious that she wanted the slave owner's family to be cremated, but reality forced her not to start. There were more than a dozen pyramids waiting for her. Obviously, there might be one or a few clans in each pyramid. They might not have clans' ambitions, but they would definitely take revenge on the slave owner and vent their hatred. After killing clan, would every pyramid be attacked as a fortress? The price of killing the rebellious slaves in the streets was different from killing the bandit slaves in the pyramids. In the streets and alleys, The Unsullied killed almost 700 strong criminals and the ferocious and stubborn people of the slave owner's family with the absolute advantage of 0 deaths. However, the pyramids were different. Not to mention how many resources and belongings would be destroyed in the pyramid, how many of her Unsullied would die in the complex environment of the pyramid. Were the eunuch warriors' lives so worthless? Sorry, the balance in Danny's heart was that even 10 slave owners' babies could not compare to one adult Unsullied. It was not Clayan who killed them, the eunuch said. Ah. Danny's expression must have been somewhat distorted at this moment. I've already displayed such a soul-deep acting skill, and you're telling me that it was a mistake? After a long time she calmed down and asked curiously, did they commit suicide? When the dynasty changed, there were many ruthless people who killed their wives and children. No, more than 30 children under the age of 15 were all killed by one person who slit their throats. Hiss, Danny gasped. There's someone more ruthless than Clayan? I didn't even notice. She didn't come out. Clayan and I didn't dare to provoke her. Her? The little girl who killed the bear in the Colosseum the day before yesterday, the bitch. Bevo said with a complicated tone. Grazadin did not have 30 children. Most of those people were his relatives who lived a good life in the pyramids and received the best education. Clayan learned from the scholar about the contents of Danny's leaflet. Although he tortured and killed more than a dozen of the slave owner's relatives, he only locked the children in the spacious study. At this time, Danny climbed up the 100-meter-high pyramid and saw the bitch again on the platform at the entrance of the palace at the top. The little girl sat on the stone steps, her right hand bandaged and her left hand playing with a short dagger. She looked relaxed and happy. Just behind her, through the open door, one could see dozens of corpses lying on the spacious stone floor. Black blood even overflowed the room, leaving dark red wet stains on the hundreds of steps. More than 10 hours had passed. In such a hot environment, the entire palace was filled with the stench of rotting corpses. The bitch glanced at Whitebeard, who was standing in front of Danny with a serious face, and said crisply, I won't hurt the mother of dragons. Danny felt that she was not lying. She pushed Whitebeard away, stepped forward, and asked, Why did you kill those children? Many of them were younger than you. The little girl stared at Danny curiously for a while and said, I'm younger than many people, but I still had to enter the Colosseum to fight with the bear. Weren't you there? Danny smiled bitterly and said, I can't refute your words. If you were an adult, I would kill you to maintain the last bottom line of human beings not hurting innocent children. But for you, I can't find a reason to punish you. They're not human. The little girl put on a serious face and said, Pigs give birth to pigs, dogs give birth to dogs, and slave owners are all demons. Demons only give birth to little demons. Danny and Whitebeard looked at each other and saw surprise and astonishment in each other's eyes. The slave owner is indeed a demon, but he used to be a human. Later he slowly degenerated from a human into a man-eating demon. Even if his children are little demons, as long as they are raised in the way of good people, they will become human again. Danny said something that she did not believe, but the little girl showed a skeptical look. What a simple child. She sighed in her heart. What's your name? Do you remember your parents and hometown? I can take you home. My name is the bitch. I don't remember where my home is and I don't know if I have parents, the little girl said flatly. Danny blurted out, You're not the bitch. Then what's my name? The little girl looked up at her and asked with a faint desire in her eyes. Well, Danny touched her smooth little chin and said thoughtfully, In the Sea of the Sunset, there is a legendary heroine called Nymeria. I hope you can become a great hero respected by people in the future. I don't want to be called Nymeria, she shook her head stubbornly and blinked her eyes that were not beautiful or bright. From now on, I'm Danny Lissy. Danny was stunned. Whitebeard and Beavos laughed out loud. We can't have the same name, Danny was embarrassed and proud. The little girl chose her name. Did it mean that in her heart she was more legendary than the legendary hero Nymeria? Danny Lissy evolved from Danny C. 400 years ago, the virgin girl of the Targaryen family, Danny C., almost changed the fate of the world. At least she changed the fate of the Westeros. Well, now she also began to change the fate of Slave Bay. Why don't you be called Danny C.? Chapter 107. Your Majesty, this is the Green Saintess of Graz. The next morning, Danny, who had rested for the night in the garden on the top floor, was preparing to go to the punishment square to continue liberating the slaves. However, Klein came with a middle-aged woman wearing a green robe and a green veil on her head and face. "Please take a seat, Sir Shackle and Green Saintess." Danny extended her hand to invite the two of them. She was eating breakfast: cold persimmon soup, white bread, boiled goose eggs, grilled bacon, and scallion steak. There was a lot of heavy work waiting for her today, and she might not have time to have lunch at noon. Danny had a very sumptuous breakfast. Different from the high and mighty benevolent masters, Danny had a long wooden table placed on the grass, 7 or 8 meters long, in a north-south direction. Danny sat at the north end, and Whitebeard and Yura sat on her left, each with a set meal of the same style as hers. Doria, Kiki, and Eerie had already eaten before her. As maids, the three of them were not qualified to eat with Yura and Whitebeard. Well, in Westeros the king could sit at the same table with the small nobles, but would not eat with the servants. Danny was not the Virgin Mary and did not want to change this. Instead of changing the etiquette and customs that had been passed down for thousands of years, it was better to find a chance in the future to give the three maids the status of a knight. Sir Shackle and Green Saintess sat on Danny's right side in turn. Green Saintess was magnanimous, and her movements were elegant and skillful. The butcher was a little unnatural, but he was more excited. This kind of most intuitive change in status made him very intoxicated. Doria came over to bring food for the two of them. Danny asked, "Green Saintess, did the Unsullied disturb the Temple of Divine Grace?" Danny was a novice surgeon before and knew nothing about politics, but she still knew the principle of the important matters of the country, worship and war. There were more than 10,000 Unsullied and 3 dragons, and the military power had always been firmly in her hands. And worship, or sacrifice, referred more to faith and etiquette and tradition. Before attacking Astapor, Danny had arranged for the Unsullied to be in charge of protecting and monitoring the Temple of Divine Grace. He could not allow the Holy Maiden of the Temple to be persecuted in order to avoid causing religious unrest, which was the most troublesome. He also could not allow them to come out and cause trouble for her. The Temple of Divine Grace itself was a weirdly shaped pyramid. The clergy were all female, and they were collectively known as the Saintess. The Green Saintess was the highest priestess among the Saintesses, similar to the Archbishop of the Holy See. There was usually only one Grace Temple in each city, and there was usually only one Green Saintess in each temple. In other words, Graz'dan was the religious leader of Astapor. Oh, that's right, this Saintess is also called Graz'dan, a female variant of Graz'dan. The first Graz'dan was a great man of the Guji's empire. Every Gujis with a bit of status wanted to be called Graz'dan. "Your Majesty, the Unsullied are the most obedient warriors. They did not disturb the temple." The Green Saintess took a sip of persimmon soup and said softly, "That's good. When the chaos in the city subsides, I'll have them withdraw." Danny made a promise. "Your Majesty, how are you going to quell the chaos in Astapor? I mean, Kayuan, Mirin, Zingis, and the other cities will not sit idly by." The Green Saintess asked nervously, "Sigh, I'm not thinking that far ahead." Danny waved her hand and said boldly, "I'll roar when I see injustice. When it's time to act, I'll act. 3,000 Unsullied are enough to defend Kohler." "How many 3,000 do I have? And besides Zingis, who has an iron army, Kayuan and Mirin rely on slave soldiers to maintain their rule. If they have the guts, let them come and see if my Queen Danny's cannons are sharp. I'll talk big. The more slave soldiers that come, the more warriors that fight for freedom will be sent to me. The more I fight, the more my soldiers will increase. Who knows, I might end up with an army of 1,000,000. I'll scare those slave merchants to death. Even if the worst-case scenario happens and I'm besieged by everyone, I can at least hold on for 2 or 3 years. In 2 or 3 years, won't I still sweep through the world with 3 dragons?" The Green Saintess sighed and asked, "Your Majesty, what's your goal? Don't you want to return to the Westeros?" Danny's eyes flashed and she asked, "Your Excellency, may I ask what god your temple believes in?" "Harpies." "No, we don't believe in harpies. In fact, the ancient teachings have been lost. The people of Zingis today have little to do with the Zingis Empire. The Temple of Divine Grace does not have the function of spreading faith. We exist for the people. Slavers Bay in the world of ice and fire equals Egypt on earth. Many people thought that Egyptians had always been Egyptians, and some suspected that Egypt's history and pyramids were fake. They did not have a history of 5,000 years, and thought that the pharaohs did not have the tradition of using pyramids as mausoleums. Their reasons were good. If every pharaoh had a pyramid, how many pharaohs had there been in 5,000 years? How could there only be a few dozen pyramids? Many of the pharaohs' coffins were not excavated in pyramids. In fact, the Egyptians were divided into several periods, and the rulers of each period were even different. The line of the ancient pharaohs had long been extinct. Dynasties and nations were different, and their customs and traditions and even their beliefs were different. Moreover, most of the time the pharaohs did not establish a unified empire, and their national power was not enough to build pyramids, just like not all the dynasties of the Great Celestial Empire were Han and Tang dynasties. Therefore, although there were many pharaohs, not everyone was qualified to have a pyramid. Or, at that time, the pharaoh's race was not popular to be buried in pyramids. The gods they believed in did not have the doctrine of resurrection from the dead. The Zingis of Slavers Bay were similar to the Egyptians. Although they were called Zingis, they were not the same race as the Zingis of 5,000 years ago. Their culture and beliefs had also undergone fundamental changes. Valeglia would not allow them to have strong and cohesive beliefs. The Temple of Divine Grace has 7 saintesses. The green saintess is the highest priest. The blue saintess is the doctor. The white saintess is a girl of noble birth who learns the skills of a woman in the temple. They can choose to become saintesses of other colors. The pink saintess is an attendant. She can be the maid of noble people. The gold saintess is a scholar. She can educate the children of rich families. The purple saintess can be the housekeeper of rich families. Speaking of this, the green saintess sighed and said helplessly, the pink saintess, the gold saintess, and the purple saintess are all products of the Valeglia era. But now, there is almost no meaning for them to exist. Every generation, the green saintess still needs the pink saintess to serve her. The gold and the purple saintess are almost eliminated. Now the red saintess is the most popular. What is the red saintess? Danny asked. Ahem. Cora coughed a few times with an unnatural look. His expression was a little awkward. The green saintess expression did not change. She said indifferently, the red saintess is the holy prostitute. We do not avoid the pursuit of physical desire. The most exquisite residence in the temple is the Garden of Desire. The red saintesses wait in the Garden of Desire every night, waiting to be picked by men. If no one is picked, they will wait until dawn. Danny did not pretend to be shy or blushed. She had already noticed that from Slave Bay to Queers, the atmosphere of society was unusually open, revealing half of one's boobs and drawing erotic pictures on the city wall. These were simply unimaginable in the ancient times of the Celestial Empire. Looking at the Divine Grace Temple's actions, it seems that they do not support slavery, Danny said. But they do not oppose it, the Green Saintess said. But my conscience opposes it. The justice of the world opposes it. The bottom line of human beings opposes it. Any god with a little bit of mercy opposes it, Danny said loudly. I will not oppose you, Your Majesty. The Divine Grace Temple will not oppose you either. I am here this time just to understand your arrangement for Astapor. The Green Saintess sighed. They did not even have a clear doctrine. Such a church's combat power was so weak that it made Danny sympathize with them. I promise I am only against slavery. If a queen cannot bring a better life to the people, then she might as well abdicate. Green Saintess, I will only make Astapor's life better. Of course this is for the majority. Danny said solemnly. I understand. It is time to say goodbye. The Green Saintess stood up and prepared to leave. Wait a minute. Danny stopped her and said, I hope that the Divine Grace Temple will be more deeply involved in the city's construction in the coming days. What do you mean? The Green Saintess was confused. No matter how wise a king is, he cannot rule a kingdom alone. When a king rules a kingdom based on his own will, his kingdom is not far from destruction. The Green Saintess was deep in thought. Cora looked at Danny in shock. He did not expect her to say such a thing. Whitebeard looked excited. His eyes were a little watery. I will organize a council to manage this city. Green Saintess, you are qualified to be a council minister. Danny looked at the graceful high priest and asked, Are you willing? Thank you, Your Majesty, for giving me this opportunity. I'm very grateful. The Green Saintess replied excitedly. Very good. Now you can perform your duties. Danny smiled. When the Green Saintess sat back down at the table, Sir Shackle asked, Your Majesty, may I ask, am I qualified to be a council minister? Of course, you are the first Astapor noble under my command. Then, Danny let the Green Saintess, Cleon the Butcher, and Cora continue to attack the remaining pyramids. She took Whitebeard to Pride Square to free the slaves. There were even more people today. Excluding the Unsullied, the city of Apasta had close to 100,000 residents. The ratio of slaves to Gith was as high as 7:1. There were more than 80,000 slaves. Well, that's right, Gith had become a minority. Yesterday, 6,000 of them were killed by the Unsullied and the slaves out of control. Only half of Gith's population was left. Not to mention Slavers Bay, even in Volantis, one of the 9 free cities, the ratio of slaves to free people was 5:1. From this, it could be seen how promising Danny's cause of liberating the world was. As long as she stayed calm, she would definitely win. These are the ashes of 2,000 slaves who died in battle for freedom. Under the scorching sun, on the first step of the pyramid, under the gaze of tens of thousands of slaves, Danny pointed to the huge wooden box beside her and said loudly to the iron horn, "I promised that their glory would be eternal. Before I untie the slave collar for everyone, I want to announce 2 things. First, no slave owner can punish you anymore. This square will be renamed People's Square at this moment. Who are the people? The people are you, me, all of us. The people are the true masters of Astapor. Long live the People's Square, long live the Mother of Dragons. Misha, Misha." Tens of thousands of people raised their white, black, brown and amber arms and shouted at the top of their lungs. Their voices were so loud that the clouds in the sky were almost blown away. In fact, the people behind them did not hear anything at all, but there were 3 brightly colored dragons circling and roaring above Danny's head. They were all excited. Danny pressed her right hand down, and when the scene was quiet again, she continued to say to the iron horn, "Second, in the center of the People's Square, where the wooden platform was originally used to punish slaves, I will use the ashes of these 2,000 Freedom Guards to build a stone monument, the Freedom Guard Monument. It represents all the fighters who sacrificed for freedom in the past, present, and future, representing their will and representing their glory." Chapter 108. The People's Square and the Freedom Guardian Monument weren't just gimmicks. The so-called liberation of slaves wasn't just about unlocking the shackles. In the original plot, Danny Rice thought and did exactly that, and then she was done for. After destroying the old system, a new system had to be built to allow society to function stably. Otherwise, a world without system would be worse than the old world. The square and the monument were mainly to remind the new freedmen that they were the masters of this city. It was natural for them to build and protect their homes. Well, Danny conquered the slave city yesterday. Today she was going to put new shackles on the freedmen. She needed them to work, she needed them to serve, and she needed them to farm. In the morning, Danny unlocked the necklaces of all the slaves with the help of the Unsullied. In the afternoon, under the bright sun, the new freedmen formed a long line in the red brick square, waiting to register their names, occupations, family status, and expectations for the future at the desk in front of the pyramid. Yesterday afternoon, after freeing the slave warriors, Danny's next target was the slaves who came out of the pyramid. For example, the chefs, kitchen maids, textile workers, and other manual workers were all happy and grateful to the Mother of Dragons. But when it came to the scholars, gardeners, doctors, and other high-tech workers, they were unwilling to become freedmen. When Danny asked for the reason, Scholar Ethan said, "The benevolent Lord treats me very well. My food, shelter, and clothes are all of the best quality. My work is also quite easy, and I have 2 maids to serve me. If I were to go out and make a living, I might not be able to survive. If your Majesty really wants to treat us well, why not sell us to Kaiyuan or Mirin? We are very popular and can be sold for a lot of money." This wasn't hard to understand. The Qing dynasty had a system of servants, and servants were actually slaves. But why were there so many people rushing to be servants for the Manchurian nobles? Even in the Qing dynasty novels, most of the big female protagonists' identities were servants. Their lives and dignity were not their own. Their daughters and wives could be controlled by their masters as they pleased. Even modern women in the new society wanted to transmigrate back to be servants for the Manchurians. This was fucking ridiculous. The problem was that the hierarchy of the Qing dynasty was royal family, nobles, servants, Han officials, and Han commoners. If one was a servant of the royal family, their status would not be any worse than normal Manchus. First of all, they didn't have to worry about food and clothing. Whatever the emperor had, they had. What the emperor didn't have, they also had. Secondly, they had power. As the saying goes, if you want to hit a dog, you have to look at its owner. Under normal circumstances, who would dare to hit the emperor's dog? Finally, there was the future. Would there be no future if he became the emperor's servant? Haha, how many imperial princes and imperial grandsons were born from Bao? Even the Jiaqing emperor's mother was also a concubine. This was the core motivation of the transsexual women. There was also the famous Chao Shuiqin. His family had led the Jiangning weaving industry for 3 generations. His position in Jiangnan was second only to the governor of Liangjiang, but his identity was still that of an aristocratic family of the imperial household. Scholar Ethan and the others were in a similar situation. Danny's method of dealing with them was simple. Since they were so cheap, then they could be her slaves. That would save her a lot of money. Just like now, dozens of scholars each had a table, a chair, and a parasol over their heads. They were neatly arranged under the steps of the Great Pyramid. Under the scorching sun, they helped the freedmen register their identities and issue identity documents. They were all sweating and panting. Danny did not need to pay them a copper coin. Slaves working for their masters did not need to be paid. However, she did not hide in the Great Pyramid to cool off. Instead, she moved a chair to sit in the middle of the desk and personally answered the difficult questions of the freedmen. In this world, especially in Westeros, the king had the responsibility to meet the complainants at a fixed time. To put it in a simpler way, the king equals the neighborhood committee and plus the county magistrate. Those who were wronged, those who encountered difficulties, and those who wanted to talk to the king could all line up at a fixed time to wait for the king's summons. If the king was lazy, he would let the king's hand handle it. For example, Ed Stark sat on the Iron Throne and accepted the complaints of Sir Clegane's atrocities from the people of Hujian, which led to a series of events such as the Brotherhood Without Flags and Madame's Stone Heart. Oh, this was different from the ancient times of the Celestial Empire. In the history of the Celestial Empire, which prime minister dared to sit on the throne of the emperor? But here, the king's hand could represent the king and sit on the throne of the emperor. They controlled the country's military and finances, and they also had the power to appoint and dismiss officials. Other than not being able to sleep with the king's wife, they could do anything the king could do. The weight of the prime minister's power was enough to make the powerful ministers of China envious. But in the 300 years of the Targaryen dynasty, including the Robert and Lannister dynasties, not a single king's hand rebelled. They were all very obedient. If the king wanted to kill them, they would kill them. If the king wanted to exile them, they would pack their bags and leave the Westeros without a word. The main reason was that in a feudal country, the king's hand was only the king's hand. They only represented the king. The king's prestige would be greatly reduced if he left the royal territory, let alone the king's hand. If any king's hand dared to rebel, countless nobles would immediately raise their troops and teach them a lesson. In addition to fulfilling her obligations, Dany also wanted to learn more about the living conditions and demands of the people in the process of meeting the new free people. Then she would try to select a few useful talents. The honest people who didn't have much talent would usually follow the crowd. They would do whatever the Mother of Dragons arranged. The people who really came to Dany either had some advanced ideas because of their own talent, or they were like Cleon, unwilling to be left out and had the heart to climb up. Dany would of course be wary of the latter, but there were no useless pieces on the chessboard. As a chess player, she had to be good at making use of every piece. She still remembered the example of Zanja. She was clearly the heroine of the first people of the Juggernauts, but she only left behind a series of unpleasant names such as Zebra Face, Infertile, Cruel, and so on. She couldn't interfere with the bad things, but she also couldn't not do it. In this way, Cleon and the others could be used. When the Green Saintess came over in a small sedan, she saw Dany bending over the table under the umbrella, writing and drawing on a white sheepskin scroll. She was also talking to the people of the Summer Islands opposite her. You can do it without worry. I will lend you a sum of money without interest. You just have to pay it back within 10 years. If the goods can't be sold, every quarter. Well, once every 3 months I will buy all the stock according to the market price. Thank you, Your Majesty. The young black girl wiped her tears and kept bowing until she noticed the Green Saintess figure. Then she left. The people in the queue behind also took a few steps back, leaving room for Dany and the Green Saintess to talk. What does she want to do? The Green Saintess asked curiously. Her name is Lisa. She is a textile worker. Her embroidery skills are not inferior to the weavers of the Barbarian Palace. Dany handed over a handkerchief embroidered with a beautiful peony pattern and smiled. She wants to open a clothing store, but she doesn't have the capital. She is also worried that no one will buy the goods in the store. I will give her a 10-year interest-free loan to help her open the store. If the goods can't be sold, I will take all the money. This? The Green Saintess' wisdom told her that Danny's action had a deep meaning. However, her shallow experience and knowledge prevented her from further peeking into the truth. Why did you come to me? As she asked, Danny asked Ji Chi to pour the Saintess a cup of cool and sweet lemonade from the jar. Danny did not follow the example of other kings and queens who sat on the throne while the audience stood below to show their majesty. Under such circumstances, how could she listen to the truth? Her wooden chair came from the good Lord. Although it was spacious and luxurious, the Saintess opposite her also had a chair. She could talk to Queen Danny face to face. The Green Saintess sat down and looked at the bright sunlight around her. She felt like she was sitting on a burning pit. She wiped her forehead and sighed. Your Majesty, you should receive visitors in the pyramid. The pyramid is too high. Ordinary people can't reach it or see it, Danny said with a smile. The bottom of the pyramid was very low, but it was mostly prisons, warehouses and servants' residences. Visitors would also be received at the top, which was 100 meters high. When climbing up they would puff and puff. When climbing down they would puff and puff. If it were her, she would hesitate to see the cheap queen. Moreover, the trial process without the audience was not a mirror hanging high. The Green Saintess hesitated and said, but the queen receiving guests in the square is too. In a few days I will transform a spacious hall at the bottom of the pyramid to receive ordinary people, Danny said. This. The Green Saintess's face changed behind the green silk. Your Majesty, the nobles of Gith used to mummify the bodies of their ancestors at the bottom of the pyramid. Don't worry, Saintess. Danny waved her hand, picked up the porcelain bowl on the table and drank half a bowl of lemonade. She sighed comfortably. Even if they are all evil slave owners, since they are dead, I won't hurt their remains. Aren't the bodies of the Gith people who died a few days ago in the Pride Square, waiting for their families to claim them? Thinking of the rotten square, the Green Saintess couldn't help but turn pale. How many people died? Who would come to claim their bodies? In the hot summer, after a few days, the bodies had turned into water. Your Majesty, burn the rest so as not to cause a plague, she advised. Well, burn it tonight, Danny replied. If the Green Saintess didn't remind her, she would also burn it. She had made it clear before that the time to claim the bodies of her family was only 3 days. After 3 days the rest would be burned immediately. There was a notice on the Pride Square. I will move the coffins in the pyramid to a pyramid. In this way it will not violate the tradition of the nobles of Gith, but also leave a lot of space for other purposes. Your Majesty is wise. The Green Saintess was very pleased with Danny's intentions and said, I came to see your Majesty for 2 things. First, there are still 3 pyramids occupied by the nobles. If they are willing to surrender, how will you deal with them? Second, there is the problem with Sir Shackle's style. In the process of recovering the 15 pyramids, 12 families were killed. Only a few families left with children under the age of 5. The nobles in the other 3 pyramids surrendered, but the knights still killed all the adults over the age of 14. Seeing Danny's serious face, the Green Saintess advised, if you only want to rule Astapor, it is fine. But you have a grand ambition to change the whole of Slave Bay. You know, Astapor is only a border city in Slave Bay. Kayuan and Mirin have more and bigger pyramids, and there are also strong walls outside the pyramids. I have given strict orders to only kill the most heinous slave owners, and never harm their children. The leaflets scattered on the pyramids and the notices pasted on the streets and alleys all made it clear. 2,000 Freedom Guardians died in the uprising, and almost half of them died in the hands of the Unsullied because they violated the bottom line I set, Danny said slowly. But the Great Pyramid behind you was destroyed and no one came out to take responsibility. So, Sir Shackle had nothing to worry about. He seemed to have found an example in the other pyramids, and before they opened the gates to surrender, he killed the entire family of the merchant. Chapter 109. On the 3rd day after breaking through the city gates, all the pyramids fell into Danny's hands. Excluding the strange pyramids with circular domes like the Temple of Divine Grace, there were a total of 18 pyramids. The tallest belonged to the great slave lord Grazdan, 100 meters, and the shortest was less than 50 meters. 8 of them were exterminated, 4 of them only had a few children under the age of 5 left, and 3 of them lost all their adults, leaving only the minors under the age of 14 alive. In the last 3 families, Danny did not execute a single person because of the appearance of the Green Saintess. In another week's time, the entire city was cleaned up by the Unsullied. Whether it was the new freedmen or the original Gai's civilians, there were more than 123,000 people. Well, the 18 pyramids and the accompanying Colosseum contributed tens of thousands of slaves. The ratio of freedmen from slaves to Gai's civilians was close to 20:1, and Estapo fell completely into Danny's hands. When the document registered the freedmen, they were divided into 5 classes by soldier, farmer, worker, merchant. Simply put, skilled craftsmen were workers, and they could also choose to start their own business like the textile worker Lisa and become a small merchant. For honest people who were unskilled and illiterate, or those who had family ties, Danny would allocate dozens of mu of fertile land to them and go to the Worm River plains outside the city to be farmers. For example, the original slave soldiers and gladiators were incorporated into the militia by Danny, and Knight Yura was responsible for training them into a regular army. Well, this would also be a process of elimination. The elite militia would be drawn out and incorporated into another team, and the unqualified would become local guards like the police and constables. At present, the Unsullied were still in charge of maintaining order in the city, but their best use was in the War of the Wild Legion, and it was too wasteful to put them in the city as guards. Those who were literate were counted as soldiers, but the taxi under Danny's command and the scholar bureaucrat were two completely different concepts. The true power was in the hands of the nobles who could hold a knife and kill people. In this world, there would never be a scholar bureaucrat. Because the social structure of this world was open, it was impossible to live a small life behind closed doors like Huasiachao. Without a doubt, scholar bureaucrats were beneficial to maintaining royal rule. If one wanted to centralize power and become a true emperor, scholar bureaucrats were the emperor's best helpers. But at the same time, no matter which dynasty, when the scholar officials came to power, the power of the country would inevitably decline. It was easy for martial artists to cause chaos in the country, but the military power was really strong. In a relatively closed environment like the Celestial Empire, no matter how weak a unified empire was, it was still stronger than the barbarian kingdoms nearby. As long as the government was clean most of the time, it could still be a comfortable big brother. But this world is open. If your military power is weak, you can't survive. Therefore, the Westeros city of learning had been around for thousands of years. Almost every aristocrat had a scholar to guide them. The scholars' knowledge and experience were several times or even dozens of times better than the scholars of the Celestial Dynasty. However, the scholars still could not become a powerful scholar official class. Well, I really don't mean to belittle the ancient scholars of the Celestial Dynasty or to elevate the status of scholars. The scholars in A Song of Ice and Fire were super awesome. Art, literature, mathematics, and agriculture were just the basics. Philosophy, archaeology, astrology, medicine, anatomy, magic, occultism, and so on were all subjects that one had to dabble in. Moreover, the scholars were not just studying. The birth of each scholar was extremely strict, and their action power was extremely strong. They could be used as doctors, as teachers for children, as aides, secretaries, and housekeepers for aristocrats. If there was a war, they could also be used as military strategists. They could do almost anything you could think of. The scholars were not afraid of death and often ran around the world to explore new knowledge. For example, Scholar Marwyn, the teacher of Witch Miri, a Westeros, actually went to the Shadowland tens of thousands of miles away to study abroad. Anyone who knew how to read and count was classified as a scholar by Danny. Well, the scholar's scholar was dedicated to serving others. She herself established a staff of 200 people, all of whom were slave scholars who did not want to become free people. Danny did not treat them too badly. She still let them live in the Great Pyramid with 2 maids serving them. The 3 meals a day were only 1 or 2 levels lower than Danny's. Well, the maids were not slaves anymore. They signed labor contracts, had wages, pensions, and medical insurance, the kind of real medical insurance that was completely free. Even so, it was cheaper than hiring scholars as clerks. If those scholars got rid of their slave status and came to sign labor contracts with Danny, the salary they received would be much higher than the price Danny paid to keep them. I really don't know what they are thinking. Danny complained to Whitebeard. Whitebeard told her that this was normal. In Westeros, the scholars were almost the same as these scholars. They did not take a salary and served their lords for free for the rest of their lives. The aristocrats were also responsible for supporting them for the rest of their lives. Well, they had to let the scholars live a decent life. If the aristocrats dared to insult, abuse, bully, or dismiss their scholars for no reason, the City of Knowledge would also stand up for those scholars. In addition to threatening to no longer provide scholars to the aristocratic families, the City of Knowledge could also punish the other party through the scholars of the King's Landing. Without the scholars, there would be no one to manage the messenger crows. The aristocrats could not even communicate with the outside world. As one of the ministers of the council, the scholars were eligible to participate in the imperial conference. Although Danny had artificially delineated the 5 major classes, these new social classes were very unbalanced. Counting the service industry, workers accounted for more than half of the population. There were more than 50,000 people, mostly women. There were 30,000 soldiers. The older ones were 50 or 60 years old, and the younger ones were only 8 or 9 years old. Only a few thousand Jith people chose to be merchants, although they had few businesses and shops. There were too few people who chose to be farmers. Almost all of them were cowardly farming people such as Raza and Naz. These days, except for the Jith people who had families and businesses, the new free people in the city relied on Danny to support them. Although there were sufficient materials in the pyramid, this kind of life of eating from the same pot could not last long. Therefore, she must restore the normal order of the city as soon as possible. In the new society under the new system, the first priority was to clarify the laws and regulations. 10 days after the defeat of Astapor, the mist of the early morning dissipated like a phantom. The red sun was like an egg yolk. Before it rose to the top of the Great Pyramid, the red brick square had begun to heat up slightly. Woo-woo, a long and low horn sounded at the top of the Great Pyramid, and the whole city quickly woke up under a strange power. In the 10 days that the Mother of Dragons ruled Astapor, there were several similar situations. The citizens knew that she was summoning the city's residents to gather in the People's Square. I heard that this is the sound of the dragon horn? The dragon horn can control the Megalosaurus. A new free person whispered to his companion as he walked. He was a middle-aged black man from the Midsummer Islands. He was less than 1.5 meters tall. His body was thin and his hands and feet were agile. He used to be a handyman raised by a benevolent master, but now he was considered a mechanic. Maybe. The handyman's companion was a free scholar. He was a white man in his 40s. He was of medium build and was not very knowledgeable. He was not the kind of high-class slave who lived a good life. However, he was more knowledgeable than his companion. He said worriedly, "I hope it's not the slave master of Kaiyuan City." "What are you afraid of?" "Not counting the newly formed 30,000 guards, Her Majesty the Queen still has more than 10,000 unsullied. I want to join the Queen's Guard. Then I will have a chance to take revenge on the slave traders. I can even become Her Majesty's bugler." The skinny man said. "You don't understand. The slave masters of Kaiyuan City don't need to defeat the unsullied. If they burn the manors outside the city first, the livelihood of more than 100,000 people in the city will become a big problem." The free scholar said. No city could be completely self-sufficient. They had to rely on farming and animal husbandry in the suburbs to maintain their daily necessities. Astapor was no exception. Apart from the 100,000 people in the city, there were at least 200,000 slave masters' manors on the plains of the Worm River outside the city. Of those 200,000 people, there were about 30,000 Jith people. Before she had the time to deal with the slave masters, Danny had also sent the Centaur cavalry to the village entrance to post a notice of the 4 great prohibitions. Anyone who dares to kill their own slaves on a large scale will have their entire family wiped out. Anyone who dares to burn grain stores, wheat fields and olive trees or kill large groups of cattle and sheep and let them rot will have their entire family wiped out. Anyone who dares to poison wells, block wells or even destroy irrigation channels and farm infrastructure will have their entire family wiped out. Anyone who dares to form an army and kill patrolling Centaur cavalry will have their entire family wiped out. Of course, Danny wasn't blindly tyrannical. Behind the 4 prohibitions was a placating letter to the Jith people. Queen Danny Rise solemnly promises that any slave master who doesn't violate the 4 prohibitions will have their family and children protected. Their property will also be protected to a limited extent, including their fields and warehouses. The free scholar and the skinny man didn't know this, nor did they know that more than 20 slave masters had been wiped out in the past 10 days. If slave masters could be frightened by a few notices, they wouldn't be evil slave masters. Some shrewd guys deliberately set fire to grain stores and olive groves, hoping to attract Centaur patrols, and then they would wait for them to catch them all in one fell swoop. Unfortunately, the ideal was vivid and full, but the reality was cruel. The work of household registration for the new freedmen was indeed complicated, but it was all done by the clerical team. Dani herself was quite idle. While practicing swordsmanship with Whitebeard, she received a few citizen visitors. Her days were very relaxed and comfortable. Therefore she had time to act as a scout for the Centaur cavalry. Before every operation, Blackie would fly around the manor to see the situation of the Jith people clearly. The black dragon would even land on the ground and draw a map of the manor's defenses with its claws. The next step was simple. 1,000 Unsullied rushed up, and 200 Centaur cavalry mounted outside. Almost all the rebellious manors were swept away in one wave. Then the heads of the slave masters' families were put on spears by the centaurs and run around the village. The rest of the people were honest. Well, Dani's so-called wiping out of the family was not the whole family. Only the adults were killed, and the children under the age of 14 were temporarily locked up. She would deal with them after she was done with this. There were two reasons why she didn't directly send the Unsullied to flatten the manors. First, she was afraid that the manor owners would be driven to desperation and frantically destroy food and production materials. Second, the casualties were too high. With the help of the big gang, 18 Unsullied and 22 Centaur warriors died in quelling the unrest in more than 20 manors, while the other side only paid more than 1,000 Jith farmers. The idea was not 1,000 Unsullied plus 200 Centaurs versus 1,000 Jith people. Only half of the 1,700 Jith people were men, and they were scattered across more than 20 manors. Only less than 100 Jith people and 300 to 400 wavering slave farmers would fight against the 1,000 Unsullied each time. The main reason was that the complex environment of the manors was not suitable for battle. Each manor was almost a small castle, easy to defend and difficult to attack. Chapter 110. Dani's denouncing the Jith people was not a lie. She really intended to redeem the manor's property and food reserves. Hey Tom, look, the Unsullied are posting notices again. Let's go over and see what's written on it. Before the Freedom Guardian monument was erected, Dani ordered the craftsmen to build a low wall around the people's square to act as a BBS bulletin board for Astapor. If Dani had any decree to issue, in addition to posting notices on the bulletin board in streets, she would also let the Unsullied carry this copper gong and scatter it in every corner of the city. While striking the gong to attract the attention of the citizens, they would recite Dani's instructions loudly. They would not just recite it once, but like a repeater, they would recite it repeatedly. If they encountered a citizen who came forward to ask, they would also explain a certain decree in detail. Well, in fact, 99% of the Unsullied were illiterate, or rather, the slave masters did not teach them to read. They could recite loudly and explain to the citizens because of the lessons given to them by the scholars the night before. Dani commanded the scholars, and the scholars conveyed the holy will to the Unsullied, and the Unsullied went to the streets to let the citizens of the city understand Queen Dani's instructions. At first, Dani had the idea of letting the scholars stand under the notice as commentators. Just like the plot of a costume drama, there was a wanted poster at every city gate, and under the wanted poster, there must be an old scholar who failed to pass the examination proudly showing off his words. When the old scholar explained the notice, the illiterate people around him would follow with, "Oh, ah yeah." Unfortunately, those scholars were pretentious and were unwilling to do it. "Your Majesty, it's not that I want to go against your will, but the king will not use Edu porcelain as a chamber pot. When the benevolent lord bought me, he spent a total of 1,888 gold coins. I am proficient in history, literature, poetry, musical performance, and other knowledge. When I was 25 years old, I also obtained a senior scholar certificate in the Volantis Great Library. I can't be confused with a street performer." At that time Ethan cried to Dani. Then Dani asked Cora, "The ransom of a Westeros knight is usually 100 gold royals?" "About 300 gold coins," Cora nodded with an ugly expression. First volume of Dani Lys Codex, Preface. I am Dani Lys Targaryen. I established this codex so that the light of justice may shine upon the land and destroy all sin and evil, so that the strong may not oppress the weak. Tom, the freelance scholar, read the words aloud. "So it's the code of laws." The skinny technician said in disappointment. "Jerry, you don't understand. The law is the foundation of governance, the pillar of the country. Now I can rest assured." Scholar Tom laughed. "Don't worry about what?" Skinny Monkey asked doubtfully. "I've been worried that Her Majesty the Queen would leave with the Unsullied after liberating Astapor. After all, she wants to return to the Westeros to restore the Targaryen dynasty. If that's the case, we'll be doomed. What does the Codex have to do with her leaving? The technician still didn't quite understand. The freelance scholar shook his head and pointed in the direction of the Great Pyramid with an excited expression. He sighed and said, "Queen Dany Alice is more wise and brave than I thought. She really wanted to change the world, and she had the ability to change the decaying old world. It's not like what I was worried about. The liberation of the slaves was just a momentary outburst of sympathy for a little girl." "Hey, Mr. Scholar, stop sighing. Hurry up and tell us what's written on the notice." The illiterate citizen beside him stomped his feet impatiently. "Oh, let me see." The freelance scholar shifted his gaze to the notice wall again and read aloud, 1. Under the gods, the people of the world have different identities, but they are all born free. Enslaving others is the first original sin, and they will be cursed by the gods and true dragons. Good. Well said. We are born free, and the slave owners should go to hell. Long live the mother of dragons, long live Queen Dany Alice. Misha Misha. After the first article of the Code of Laws was read, the new freedmen around him cheered loudly. However, the scholar frowned slightly. He realized that this law did not specify the punishment for those who sold slaves. If the gods' curses were effective, would Astapor still exist for 6,000 years? It would be more realistic to say that they will be punished by the dragon breath of the Megalosaurus. What he didn't know was that Dany had put a lot of thought into this. The first book of the Code of Laws only told the people of the world what could be done and what could not be done. It was written in a relatively simple and popular way to increase the circulation and acceptance of the Code of Laws. The first article was written in too much detail. The illiterate citizens would be too tired to read it, and 80% of them would not be able to remember it. At the same time, they would also neglect the equally important articles of the Code of Laws below. It would be better to turn the first book of Dany Alice's Code of Laws into a custom and tradition that everyone knows. When the actual sentence was handed down, there would be this second book of Dany Alice's Code of Laws, to explain it in detail. Yes, there would definitely be a second book of Dany Alice's Code of Laws in the future. That would be prepared for professionals such as judges and lawyers. Oh, even the most civilized Westeros did not have judges and lawyers. This time, Dany had raised the level of civilization of this world by a large margin. 2. Harming the lives of innocent people is a great crime and must be punished equally. Among them, killing children and infants is the most severe. 3. The legal property of a citizen is sacred and inviolable. The king cannot ask for wealth other than taxes from his subjects. 4. The untrustworthy person will be spurned by the gods. Written contracts and oral agreements with witnesses will be protected by the king and the Megalosaurus. 5. Theft. The first 4 articles were more epic-making. Perhaps every race had similar traditions, but they did not form a clear law. From the 5th article onwards, the content of the Dany Alice's Code of Laws became universal. Of course, it was more suitable for this era and this world. There were detailed regulations for criminal, civil, trade, marriage, inheritance, trial, taxes, household registration, and other systems. That's right, household registration was also a new thing. Although Dany had always said that she was learning from the Manchurian system, and even created the Moon Gate hairstyle and the 8 Banners military system, it could be seen from the laws she made that the core of the Astapor kingdom she created was more like the Han dynasty. The Qing dynasty also followed the Ming dynasty. Especially from the household registration and taxes system, it could extend the concept of a different county system. Of course, she would not really create the Han dynasty. Any dynasty in China, regardless of whether it was strong or weak, was innately close to strengthening the centralization of power. A dynasty with a high centralization of power was destined to not live long. The very simple reason was that the power of the country was concentrated in the hands of the emperor, and the probability of a fatuous or mediocre emperor was much higher than that of a sacred monarch. In particular, the Targaryen family had the Mad King gene. If the past Targaryen Mad Kings were born in the Chinese dynasty, according to their habits of seeking death, it was estimated that they would not even be able to maintain the dynasty for 50 years. Dong dong dong. Suddenly, there was a burst of drumming from the people's square. It was like thunder in the hearts of everyone. "The Queen is summoning us," the freelance scholar shouted and quickly squeezed to the Great Pyramid. Many personal experiences told him that he was too far away from the Queen. Other than shouting "Long live the Queen" with the crowd, He could not hear or see anything else. Skinny Monkey was also very smart and moved faster than him. The two of them almost rolled and crawled to a position 10 meters away from the pyramid. Well, if they got any closer they would not be able to see Queen Dani on the stone steps. Long live the mother of dragons, long live Queen Dani Liz. Scholar Tom saw the queen so clearly for the first time, and he was so excited that his eyes were filled with tears. Dani stood on the second big step about 7 meters from the ground of the square. On her left stood the Green Saintess and Sir Broken Shackles, and on her right stood Whitebeard and Ago. Slave Master. Skinny Monkey pointed to the third step and exclaimed. The freelance scholar was stunned and looked up. Sure enough, there were nearly 100 Gith people in toka robes standing on the steps above the queen. There were young boys and girls, women with scarves on their faces, and children of a few years old in the arms of women. Are you going to judge the children of the good Lord? As soon as the freelance scholar finished speaking, he laughed and said, If they are sinners, how can they stand above the queen? Woo! The queen stepped forward and blew a black horn fixed on a wooden frame. The desolate and low sound made everyone in the square feel their hearts sink for a moment. Suddenly, the square of tens of thousands of people was so quiet that only their own breathing could be heard. You have read the Code, Article 2. It is a great crime to harm the lives of innocent people, and the crime of killing children and infants is the most serious. What is an innocent person? Without an open and fair trial, only God knows whether he is guilty or not, but ignorant children and infants are necessarily innocent. Harming the lives of innocent people is a great crime, and it is unforgivable. The freelance scholar praised, the queen is wise, the queen is merciful in his heart, and wondered, what does the queen want to say? Until she suddenly pointed to the slave master's relatives on the third step above. Their father and brother sold slaves, treating the lives of slaves as nothing. Their hands are full of blood and they should be sentenced to death. Death penalty. Death penalty. The crowd below was furious and shouted loudly. For the first time, the Gith nobles above experienced this kind of criticism from the people. Their faces were pale and they were about to cry. No one knew whether they had repented of their evil slave master life, but they must have deeply understood one thing at this moment. The small world they lived in had changed. Seeing the queen's right hand pressed down, the freelance scholar, like the others, immediately stopped shouting, looked at her and continued to speak. A person can decide his own future and can also make changes at this moment, but he can't choose his own birth. Yes, they are mostly the descendants of evil slave masters, but they have no choice. They are still young and their hands are not stained with blood. They are innocent, they don't deserve to die, but now many innocent people have died in the hands of the rebel freedom guards. Oh, don't tell me you want to kill the donkey after it has outlived its usefulness. The freelance scholar was shocked and had a very bad guess. What? The skinny monkey was confused and sighed. I think what Her Majesty the Queen said is very reasonable. I didn't think about it before, but after Her Majesty's advice, I realized that people really can't choose their own birth. I also don't want to be a slave. The freelance scholar was stupefied. If you could choose, would you reincarnate as an evil slave master? Well, that's not the point. The Queen's words seemed to be paving the way for the following actions. Chapter 111. What happened next gradually matched the freelance scholar's ominous premonition. On the first stone step below the queen, men in hemp clothes with shackles on their hands and feet came out one by one. They were escorted by the Unsullied. Their white linen short-sleeved shirts had the word Sin written in black paint on the front and back, in Valeglia, not Chinese. They wore tall white triangular hats on their foreheads with the words Freedom Guard on them. The freelance scholar Tom's face was a little distorted. What did this mean? Not only did she acknowledge their contribution to the slave liberation movement, but she also condemned them for killing the slave owner's son. Let them die honorably? The prisoners' clothes and appearance were still neat, but their faces were full of resentment and resentment. Obviously they would rather live in cowardice than die honorably. Isn't this too much? The skinny monkey also reacted and suddenly felt that the queen was a little harsh. The first 4 steps were almost crowded with freedom guards. A rough estimate put it at more than 500 people. There is no doubt that they are freedom guards. They have made outstanding contributions in the slave uprising, but they are also guilty of the most heinous crimes. They have killed hundreds of innocent underage children, including many infants. The tens of thousands of new freedmen in the square were silent. They agreed with the queen's words in their hearts, but they also felt that the slave owners deserved it even if their whole family was cremated. At least the heads of the rebellious slaves should not be chopped off. The fox mourns the death of the rabbit. The queen's speech continued. She shouted into the loudspeaker, "Before entering the city, I distributed hundreds of leaflets to the pyramids, clearly stating that children under the age of 14 are not to be harmed. They have violated the rules I made and crossed the bottom line of being human." During the slave uprising in the city, the Unsullied executed hundreds of freedom guards because they were strong, hurt ordinary people, and killed the children of the slave merchants. Selling slaves is a crime. Strong women and killing children are also crimes. There is no difference between the three. Today I have promulgated the code, making it clear that evil must be cleansed and justice must be promoted. I declare that they are guilty. The queen pointed to the freedom guards, who were forced to kneel on the stone steps by the Unsullied, and made her judgment. Noises of discussion could be heard in the square, and the atmosphere was not friendly. Scholar Tom looked around and saw that everyone's expression was serious, and their eyes seemed to be unhappy. He could not help but sigh and say, "It's over. Her Majesty the Queen is still too upright. After today there will definitely be new freedmen who will resent her." Sigh, "Her Majesty the Queen is fair and impartial, but I don't feel too happy about it." The skinny man frowned. The human heart is like water, and the people's movements are like smoke. Everyone hopes for the sage monarch, but when the true sage monarch descends, how many people can accept her absolute fairness? The freelance scholar said bitterly. It's better to kill him in a low-key manner and then post the announcement. Someone nearby heard their conversation and couldn't help but interject. Yes. The scholar looked at the fat man in surprise. The fat man was tall and fat, and his face was fairer than the scholar's. It seemed that he had met someone of the same profession. Was he also a scholar? "I'm Tom, a freelance scholar." "Oh, hello, Tom. My name is Morono, a warrior of the Mother of Dragons Infantry Legion," the white fatty said. "Warrior?" The scholar Tom's mouth twitched, and when he was about to ask again, he heard the queen say loudly, "They are guilty and must be judged." But at the same time, they have contributed greatly in the process of liberating the pyramid. So I'm here to ask Her Excellency the Green Saintess for one thing. Can you ask the gods to put their sins on me? I'm willing to accept the punishment on their behalf. Danny's words not only shocked the Freedom Guardians who were secretly cursing her in their hearts, but also countless free people in the square. Even the Green Saintess next to her was a little bit unprepared. Her face behind the green silk scarf showed obvious shock and disbelief. Danny saw that the Green Saintess opened her mouth and didn't answer, so she continued, "Green Saintess is the High Priest of the Divine Grace Temple. You are qualified to communicate with the gods and help them to pass on their decisions. Can I accept the punishment of the law on behalf of the Freedom Guardians who bear the sins?" What else can I say? The Green Saintess's mind was in a mess. She was completely confused about Danny's behavior. She could only reply mechanically, "Your Majesty's kindness and justice move the world. What you have done moves the gods." "Her Excellency the Green Saintess said to me," Danny seemed to have received an oracle, and she shouted excitedly into the loudspeaker, "The gods allow me to accept the punishment on behalf of the Freedom Guardians. I should have been sentenced to death, but I'm the queen and I can't kill myself. Therefore, for every 10 people's sins I will be whipped once." "No, Princess. Your Majesty, there are 500 people down there." Whitebeard had a complicated look on his face. He was moved by the justice and kindness of the princess, but he was also worried about her honesty and intolerant character. At this time, when he heard that his queen was going to be punished on behalf of the slaves, and such a heavy punishment, he was so excited that he almost burst into tears. "Your Highness, you are really the kindest, most benevolent, just and righteous queen in the history of civilization." Not to mention Whitebeard, even the Green Saintess who was talked about, was shocked on the spot. She never thought that Danny had such courage. The Freedom Guardians below and the free people who heard the queen's words on the square all cried out, "Misha, Misha," with tears in their eyes. The descendants of the Gai's nobles above also gradually admired the kind-hearted and just Queen Danny in the incomparable shock. Well, the poor people of the world of ice and fire, this was the first time they experienced such a traitor-style trick of the great celestial empire, and they fell into it after only one wave. These people couldn't be blamed for being naive. Danny's operation was all a play in the eyes of modern people, but when they thought about Chow Chow, the elites of the three kingdoms had experienced various kinds of tricks. Facing Chow Chow who cut off his head, they were still shocked and in awe of him. With just one whip, her clothes were torn apart, revealing her snow-white skin and a 30 centimeters long scarlet scar. Fresh blood was already flowing out. However, Danny clenched the cork in her mouth tightly. Her face turned pale and she groaned. Her Majesty the Queen, boo-hoo, a whip is worth the sins of 10 people. After Danny was whipped, the Unsullied immediately escorted 10 prisoners wearing tall hats up from the lower level. In front of everyone, the Unsullied untied the chains on the prisoners' hands and feet and took off the sin clothes on their upper body. The 10 bare-chested burly men didn't rejoice at regaining their freedom. After seeing the whip scar on Danny's back, they couldn't help but kneel on the ground and cry loudly. The free people below the square also choked up and called out, "Misha," wave after wave. Slap, Hattar whipped again with a wooden face. However, he thought of another thing in his heart. The first few whips must be ruthless enough. Ruthless but not spicy. Although the whip scar is deep, the flesh is torn open and blood is dripping, it's only a superficial wound. It won't hurt the muscles and bones at all. After a few whips, Her Majesty the Queen's back will definitely be a mess like rotten meat. In this way, the remaining dozens of whips only need to be loud and beautiful enough. Although it looks like the whips are flying, there won't even be a superficial wound. With the Devil's Tail Hatter's peerless whip technique, he can even make afterimages fly. The sound is like thunder, but it feels as light as a feather. This kind of whip technique is the capital to ensure that I won't be eaten by the dragons. Chapter 112. Whitebeard finally understood why Danny was called the Immortal, because she really didn't burn. Yesterday morning, her whipping as punishment earned enough tears and reverence from the people. Queen Danny was about to become the blessed Saint Danny. Unfortunately, there were no monks of the Church of the Seven Gods here. People in the city, whether they were new freemen, ordinary people or nobles of guise, were in awe of her to the extreme. When the news spread outside the city, more than a dozen manor owners closest to the city immediately declared their allegiance. Because in the process of Queen Danny's personal deification, the Queen's code she formulated also became as heavy as Mount Tai, sacred and inviolable. Her Majesty used her blood to cast infinite sanctity and great authority. It could be said that in the more than 10,000 years of history of this different world, there had never been a code that could be so wholeheartedly accepted and respected by the people on the day of its birth. This was also the main purpose of Danny. With the history of the Celestial Empire, she had too many means and routines to win the love and worship of the people. It was too stupid to whip herself and the price was too high. The core purpose of the 50 whips yesterday was to promote the code. As long as her code was quickly known and accepted by the people, Aposta could settle down in the shortest time, and her burden would become the cornerstone to support her. Danny did not forget that there were Kayuan and Mireen in the north, New Guys in the south, Queers in the east and Volantis in the west. Those city-states relied on the slave trade to maintain their abnormal prosperity, and they would not easily let go of Danny, an alien. Compared with these, the price of 50 whips was too low. After being barbecued in the charcoal last night, all the wounds had scabbed this morning. In a few days, not only would the wounds be healed, but even a scar would not be left. Whitebeard, who saw the barbecued queen for the first time, was inexplicably shocked. He kept muttering, true dragon, those mad kings in history were not all lunatics. There really is a true dragon reborn in the fire." He thought for an entire night, and then this morning he came to Danny and knelt down on one knee. "Your Majesty, Danny Liz, I have something to tell you." In the garden at the top of the pyramid, under the shade of the apple tree, a soft couch was propped up. Danny was lying on it, leisurely flipping through a thick book. The salty sea breeze blowing from the distant sea, mixed with the sweet apple fragrance above her head, and the blurry and elegant scent of the pansy and Persian chrysanthemum beside her, created an intoxicating and vigorous vitality around Danny. "What is it?" Danny's eyes didn't move away from the book. After she had gained complete control of the 18 pyramids and the Temple of Divine Grace, she moved all the books, as long as they were not duplicated regardless of the text or content, into the Great Pyramid beneath her. As a result, in an age before printing, Danny had a large and luxurious library at her disposal. There are more than 300 books. She was now reading a history book. The author described the 5 wars that led to the destruction of the Gai's empire from the perspective of the Gai's people and the war with Valeglia. Through this more objective and fair history book, Danny confirmed one thing. The Gai's empire 5,000 years ago was not Egypt, but more like the ancient Roman Empire. In the symbol of the harpy, the claw of the harpy was not holding the slave chain at all, but the golden lightning. The meaning of the two was very different. The former Gai's empire was a great and glorious civilization, but after the destruction of the capital of Gai's, the old Gai's, by the Valeglia, the Gai's people completely fell. They couldn't be blamed. The original purpose of the existence of Slave Bay was to cultivate high-quality slaves for the Valeglia, bed slaves, scholars, housekeepers, gardeners, servants, and so on. The Gai's people didn't have the right to choose their own development model. Your Majesty. Seeing that Danny was still engrossed in the book, Whitebeard couldn't help but call out again. I'm listening. Go ahead. Alas, I lied to you. He lowered his head and sighed. Now Danny was interested. She put the bookmark and closed the book. She turned back to look at the old man kneeling on the ground and asked, What did you lie to me about? My name is not Aston. The old man's hesitant eyes had a hint of hidden pride. My real name is Baristan Selmy. Danny looked at him strangely and couldn't figure out why he revealed his identity at this time. She nodded and said softly, I guess that you were hiding your identity, but I didn't expect it to be the fearless Baristan. Viserys has told me a lot of Westeros legends, and your deeds occupy a large part of them, surpassing the White Bull and second only to Arthur Dane, the divine sword of Buddhism. Danny's reaction made the old man both disappointed and inexplicably relieved. Although His Majesty didn't show the ecstatic and shocked expression that he should have when seeing a legendary person, he also didn't get angry because of his slave of 3 surnames and surrender to the usurper. The old man breathed a sigh of relief and said slowly, Your Highness is too kind. It was Sir Jarrow Hyder, White Bull, who put on the white robe for me. He was my legendary captain for life, and Sir Dane's swordsmanship is beyond my reach. Haha. Danny chuckled and looked at him strangely. If Viserys was here, he wouldn't talk to you so calmly. He would have the guards drag you down and cut you to death. In the past 10 years he never said a good word about you. Every time he mentioned the White Bull, the divine sword of Buddhism, and the other legendary Kingsguard, he would scold you. Your Majesty, I am ashamed. I have tarnished my own glory and dimmed the glory of the Kingsguard. The old man's face immediately turned red. He was so embarrassed that he wanted to find a hole to hide in. Sir Selmy, please stand up. Danny wiped away the smile on her face and said seriously, The truth before my eyes is far better than the rumors, even the rumors that are spread by millions. After being together for so many days, I have clearly witnessed your noble character and outstanding martial skills. The old man didn't stand up. Instead, he lowered his head and said in a choked voice, Your Majesty, your magnanimity makes me ashamed. I have to be so magnanimous that it makes you ashamed. Otherwise, how can I increase your loyalty? Danny said seriously, I am not being magnanimous. Your previous actions are enough for you to straighten your back and explain your purpose to me. Sir Baristan, why are you here? You can't be helping the usurpers to assassinate me, right? No, I never wanted to hurt you. Whitebeard immediately waved his hand and said quickly, My white robe has been taken away by Joffrey. I will never serve those people in King's Landing again. Robert's heir Joffrey took off your cloak? Isn't the Kingsguard a lifelong profession? Why did he do that? Did you side with the wrong team in the Game of Thrones? Danny asked curiously. Baristan did not have many scenes in Game of Thrones, and his role was not clear enough. Her memories of him were already blurry. The Kingsguard dedicates their lives to the king. How can I side with the wrong team? Baristan shook his head and smiled bitterly. Regardless of whether the king was wise or mediocre, kind or cruel, wise or crazy, the Kingsguard would always be loyal to them. The Cregan family is Lannister's best and fiercest hunting hounds. Gregor Cregan is known as the Magic Mountain, and is Duke Tywin's most ferocious hound. His brother Sandor Cregan is known as the Hound, and is Joffrey's most obedient fighter. After the evil boy ascended the Iron Throne, he wanted his hound to wear the white robe. And Queen Cersei wanted his twin brother, Kingslayer Jaime Lannister, to become the captain of the Kingsguard. Get rid of me, and their wish will be fulfilled easily, Whitebeard said with grief and indignation. Oh, so you're saying that if they let you continue to be the captain of the Kingsguard, you'll continue to do so and be loyal to them? Danny asked with a frown. I don't want to lie to you. If Joffrey on the Iron Throne did not strip me of my position, there's a high possibility that I'll continue to serve the king in the King's Landing. I'm ashamed to admit this, but it's an undeniable truth. Saying this, he looked up at Dany with a sorrowful gaze. Your Majesty, please understand that the King's Guard was born with Aegon. Their fundamental duty is to be loyal to the king on the Iron Throne. This is the first time a change of dynasty has happened in the Westeros. Theon Bella also has the blood of the true dragon. His grandmother is Princess Lei, and Princess Lei is your grandaunt. Speaking of which, you and Robert are cousins. This is a bit of a trap. Alright, I understand. Sir, you're a knight who values honor as your life, and being loyal to the Iron Throne is the greatest honor of the King's Guard. Dany nodded and let him off the hook for being a slave of 3 surnames. She asked, what do you plan to do now? Your Majesty, I've come to a realization, the old man said solemnly. Dany's mouth twitched. She gritted her teeth and said, what realization? When Joffrey took off the white cloak that White Bull tied to my shoulder and sent someone to kill me on the same day, it was as if there was a layer of fog in front of my eyes. How did all this happen and why? The tall old man had a look of reminiscence on his face. He said sadly, I grew a beard, disguised myself, entered St. Belial's Cathedral, and sought answers from the 7 gods, starting from your father to Robert the Usurper, and the evil and cruel Joffrey. I thought about it bit by bit and what I did with them. In the end, I came to a realization. Once I put on the white cloak, I'll be a King's Guard for life. But this time I have to find a true king and I'll die for the true king. I'm your first test subject? Dany tilted her head and looked at him. Not really. When Illyrio told me that you hatched 3 dragons, I decided to dedicate my life to you. Is this what you've realized? Because I have dragons and the Megalosaurus is invincible, and the most promising to end the chaos and unify the 7 kingdoms again? And you went to St. Belial's Cathedral to pray for so long. Why did you hide your identity? She asked again. Barristan's eyes sharpened. He looked around and said seriously, because you have spies from King's Landing around you. In fact, you and your brother have always been under surveillance. As the captain of the King's Guard, I'm also a member of the council. I have the right to participate in all open and secret royal meetings. Over the past 14 years, I've heard Varys report on you and your sister to Robert hundreds of times. Which lord has received you, which mercenary group your brother has been in contact with, every promise Prince Viserys has made to the merchants of the trading cities in order to restore the kingdom, every woman the prince has had sex with, even the date of your first menstrual period, was reported in detail to King Robert and his council. Chapter 113. His Majesty King Robert had to ensure that Prince Viserys and you did not have an illegitimate child. Dany's face turned green and red. She was shocked, ashamed and angry. At the same time she was extremely puzzled. How did the siblings survive? With this thought in mind she asked the same question. My cousin didn't send anyone to kill us? I remember that for the past decade, Viserys would often drag me out of bed in the middle of the night to avoid the assassins, or leave the city at night, or hide in the sewers of the slums for days at a time. Could he have been too sensitive? Sigh, I should have seen through Robert's disguise as a hero. The old man sighed painfully and blamed himself. All this time I've subconsciously denied a widespread rumor. When Tywin Lannister brought Prince Rhaegar's 2 children to Robert, he smiled happily. Was the old man's brain damaged? They were talking about the assassins, why did they bring up Rhaegar's children? As the usurper, and a collateral Targaryen at that, what's wrong with him being happy when he saw someone helping him get rid of a future threat? Dany said with a straight face. In Westeros, killing children is an extremely shameful thing, and the reason why Robert Baratheon had so many followers was because of his forthrightness, bravery, pride and personal charm. During the War of the Usurpers, there were often captured nobles of the royal faction who were impressed by his forthrightness. How should I put it? Before he became king, Robert had a halo that made people worship him, admire him and be willing to fight for him. But if it was proven that he killed the 2 children, his halo would be shattered, and countless people would despise him, leave him and oppose him. Tywin Lannister helped him do what he wanted to do but could not, and he received great rewards. In the end, Tywin, who joined Robert's side, became the king's father-in-law. After catching his breath for a while, the old man continued, In the beginning I did not understand this. I only put all my anger on Duke Tywin. If I saw him laughing at the remains of Rieger's child, no one in this world could stop me from killing him. But I was so badly injured that I wasn't at King's Landing. It was only after I had sworn my allegiance to him that I faintly heard the rumor. At first I did not believe him to be such a man. Robert may have been secretly relieved with guilt, but his chivalry would never have allowed him to laugh over the broken body of an infant. The moment anyone steps onto the throne, they will become different from before, Danny said calmly. But someone has become better. The old man looked at her with a burning gaze. Because compared to supreme glory, I see more responsibility, heavy responsibility, she said. So, you are the true king and he is not. The old man smiled. His smile was bitter and gratified. Compared to a stubborn old man like me, Robert prefers having Jaime by his side. Perhaps in the face of the Kingslayer, his usurper would be more at ease. However, I have seen him secretly order Varys to assassinate you and Prince Viserys a few times. From then on, I gradually understood that he was far from being as righteous as he appeared to others. That rumor I sighed. He had already usurped the throne, yet he was still righteous? Danny was not in the mood to retort. Secretly, you said? At the time, the hand of the king, Jon Arryn, was a righteous man. He did not agree with killing the children. Robert was unwilling to oppose him directly. After all, apart from being the hand of the king, Duke Arryn was also his adoptive father. In the War of the Usurpers that destroyed the Targaryen dynasty, Jon Arryn was the first to raise the flag of rebellion. However, he did not do it for himself. Because of Prince Rhaegar's kidnapping of Lyanna, the Mad King Aerys wanted Jon Arryn to hand over Eddard Stark and Robert. Before that, the Mad King had already roasted Lyanna's father and eldest brother on fire. So crazy. Eddard and Robert were Jon Arryn's adoptive sons. Because he did not have a son of his own at his age, he had always raised them as his own. When he saw that the Mad King wanted the lives of his two adoptive sons, he immediately became the villain. He was known as the best adoptive father in the world of ice and fire. Since Robert did send assassins to assassinate me and Viserys many times, why did they fail so many times? Viserys definitely does not have the ability to counter assassinations. In fact, in his many years of persecution, Viserys, who was considered normal at first, was forced to go insane. Perhaps, there is someone else secretly protecting you, Barristan said thoughtfully. Who? Illyrio? I do not know. The old man shook his head with a bitter smile. Dany's expression changed. She asked, You just said that Varys was the one who reported information about me and Viserys to Robert every time? Varys is nicknamed the Eight-Clawed Spider. He is the chief of intelligence in the Imperial Council. His methods are astonishing. Nothing in the Seven Kingdoms or on the other side of the Narrow Sea can escape his eyes and ears. Robert relies heavily on him. By the way, Varys also served your father for many years. He was born in Lys and made a name for himself in Pentos as an intelligence dealer. His Majesty Aerys knew of his reputation for being good at intelligence work. Dany nodded and asked, Who is the spy among the people around me? After a pause, Barristan said, Jorah Mormont. Before you married Khal Drogo, Varys warned Robert that Prince Viserys would use you to exchange with the Horse King for 10,000 howling warriors, or the Horse King would personally help him restore his kingdom. On the day of your wedding, Jorah Mormont, who accepted the King's Landing spy mission, took the initiative to get close to Prince Viserys and swore allegiance to him. He is a shameless spy with no honor. He sells slaves and swears freely. He is not trustworthy at all. Khaleesi, let me kill him, Aggo shouted angrily. Dany sighed and said to the Blood Alliance guard, Aggo, you, let Grey Worm call Sir Jorah. Some things are better explained in person. The Blood Alliance guard and the Queen's Iron Guard were her trusted subordinates. 3 of the Blood Alliance guard took turns to guard her while the other 2 helped her train the Howling Warriors. After conquering Astapor, except for the Unsullied, almost all the Dothraki slaves were absorbed into Dany's Khalasar. She had learned from the Manchus in the Red Wasteland and came up with the 8-banner system. It was not necessarily the same as the 8 banners of the Manchus because Dany did not understand the military system of the Qing dynasty. She only changed the name of the Military Advisor Brigade Battalion. After establishing a relatively complete system of sergeants, the new centaurs only needed to fill in the gaps. The original slaves had lost their arrogance. How could they not be obedient? Her little Khalasar now had more than 1,500 people. Excluding the old people, there were about 800 adult men. A few hundred more had joined the rebel slave warriors. The Blood Alliance Guard demarcated a grassland outside the city and built a camp. In addition to daily training, they also patrolled the gate of the slave owner's manor. As for Yora, he was helping Danny train the militia. In theory, Yora Mormont served as Danny's Grand Marshal of the Army position, and the unsullied Commander Grey Worm was also his subordinate. Whitebeard advised, "Your Majesty, it's best to let the unsullied tie him up first, take off his armor, and then bring him to see you. No, if he wanted to kill me, how many times would he not have the chance?" Danny waved her hand. Of course, the superior should be suspicious of everyone, but as a human, if they did not even pay a bit of trust, wouldn't it be too sad to live? About 40 minutes later, Yora, dressed in military attire, was led by Grey Worm to the top of the Great Pyramid. As soon as he came out of the staircase, the knight found that the atmosphere was a little wrong. The fake attendant who had always disliked him was completely different today. Now the way he looked at him was a little too righteous. Well, just like how Qin Yongren looked at Lu jamming on the rooftop. In fact, Yora had already discovered the true identity of Whitebeard, but he did not dare to reveal it to Danny because he knew that the other party must know his identity, the identity of a spy. "Sir Yora, this is Sir Barristan Selmy, the fearless Barristan. Do you know him?" Danny said directly. Yora's heart thumped and secretly called the old thief treacherous. "Where is the tacit understanding between the two of us?" As if reading his mind, Barristan said coldly, "I don't allow anyone to secretly threaten the safety of Her Majesty the Queen." Danny seemed to have an illusion in front of her eyes. Barristan coldly said to the bitter Yora, "I'm sorry, I'm a police officer." The strong bear-like knight seemed to suddenly collapse physically and mentally. He looked at Danny bitterly and said, "Your Majesty, I'm sorry, I've always wanted to be honest with you." "At this time you're still talking about being honest?" Barristan sneered. "You're a traitor. What right do you have to talk about me?" Yora glared at Whitebeard and persuaded Danny, "Your Majesty, you can't believe this guy. He betrayed the king and prince he was loyal to and turned to the usurper. King Aerys had 7 Kingsguard. Except for him and Jaime Lannister, White Bull, Buddhist Sword, Prince Martell, and others all died on the battlefield for the monarch. Obviously, Whitebeard and Jaime are the same kind of people." This was too insulting. Jaime Lannister was almost recognized by the 7 Kingdoms as the most degenerate and the least chivalrous knight. And Barristan valued honor the most, especially the honor of being a Kingsguard. "You are slandering me. In the battle at the Trident River, Prince Martell, Sir Darry, and I were with Prince Rhaega. The 3 of them died bravely. I was seriously injured and passed out on the spot. After that, I recuperated for half a year before I could hold a sword again. What about you? When I bled for Prince Rhaega, you stood on the side of the traitor." Barristan's old face was red as he pointed at Yora and roared loudly, "Your Majesty, Yora Mormont has been betraying your secrets. You followed Drogo back to Horse King City. You were pregnant. Everything you did and said was betrayed by this shameless spy to the 8-clawed spider. Every piece of information can be exchanged for a large number of gold royals. After you and your brother die, Robert will wash away all the stains on him and return to the 7 Kingdoms in glory." Danny thought for a moment and said slowly, "Sir Yora, you joined Eid Stark to overthrow the Targaryen dynasty and joined Robert after the war with Barristan. You have your own reasons. I can understand and will not pursue it. We are only talking about the present." Whitebeard glanced at the pale Cora and sighed. "Your Majesty, your breadth of mind, depth of wisdom, and benevolence surpass any king in history. It's a pity that some people are not qualified to receive your benevolence." Yora also knew that as the captain of the Kingsguard, Whitebeard was clear about all the information he submitted to King's Landing. "There is nothing to say. I will be lenient if I confess. I hope I can stay for the new year. Yes, I serve King's Landing. 2 years ago, when I was a mercenary in Myrtle, Varys Little Bird found me." Chapter 114. Varys promised that as long as I completed the mission, King Robert would issue a pardon, absolving me of the crime of selling slaves and escaping justice. At your Majesty's wedding to Call, Prince Viserys easily accepted the loyalty of an exiled knight. Your Majesty, you have to understand that I did not have much loyalty to Targaryen at the time. Not to mention that I participated in the war to overthrow the Targaryen dynasty. As the Earl of Bear Isle, my loyalty was to the Lord of Winterfell. And it was normal for any northerner to hate Targaryen. King Ares had used cruel and humiliating methods to kill a king of the north and his heir. Of course, I had no prejudice against you and Prince Viserys. The problem was Prince Viserys' conspiracy with Illyrio. When I received Varys' mission, I even felt a sense of mission. So I think that no noble of the Seven Kingdoms would want to see the Dothraki wreak havoc on Westeros. Just as I once advised you, under the provocation of foreign invaders, the warring lords would even put aside their prejudices and unite to deal with the invaders. Even if the one who led the foreign invaders into Westeros was once royalty, even if the nobles were at odds with each other and even fought each other. Thump, thump, thump. The garden on the top floor was unusually quiet. Only the sound of Dany's fingers tapping on the book cover could be heard. She was not angry, but her expression was serious. Because he understood Dany's personality, Yora's words were direct, completely expressing his state of mind at the time. If it was the old Dany Liss, he would only beg for her forgiveness, but would never say such straightforward and sincere words. It would only backfire, making the delicate and sensitive Dany Liss, who had a strong desire to restore her country, hate him even more. This Dany was more reasonable and had the magnanimity to think from the perspective of the person involved. As long as the reason was justified, she could accept it under normal circumstances. After a long time, a sea breeze blew in from the north, causing the persimmon tree branches to rustle. With a splash, a large, golden persimmon fell into the pool. Dany seemed to wake up from her thoughts. She looked at Whitebeard and asked, "Sir Barristan, do you think there's a problem with Sir Yora's choice?" The old man's face scrunched up and his mind was in a mess. He actually agreed with Cora's words. I understand. Dany sighed and said to the nervous undercover knight, "From your perspective, it's not a big mistake. The question now is whether the oath you made to me, the oath to become the Queen's Iron Guard, counts as part of your undercover work. Can I still trust you?" Dany raised her hand and interrupted him. "Don't force yourself. Please follow your heart. No matter what, I will not harm your life. It is human nature to miss home. When you leave, I will give you a large sum of money, enough for you to return to the Westeros and enjoy a lifetime of wealth. You can even take away the Valeglia steel armor you are wearing. Your Majesty, as far as I know, the Westeros don't even have a set of Valeglia Dragon King armor." Barristan stepped forward anxiously and interrupted, "You can just give him a little more money. This set of armor may cause him trouble. Duke Tywin may even kill him out of greed. He has even lost his title as a count. How can he resist the Duke?" "I think you are too jealous." Cora glared at the old man angrily and turned back with red eyes. He said emotionally, "Your Majesty, I will not leave. My oath to you in the Red Wasteland was completely sincere. Have you forgotten? I have advised you to leave Ursos many times and go to Jade Sea City to avoid the usurper because I know how dangerous your situation is. You should leave. Who knows if you are telling the truth? Khaleesi has our protection," Ago said coldly. "I am a King's Guard." "Like you, I am also the princess blood of my blood," Cora argued. "You are not blood of my blood. You are an undul who looks down on centaurs. You are afraid that Khaleesi will lead the centaurs to sweep through the Seven Kingdoms and take back the Iron Throne that belongs to her." "That is what you said just now," Ago said sharply. Cora was at a loss for words. He stamped his foot and cried out, "That was my thought more than a year ago. Now I don't care about the Westeros. If the princess is Khaleesi, then I am willing to fight for her as a Khalasar warrior." Cora's words made Whitebeard look askance. The centaur Ago's mouth was also agape, speechless. After a pause, Cora dispersed the excitement on his face and looked at Dany slowly and solemnly. "I am the Queen's Iron Guard. I will only serve the Queen for the rest of my life. Everything else is not within my scope of consideration." Dany looked at him with a solemn expression and said, "I hope you remember what you said today." The plot of Game of Thrones was not very useful for Dany to predict the future. Real-life experience was very different from the TV plot. However, the characters in Game of Thrones were rarely different. Cora Mormont was never cunning. In the original plot, he was Dany Rise's most loyal subordinate. Cora heard her meaning of accepting him again. He knelt down and swore in ecstasy, "I swear by the life of my father, Geo Mormont. I, Cora Mormont, give all my loyalty to Dany Rise. I swear to fulfill the duties of the Queen's Iron Guard." Dany's mouth twitched. Big Bear's father, Old Bear, did not have many days to live. "Your Majesty, please accept my loyalty. I am willing to be your Queen's Iron Guard." Whitebeard glanced at Big Bear and knelt down on one knee and said solemnly, I accept your loyalty. After I recover from my injuries, we will hold a more formal ceremony. Danny nodded and said seriously, Queen, what about me? The tall and strong eunuch Bevos, who had been watching the show for a long time, threw away the pork thigh bone in his hand. He wiped his greasy hands on his silk pants and came over with a smile. My attendant has become the Queen's Iron Guard. My status cannot be lower than his. Danny raised her eyebrows and laughed. Do you know what the Queen's Iron Guard represents? Other than the identity of the strongest knight, as long as you swear, you will have to serve me for the rest of your life. You are not going back to Pentos? The strongest knight? The fat eunuch looked Cora up and down and shook his head. He is definitely not as good as me. As for Pentos, I am not the subordinate of the fat spice merchant at all. Let's put it this way. I was originally a gladiator of Myrene, a slave. After a few changes of hands, I became your bodyguard, which is also your slave. If you can feed me for the rest of my life, I will not have to worry about food and drink. That would be great. So you want to eat and drink here for the rest of your life? Then, can I let you go now? You can be considered a reserve Queen's Iron Guard. Danny pinched her nose and took him in. Danny did not know how strong he was, but she liked the fat eunuch's personality. As for whether he was Illyrio's spy, the possibility was not high, as the fat eunuch was still a gladiator in Myrene a year ago. There was no reason for a slave to betray Misha for his master. Besides, Illyrio's wealth could not compare to Danny's now. Future, wealth, faith, ideals, and future. No matter which one it was, following Danny would give him more. Khaleesi, then, should I become your Queen's Iron Guard? Ago asked hesitantly. Why do you have such thoughts? Danny asked curiously. Without a doubt, the blood of my blood was closer to Khaleesi than the Queen's Iron Guard was to the Queen. The King's Guard was a subordinate, but the blood of my blood was a brother. Well, to make an analogy, Zhao Yun was Liu Bei's King's Guard, while Zhang Fei and Guan Yu were the blood of Emperor Liu's blood. Ever since the emergence of the Dothraki people, there had never been a case of a blood guard betraying the call. Danny had always treated her blood guards well. Not to mention the treatment, they could have everything she had. Every time she discussed important matters, they would definitely participate. She had even thought of marrying her handmaidens to 3 blood guards, so that they would not grind tofu every night and try to rope her in. The reason why she did not let them marry immediately was that the customs of the Khalasar had not completely changed. The marriage system had just been implemented. If the 6 of them habitually slept around, then, Ago said seriously, if you become the Queen's Iron Guard, perhaps the Undulls will not oppose you anymore. No need. You are the blood guards. Don't care about what the Westeros think. Danny was touched. She had never thought that the rough centaurs could be so emotional. Then she glanced at Cora and Barristan and said seriously, just like how I will not throw the Unsullied into the game of fighting for the Iron Chair, the Dothraki are my people. They should live freely in Ursos, not be hated and die tragically in a foreign land. Your Majesty. The 2 Westeros looked at Danny with complicated expressions. They wanted to say something but stopped. In the end, they sighed emotionally and stopped trying to persuade her. Although they were ashamed to admit it, they were indeed relieved. It was a little too early to be relieved. In a few years, the second long night in history would come. The Westeros would be rampaging with deviant ghosts, and the proud nobles of the 7 kingdoms would probably kneel and cry, Queen Danny, Father Unsullied, Grandpa Centaur, please save us. Danny could not help but feel a sense of urgency at the thought of the long night when the whole world would be shrouded in winter. She did not know if deviant ghosts would appear in Ursos, but all the crops would definitely stop under the snow. The winter would last for at least 5 years, so she had to prepare more than 5 years of food for her people in advance. She also had to take the Dothraki seahorses into consideration. They had never had the habit of storing food, so they might not be better off than the Westeros. She had to resume production as soon as possible. She had to solve this infernal affairs incident as soon as possible. Only then could her people unite and start a large-scale production. Thinking of this, Danny looked at Cora and said, Knight, since we've talked about it, tell me how you contacted the King's Landing and what you were involved in. Cora avoided her gaze and said awkwardly, the people who contacted me were all subordinates of Varys. I don't know who they are, but they all know me. Usually, if they need information about you or convey orders about the King's Landing, they will send me a secret signal when I'm alone. Fortunately, she was smart enough. No one except herself knew the important secrets that she had experienced after coming to this world. She didn't even tell them the truth about Valeglia and the gods in the Immortal Hall. When and where did you encounter the 8-clawed spider's secret signal? What information did you send to the King's Landing? Danny asked again. Almost all the cities have people from the 8-clawed spider. Pentos, Koer, Maong City, the small town of the Leza Queers. Seeing Danny's face getting darker and darker, and Ago starting to grip the hilt of his sword again, Cora hurriedly said, "When I reached Queers I hesitated and then, 7 levels of hell." Danny pounded the fur cushion under her and said resentfully, "What's wrong with you? In Maong City in the Red Wasteland, how many times did you save my life? You saved me while pledging your loyalty to me, then betraying me while pledging your loyalty to the King's Landing. Aren't you tired? Tired, too tired." Cora had the urge to burst into tears after being understood by someone. Chapter 115. In the blink of an eye, half a year had passed. According to the Westeros, the summer of ghosts had just ended, and the 7 kingdoms had almost entered the rare autumn. Oh, it should be autumn, and next year would officially enter bitterly cold winter. However, Slave Bay had a tropical oceanic climate, and there was not much of a change in the 4 seasons. Although Danny had been in this world for more than a year, she had always been in the temperate zone, and had no direct experience of the cold winter and the changes of the seasons in this world. Many times when she led the Queen's Iron Guards to patrol the manor fields, she would tease the 2 Westeros. "Do you think Slave Bay is the legendary long summer?" In the light of the idea of being lenient with the enemy, in these relatively peaceful days, Danny worked at full capacity to expand the production. In half a year, rice was harvested twice, wheat and turnips were harvested once, and the second harvest was not far away. In addition to the slave trade, the Guy's people opened 2 projects, brick baking and bronze smelting. Danny found from her previous memory that the free trade city-states were mostly stone houses. When she asked Chola and Barristan, they also said that in the Westeros, the nobles lived in stone castles, and the civilians lived in wooden houses. How good were the brick baking skills of the Guy's people? The 3 cities of Astapor, Kayuan, and Meereen, including the pyramids, streets, squares, civilian residences and city walls, were all made of brick. Well, it must be said that the main building material of the pyramids was still boulders. This showed the brilliance of the Guy's architects. They had already considered the problem of weathering. If the rock was exposed to the outside, the pyramids would definitely quickly weathering and collapse, so the exterior of the stone pyramids was paved with many layers of red bricks. Well, the Guy's architect's concept of time was different from that of modern people. They really wanted to build a lasting foundation. The Great Pyramid named Sunrise Palace, where Danny lived, had a history of more than 5,000 years. At that time, the Guy's empire was destroyed in the hands of Valeglia. The Guy's people left the burned and salted Old Guys, the capital of the Guy's empire, located on the other side of the New Guy's Strait, and entered Slave Bay to build the 3 cities of Astapor, Kayuan, and Meereen. Were there any buildings on Earth that were more than 3,000 years old? Danny didn't know. In this fantasy world, many Westeros buildings had a history of 8,000 years, let alone 3,000 or 5,000 years. For example, the 19 Night Watchman fortresses under the Great Wall of the Northern Region, Winterfell, Casterly Rock, and Storm Castle. Alright, I digress. The Gith people were very skilled in baking bricks and smelting bronze. There were continuous brick factories and metallurgy factories near the mountains to the south of Astapor, but Danny did not start producing red bricks on a large scale. After she liberated all the slaves, she let them sign a labor contract and work again. However, the place where they worked again was not the brickyard, but the metallurgical factory where they produced farm tools and swords. The Astapor iron mine was relatively rare. More than 90% of it was copper. The precious steel was used to make farming tools, hoes, sickles, shovels. In order to increase the efficiency of farmers, Danny also invented 3 kinds of plow knives. The small plow knife for mules and horses, the medium-sized plow knife for bison, and the giant plow knife for elephants. The so-called invention. She only mentioned the use, and a large group of blacksmiths and scholars racked their brains to make it a reality. Bronze weapons were definitely not suitable for this world that had entered the Iron Age for thousands of years, but a bronze spear was more threatening than a wooden stick. Not to mention the mother of dragons guards under the queen, even the strong farmers who worked part-time as militia had a bronze spear and a bronze scimitar in their hands. Danny's idea of ruling Astapor could be divided into two steps. First, establish laws and regulations to stabilize the people and standardize the system. Second, develop agriculture and military to fill the stomach and strengthen the military. The long night was coming and she didn't have time to come up with a 5-year plan, only a half-year plan. The goal of the first half-year plan under Danny's rule was to restore agricultural production, stabilize the city's prices, and ensure that every household had surplus food. 3 days after the Danny Lilith Code was issued, 40% of the slave owners outside the city opened their doors and surrendered. After that, under the personal leadership of Danny the Unsullied, the Centaur-mounted archery, the militia supply team, the Black Dragon Scout, and the White Dragon Green Dragon Flamethrower, crushed all the slave owners' stubborn resistance with their running speed. Danny roughly calculated that she had a total of 4 million mu of mature land and the same amount of semi-mature land that could be cultivated. In order to maintain the land's fertility, the Gith people took turns to farm. Don't doubt how 200,000 people cultivated 4 million mu of land. They were not as intensive as the Chinese farmers, and part of the land was planted with pasture for grazing. Half of the remaining fields were planted with olives and grapes. Danny would confiscate the land of the slave owners who surrendered to her according to the slave population in their manor. A slave confiscated 10 mu of land, and the rest of the land Danny would still nationalize the land. Well, Queen Danny was the country. But she also kept her promise, and would give monetary compensation and buy it at the original price. At the same time, the owner of the manor could also take away a lot of property other than food and livestock. Don't look at them losing more than half of their land and a lot of food. Compared with the owners of the manor who did not surrender, they were too lucky. For the slave owners of the manor who only gathered troops to rebel, except for those who died in battle, Danny would not kill again after capturing the manor. She would only let the adult men and women of the family serve as corvettes, depending on the tenacity of the resistance, ranging from 3 to 10 years. The long night was coming and 90% of those who shouted "Queen is merciful" would not last for 10 years. If the slave owners not only resisted the heavenly soldiers, but also dared to commit the evil act of breaking jade and stone, then they would be beheaded. In the above two cases, all the property would be confiscated. After measuring the land, all the farmland was redistributed by Danny. Everyone in the city, Gith people, the new free people, the city people, the slave farmers outside the city, the centaurs, and the unsullied people each had 15 mu of land. Well, only the farmland was distributed. The pastures, fruit groves, and olive groves were still in the hands of Danny for the time being. It seemed that it was not enough. Many people did not need land, such as the skilled workers, the city merchants, the ordinary people of Gith, and so on. Danny was just using the method of distributing land to carry out a completely fair redistribution of the social wealth that had been gathered. People who did not need land could go to the Chaoyang Palace with their household register, find the queen's document, and exchange the land for gold and silver. There was no bargaining, the same as the market price before Danny broke the market in Astapor City. Well, Danny's Great Pyramid was renamed Chaoyang Palace, and a plaque written in both Hanshu and Valeglia was hung at the entrance of the first floor. She told others that those beautiful square words were the dragon language, which she learned from the Megalosaurus and had magic power. The first and second floors of the pyramid had been redecorated by Danny. The first floor was where Danny received visitors and judged major crimes. The citizens could freely enter and leave to watch, equivalent to the ancient government office. It was very spacious, as big as a football field. The second floor was where government officials worked, such as handling household registration, helping the people sign contracts, real estate and land sales. The houses that originally belonged to the Gith people all belonged to Danny, or were bought at the original price, or confiscated because of crimes, or the owner of the house became public. Except for herself, there was no ordinary family in all the pyramids in the city. Except for the smaller pyramid where the bones of the ancestors of the Gith people were buried, the rest of the pyramids were used by Danny as granaries and storage warehouses for supplies. The people in the city could buy the brick houses that originally belonged to the Gith people from Danny, or they could buy the land and build it with their own money. Most of them were relatives of the big slave owners. Danny first confiscated all their property, and then subsidized the alimony of 10,000 to 100,000 gold royals, nominally belonging to the infants. Danny was not like the modern black-hearted real estate merchants. Whether it was ready-made houses or land that could be built on, it was almost real. Housing prices are as cheap as onions. 1 acre of land could be exchanged for a 100 square meter house. Was that cheap enough? There were more than 300,000 people in Astapor, and each of them was allocated 15 acres of land. In theory, they could exchange for 15 houses in the city. Of course, in the process of freeing the slaves, although many people died in the city, it was still impossible to give each of the 300,000 people a house, and it was impossible to open it for them to exchange. Only people who got the urban residents could exchange for a house in the city, and farmers who got the rural residents could only exchange for the big manor that originally belonged to the slave owners. Whether it was the people in the city or the farmers, each family could only exchange for a house and the rest of the land. The farmers' land could not be bought or sold, but the people in the city could exchange for gold and silver as startup capital. It was really hard to say who earned and who lost. Although the city was in a good location except for the pyramids in Astapor, the ordinary streets were all dirty, messy, old, broken, and old. Even when going out, one had to wear a veil to avoid the red brick dust brought by the sea breeze. The big manors of the slave owners were all very luxurious, with brick castles, gardens, clean and clear wells, swimming pools, fruit trees, spacious courtyards and horse farms, gorgeous halls. Except for being a little far from Her Majesty the Great Queen, it was simply too perfect. The cities were maintained by the Unsullied, and the villages were managed by the village elders. Danny arranged a village elder for each manor, and according to the size of the manor, a village elder was in charge of 10 to 50 families. They did not care about their status and lived together in the red brick castle. Then the 10 village elders formed a village committee, responsible for collecting taxes and organizing labor. The village elders took turns to be the village chief, and the village chief had the right to meet the queen. Danny's 800 horse cavalrymen were still in charge of the village patrol. They only patrolled on the main road, and could approach the entrance and end of the village. But without the village chief's permission, they could not enter the manor. The horse cavalrymen had two main duties: first, to act as couriers and postmen, or help Danny pass on government orders to the villagers, or escort the village chief into the city, or deliver letters to the villagers of different villages. Second, to assist the village militia in arresting bandits. The women and elderly in the Khalasar took over all the pastures from the manor owner, and helping the queen graze was their job. It could be said that the small city of Astapor was completely under Danny's control. From the center of the city to the edge of the village, Danny's rule was like an 8-clawed spider, covering more than 300,000 people. She did not think it was a big deal, but Cora, Whitebeard, and even the Green Saintess were shocked by such an orderly way of governing a country. They called her queen, and had always regarded Astapor as a country, but for Danny, Astapor was not even a county. The county magistrate in ancient China was called Bailey Ho, and many county magistrates of rich counties ruled millions of people. Danny was at most a county magistrate of a medium-sized county, and not even a prefect. In modern society, a large community in a first-tier city had more than 300,000 people, and Danny, the queen, was immediately demoted to a neighborhood committee ant. Chapter 116. Did you know that Duke Tywin had returned to King's Landing? That was a war to determine the ownership of the Iron Throne. How could I not know that even the trading city-states along the coast were alerted? Late at night. In the Westeros, the capital of the Seven Kingdoms, King's Landing, Aegon's palace on a high hill, the Red Keep. In a dark stone tunnel under the Red Keep, voices could be heard. The light from the torches cast two distorted shadows on the wall. As the two men walked in, they could see that a tallow torch was held in the hands of a burly man wearing a metal helmet. His companion was even more bloated than him. His 10-carat-thick fingers each wore 1 or 2 rings inlaid with gems. There were red gold, silver, rubies, sapphires, large diamonds, yellow tiger's eyes. They looked like nouveau riche who loved to show off. Although the two men were fat, their footsteps were light. The man in the helmet walked as if he was gliding on ice, not making a single sound. The nouveau riche, with the yellow forked beard, was even more peculiar. He placed his weight on his heels and maintained the stealth state of a water dancer as he walked. One could not judge a book by its cover. These two fat men were actually brilliant water dancers. Since you knew, why did you choose to come to me at such a dangerous time? Tyrion may have Duke Tywin's intelligence, but Duke Tywin is far more vigilant and vicious than him. When facing him, as the head of intelligence, I have to be on my guard every minute and every second. Every word and every movement cannot be wrong. The man in the helmet complained. The man in the helmet wore an old hard leather coat with brown stains and a rusty iron armor. A dagger and a short sword were tied to his waist. He had a round face with scars. His upper lip was smooth and there was a short black beard on his lower lip. If it weren't for the pair of eyes that reflected light from time to time, anyone would think that he was a fallen warrior that could be seen everywhere on the Flea Street. The nouveau riche sighed. I also did not want to come to King's Landing at this time. Although Stannis's fleet suffered heavy losses in the previous battle, he hired Salado Sang's fleet. That infamous pirate called himself the Earl of Blackwater Bay and almost sealed off the sea route from the narrow sea to King's Landing. Furthermore, there was not a single ship left in the waters near King's Landing. It was completely barren. My ship did not dare to approach the shore at all. I could only wait until midnight. The smugglers used the cover of the night to send me to the dangerous shoals at the bottom of Red Keep. Then why did you come? The man in the helmet was confused. That disobedient little queen from Slaves Bay sent me a message. The rich man sighed. He sighed many times tonight. The man in the helmet became serious and asked, did she give you the information or did your men report her information? She specifically sent a merchant ship to deliver a letter to me. What did she write? The local moneybag didn't want to sigh anymore, but when he heard this question he still sighed heavily and said, she first expressed her gratitude to me for sending a fleet to pick her up, and then apologized for exchanging my goods for the Unsullied. After some pleasantries, she promised me that the loss of wealth caused by detaining my goods and fleet would be repaid in double. Because Astapor was alone, the seas were often patrolled by ships from Meereen and New Gith. She needed Blackbeard Grollet to control the navy. Yes, that's right. She built a small navy with a dozen or so cargo ships and 2 longships. Grollet became the minister of the navy of the Little Queen. The crew also changed and became the mother of Dragon's Sea Knights. Sai, the frightened girl who was under my care back then, had died on the Dothraki Sea and was reborn in blood and fire. The new Dragon Queen is a true Targaryen. After a long silence, the man in the helmet said, I know what you said. In the past 6 months, New Gith, Cayuan, and Meereen have all been restless. They even formed the anti-magic mother of Dragon's allied army. But they were wary of the Queen's 10,000 Unsullied and only dared to send a fleet to harass Astapor's coast. But she has a dragon. Even a young dragon can quietly burn the sails and ropes in the night. After losing 4 ships, the allied army changed their strategy and stopped harassing the docks and coastal settlements. Instead, they completely sealed off Astapor's trade activities. But other than the slave trade, what other goods does Astapor have? Sealing off the sea route has no effect on her. If Dany was here, she could easily guess their identities from their conversation. One was the governor of Pentos, an old friend of the Targaryen family, Illyrio. The other was the Westeros chief of intelligence, Varys, known as the 8-clawed spider. After Cora confessed, Dany guessed that Illyrio was in contact with Varys. Hearing her guess, Barristan directly told her that more than 20 years ago, Varys and Illyrio were best friends and business partners. As an intelligence dealer, Varys hid in the dark and was responsible for gathering information. Illyrio helped him find customers who needed information. At the same time, he helped those customers to build his own business network. The two of them were a perfect match and made a name for themselves in Pentos. Even King Aerys, who was on the other side of the narrow sea, knew about them. At this time the two old friends were talking as they walked. Soon they reached the end of the passage. Walking up the narrow staircase that spiraled upwards for about 2 floors, the view in front suddenly widened. As the firelight shone, the hazy monster's head in the dark revealed its true appearance. In the huge cavern, between the stone pillars on both sides, there was a row of ferocious-looking huge dragon bones. I wonder when the Dragon Queen's 3 dragons will grow to that size. Illyrio looked at the skull that was as tall as a building in front of him, the legendary Balerion. She explained in detail in the letter she gave me why she could not come to Pentos. First, she was too soft-hearted. She only wanted to buy the Unsullied to protect herself. After seeing the miserable state of the slaves, she decided to do what a queen should do: make the world a better place. The corner of Varys's mouth twitched. He was speechless. I remember that she did not receive the slightest bit of royal education. She was surrounded by cruel centaurs. Where did this idea come from? Maybe it was that overly righteous captain of the Kingsguard? The fearless Barristan is a legendary figure. His influence on her must be greater than Mormont's. I'm a little regretful that I sent that old man to find the little queen. Varys sighed. We originally thought that Barristan would help her increase her influence. He is famous in the Westeros and can influence the choices of some knights. Illyrio shrugged and continued, second, she wants to wait for the dragons to grow up. Very smart. Varys nodded and praised, then shook his head. But we do not need a long-haired Aegon. She can be Rhaenys or Visenya, but she cannot be Aegon. If the dragons are controlled by her, our plan. Varys's voice trailed off. His eyes flashed with an inexplicable light, and his expression gradually became gloomy. Don't worry, my brother. Illyrio patted the fat eunuch's shoulder and laughed. Dragons have 3 heads. A knight can only control 1 dragon. That dragon queen is still asking me about the Targaryen bastard. She wants? Varys's expression softened and he said thoughtfully, I did not receive this news. It seems that Astapor's little bird is slacking off. Perhaps she did not even mention it to anyone else. Your little bird cannot have heard all the secrets. She told me that she saw a prophecy in the Hall of the Immortals. Dragons have 3 heads, and her dragons need 3 dragon knights. If there are no bastards, we can also contact the Valyrian family on Tidehead Island. At this point, Illyrio teased the fat eunuch. Should we let that 6-year-old kid off easy? Valyrian was to the Targaryens what Mormont was to Stark. They were both loyal for 1,000 years. When Valeglia ruled the world, Valyrian was a retainer of the Targaryen family. Later, when the Targaryens left Valeglia for Dragonstone Island, Valyrian followed suit and settled down on Tidehead Island, next to Dragonstone Island. In the early days of the dynasty, the 2 families were frequently connected by marriage. They could almost be considered one family. During the Dance of the Blood Dragon, other than the Targaryens, Valyrian also obtained the right to control dragons. If the Valyrian family knew that Dany had hatched a dragon, they would probably abandon their families and businesses and leave the Westeros to serve under Dany. And Dany would definitely accept them and put them in an important position. Unfortunately, they did not know. Even if they knew, it was useless. In recent years, the Valyrian family had declined greatly. The previous Count Valyrian had just died in the Battle of Red Cliffs caused by Tyrion. He only left behind a 6-year-old son and an adult bastard brother. Varys's heart skipped a beat. He suddenly guessed the reason Illyrio had come to find him. He muttered, You want Griffin to go to Astapor in advance? A glint flashed in Illyrio's fat pig eyes. He smiled and nodded. I came to find you precisely because I had this thought. It is only safe to say such things face to face. What do you think? Varys frowned. He stuck the torch between the sharp teeth of a dragon's skull and paced back and forth in the spacious stone hall. The thick soles of his shoes made irritated sounds of friction on the ground. Clearly, he had lost the calm state of mind that he had maintained all this while and had left the water dancer state. The Horse King died in an accident, and she miraculously used the 3 broken stones you gave her to hatch a dragon. Our plan changed again and again. The 3rd revision of the plan was to let little Griffin slowly interact with her and the dragon, and only reveal his identity after he gained the dragon's favor. Now, although I don't want to, it seems like it's time for the 4th revision of the plan. Illyrio sighed and said helplessly, Astapor is not Pentos. Some things are not easy for me to arrange. Continue, the 8-clawed spider said. Continue what? The 3rd reason. Oh. Illyrio nodded. She believes that winter is coming, and starting a war of conquest will cause a large number of civilians to die. This reason is the same as our previous plan. However, it is not because we are worried about the civilians, but because the price of starting a war in winter is too high. There are too many uncertainties. A sudden snowstorm could cause the death of 100,000 soldiers. The situation is changing too quickly. The rhythm is no longer in our control. Varys looked helpless. The war between the lion and the wolf was a plot he had planned long ago, but it happened too early. It happened too early, so early that he had no choice but to get Viserys and the Horse King to fill the hole. However, not only did those 2 fail to fill the hole, they even created an even deeper hole. I have a feeling that other than me, there is another chess player hiding in the shadows, the eunuch said with a sigh. The dragon is a symbol of status, and a power that can decide the situation. No matter how big the change is, it is insignificant in front of the Megalosaurus, Illyrio said. Varys nodded his head in agreement. In a game of power, the Megalosaurus was enough to counteract all unfavorable factors, and could even overturn the chessboard. We can let Griffin go, but not now. Varys gritted his teeth and complained, since she has more than 10,000 unsullied, why didn't she wipe out Slaver's Bay immediately? Now the anti-magic mother of dragons army is wantonly searching for mercenaries. In the past half a year, the second sons Rose and Raven have all entered Kaiyuan. If not for the blood troop being hired by Duke Tywin earlier, that group of blood troop would also appear on the opposite side of the Dragon Queen. Chapter 117. In the past year, the situation in the Westeros had also changed drastically. When Dany was still a guest in Queers, Robert the Usurper's best friend, Edd Stark, the Duke of Winterfell, followed in the footsteps of her father and brother, and was beheaded by Mad King II Joffrey in the most humiliating way possible. Stark's family in the Northern Territory was undoubtedly the main character in Game of Thrones, and their tragic fate was deeply sympathized by the audience. When Dany watched the show, she often thought of them as characters. But from an objective point of view, their family's fate was not too unjust. First, let's talk about Edd's death. Rather than saying that Edd died at the hands of Joffrey because of Robert, it was more accurate to say that his wife and daughter worked together to kill him. It was said that Edd Stark had a low EQ and no political brain, but he knew very well that he was not suitable for the King's Landing. When Robert personally came to the Northern Territory to ask him to be the Prime Minister, he was going to refuse. Robert is my best friend. If I refuse him, he will definitely fly into a rage and scold me. But in a few days we will be good again. At that time, after holding hands with his wife, Edd said this to her. Edd and Robert grew up in the Arryn Valley. They were both adopted sons of Duke Arryn, and they had rebelled together. They were the best friends in the world of Song of Ice and Fire. Edd's judgment was not wrong. But his wife was the most orthodox of noble women, and she was very realistic when it came to matters. When they were young, Catelyn Tully could face her childhood sweetheart Littlefinger's love with the most rational of emotions. Now that she was a mother of 5, she could also handle King Robert's invitation with the most rational of attitudes. She urged her husband to accept the king's appointment with 2 reasons. First, in the past they were good friends. Now that he was the king and she was his subject, the heavenly might was unpredictable. Second, the child had grown up and it was time to talk about marriage. King's Landing was the capital of the 7 kingdoms, a place where the nobles gathered. Robb, the eldest son, was the heir, so he had to stay behind when his father was not around. Rickon, the 3rd son, was only 3 years old and could not leave his mother. Catelyn herself would not go to King's Landing. There were 3 children who planned to go with Edd to King's Landing: Sansa, Arya, and Bran. 2 of the daughters were looking for husbands. Catelyn and her husband did not like Theon and never wanted him to marry Sansa. And Bran, as the 2nd son, did not have the right to inherit, so his future was bleak. It was not an unfounded fear. Edd's younger brother, Benjen, did not have the right to inherit and ended up as a night watchman at the wall. If he went to King's Landing with the protection of his father and the king's uncle, Bran could at least become a full knight. If he was lucky, he might even become a Kingsguard. There was no doubt that Catelyn Tully made the choice that a good wife and mother should make. Unfortunately, she was too politically naive and ignored the fact that King's Landing was facing a storm, and her husband had no ability to avoid it. Instigating her husband to go to King's Landing was barely enough to clear her name, but kidnapping Tyrion was too stupid. Well, it was also because Littlefinger was too smart. He gave her the Super Mary Sue mentality of, a man who loves me will not hurt me. Even if I get married, he will continue to be my bootlicker. It was easy to fool Catelyn, making her believe that the person who murdered Bran was Tyrion. She could not help but sigh. Littlefinger was really a role model in the world of bootlickers. He had ruined the family of that adulterous couple back then. Back to the topic, even though Tyrion was a dwarf and was not liked by her father, he was still a Lannister. When Catelyn kidnapped him, it meant that Stark plus Tully had officially declared war on Lannister. This put Edd and the Queen's faction in King's Landing in a disadvantageous situation. Even though his best friend was the king, Lannister's power was too great. Robert had borrowed 3 million gold royals from Duke Tywin, and most of the court relied on Lannister. After talking about how the wife cheated the husband, let's talk about how Sansa Stark cheated the father. When Edd found out that Robert and the Queen's 3 children were not the king's, he did not immediately expose the matter to Robert. He had a righteous heart that was a little pedantic. He was worried that Robert would kill Cersei's 3 children like how Tywin killed Prince Rhaegar's children. So he secretly found Cersei and told her, "I know what you've done. I haven't told my poor but cruel best friend yet. I'll give you 3 days to take the children away, and then our 2 families will fight it out on the battlefield." When Cersei found out that he knew, she killed Robert in advance. Because in King's Landing, Eid's power came from the king. Normally, after killing Robert, Cersei should have immediately taken down Eid's family, or at least controlled him. But Cersei did not. In the first stage of Game of Thrones, the power struggle was Eid versus Cersei. The 2 main characters were both noobs at power struggles. Compared to Tywin, Varys, Littlefinger, Prince Martell and Highgarden Rose, these 2 were like chickens pecking at each other. Cersei's court skills were maxed out, but her court skills were very advanced. After all, Eid had experienced the War of the Usurpers, that overthrew the Targaryen dynasty. He had some experience and a certain political sense. When he saw his best friend die the day after he gave Cersei his last notice, he immediately understood that he had killed his best friend. In his grief and regret, he decided to use his life to protect his best friend's Baratheon dynasty. At that time, Eid already knew that he would die, but he did not want his 2 daughters to die with him. So he held back and planned to secretly send his 2 daughters to a fast ship that he had prepared beforehand. When they left King's Landing, he would fight Lannister alone. Not to mention, when the king was first killed, Eid did have the capital to fight for his life. This was because Renly, Varys and the others wanted to support him. Even Littlefinger, who had secretly made him bleed, did not want him to fall immediately. Those people did not support Eid's justice, but for the sake of political balance. If Eid fell, the next hand of the king would definitely be Duke Tywin, who had maxed out his military, financial, political and court skills. Unfortunately, Eid righteously rejected the suggestions of those who supported him. The king's 3rd brother, Duke Renly, could only run away. Varys did not dare to meet him again. Littlefinger decisively joined Cersei. At this time, Eid was still bound to lose, but he had already resolved himself. His best friend had gone to hell. Why should he be afraid of death? It had to be said that if Eid wanted to, he was very good at hiding secrets. Just like how he hid Jon Snow's identity from everyone, including the cunning Varys and Littlefinger, he also hid his plan to secretly send his 2 daughters away from King's Landing. Then his eldest daughter Sansa came out to trick him. The night before she left, she secretly went to see Cersei and told her everything about her departure. In the beginning, Sansa was a typical infatuated noble girl. She liked handsome young men and Joffrey was very handsome, so she couldn't bear to leave him. Cersei suddenly woke up. The next day she captured Eid and threw him into the dungeons. Eid's men were all killed. The Tower of the Hand was bathed in blood. Only Sansa and her handmaiden, Jane, survived. Arya was left on the streets. Eid was already prepared to die. He was not afraid of being thrown into the dungeons. But with his daughters in Cersei's hands, he had to give up his honor for the 2nd time in his life. For his daughters, he admitted to the people of King's Landing at St. Baelor's Cathedral that he had committed treason and that Joffrey was the rightful king. According to his agreement with Cersei, when he surrendered, Joffrey would let him wear a black cloak and serve as a night's watch. But Joffrey was too crazy. He went back on his word and cut off Sansa's father's head in front of her. Sansa had not only betrayed her father, but she also had to bear a large part of the responsibility for the House of Wolves' subsequent tragedies. How many stupid things had Catelyn done to save her? Alright, now that Eid's death, let's talk about other things. After Eid was imprisoned, 4 kings rose to power. Robb, king of the North, wanted to avenge his father. He owned the North and Riverdale, the Wolves and Trout. King Robert's cheap son Joffrey owned the Lion King's Landing and the West. Stannis, Duke of Dragonstone, owned Dragonstone and the nearby islands. He owned the King of Light's Red Heart and the Stag. Renly, Robert's 3rd brother, Duke of Storm's End. He owned the Stormwind and River Bend. He owned the Golden Rose and the Crowned Stag. Of the 7 kingdoms, only Dorne and the Arryn Vale did not participate. But the Dornmartel family had a blood feud with Lannister. Rhaegar's wife, Elia, was a Dornish princess. She and her 2 children had died at the hands of Tywin. The Arryn Vale was controlled by Catelyn's sister, Lysa. In theory it belonged to Robb's side, but Lysa only listened to Littlefinger. Of the 4 factions, Robb's was the strongest on paper. The wolf plus fish plus eagle valley plus deer network he had built during the War of the Usurpers was not completely broken. At least, that was how the naive Robb and Catelyn saw it. But this turmoil was caused by Lisa's madness. Lisa killed her husband and told her sister that Lannister had killed him. The eagle had already left the alliance. Speaking of Lisa, Ed Stark's marriage was like this. I married my sister-in-law, my foster father married my sister-in-law, and I became in-laws with my most respected foster father. I was very happy, but my sister-in-law was my wife's bootlicker. Sonlu Renly was happy to continue the alliance, but Erlu Stannis was a loner. No one could guess what he was thinking. Erlu gritted his teeth and said, I don't want to be king. I don't want to be the child of prophecy. Why do you have to force me? He also secretly arranged for the red-robed priestess to use the ghost child to kill his own brother. Well, as mentioned before, the Lord of Light Lalo was two sides of the same coin. He was the god of fire and a demon who could control shadows. His priests had the blood witchcraft to control shadows to kill people. The red-robed priestess's shadow demon seemed to be even more abnormal than the Shikamaru family's shadow magic. When the shadow slit Renly's throat, he was equipped with a full set of armor. Even an axe could not cut through the armor, but the shadow tore through the armor like it was paper. Sonlu died before he could succeed. He was the first to receive his lunchbox. His stag plus golden rose alliance was dissolved. The stag belonged to Erlu and the golden rose was in the wilderness. After Erlu became the leader of the Bucks, not only did he reject Robb's alliance, he also ordered the red-robed woman to use blood witchcraft to curse Robb to death. He wasn't sure if Robb's death was related to it, but Joffrey, Robb and Beren, who were cursed by the red-robed woman, all died an unnatural death. Chapter 118. Now let's talk about Lannister. The Western region and the King's territory, part of it, were hostile to almost all the other 6 kingdoms. Even without the ambiguous attitude of the Aran Valley, it was still a situation of wolf plus fish plus deer plus rose versus lion. Dwayne was also eyeing the lion covetously. If either Erlu or Robb had an IQ, the lion family would be finished. Erlu didn't even take down the wild goose before shouting, I'll eat the roasted goose alone, you guys don't have a share. He was a bit brainless. Because his father and grandfather died in King's Landing, Robb had the idea that, it's not our fault that the Northerners don't have political IQ, it's the Southerners who are too cunning. He wanted to break the unity of the 7 kingdoms and declare the independence of the Northern region and Hajin land. He wanted to call himself the King of the North. So what if we Northerners are stupid? I'm not playing with you anymore. If he only declared the independence of the Northern region, no one would pay attention to him. The Northern region was bitter and cold. On the surface, it didn't contribute anything to the 7 kingdoms. On the contrary, it was a huge burden. When winter came, Northerners couldn't survive and would go south to ask for food. The key was Hajin land. The vast plains of the Trident River were the center of the Westeros. Together with the neighboring River Bend, they were known as the Granary of the 7 Kingdoms. No king who won the Iron Throne would allow Hajin land to become independent. Sonlu Renly was still a bit rational. In the face of such a request, he only said, let's first take down King's Landing. The bottom line is that we allow the northern region to become independent. We can postpone the discussion of Hajin land. Erlu, however, directly declared Luo by a traitor and gave him a great killing curse. Even if Robb and Erlu were stupid and started to fight among themselves before the enemy was eliminated, the situation of the Lion family was still not good. Erlu had been on the battlefield for a long time. Robb was a natural talent. The author of Song of Ice and Fire wrote about him, Huatsubing. Huatsubing had an awesome great general uncle to teach him, while Luo Bai was born with the war god Halo. His father, Ed Stark, was not a famous general and no one taught him anything. Huatsubing had been an intern in the military for many years and only soared when he was 17. Luo Bo had been learning swordsmanship from a martial arts instructor for 13 years and had not graduated. At 14, he shone brightly and even Tywin and Jaime had lost to his sword. How did Luo Bai do that? Because Tywin made the first move. When his son Tyrion was kidnapped by Catelyn, he split his army into 2 groups. One group was led by Jaime, with 12,000 infantry and 3,000 cavalry. They went out of Golden Tooth City and took Hajin Avenue to attack the capital of Hajin, Rapids. Robb's grandfather was the Duke of Rapids. The other group was led by Duke Tywin himself, with around 20,000 men. They took Golden Avenue and used the royal territory to take a big detour to attack Hejian's back. At the beginning of the war, due to the pincer attack, Hejian was almost destroyed. The fish was taken down by the lion. Not only was Rapid surrounded by Jamie, but even Rob's uncle Ide, the only successor of the fish, was not captured. Taiwan's army devoured Hejian, completely destroying the aristocratic rule and agricultural production in Hejian. Taiwan hired a mercenary group from Ursos, the Blood Troop, to do the dirty work. The Blood Troop was known as the most notorious mercenary group in the world of Song of Ice and Fire. Hejian was almost a purgatory. Then Luo Bai, who had just entered the battlefield, led 13,000 infantry and 5,000 cavalry south. At that time, Taiwan was already waiting for an exhausted enemy. He deployed his army to King's Avenue on the east bank of Green Fork River, which was considered the only road south to King's Landing. If Luo Bai went south directly, he would encounter Taiwan's army, which had the terrain advantage. And Taiwan had indeed prepared a trump card for the young Wolf Master. Tyrion's mountain clan troops and Demon Mountain's old, weak, sick and disabled people at Green Fork River. Because Demon Mountain and Tyrion were leading the troops, Luo Bai would definitely think that they were the main force. When Luo Bai's main force entered, Taiwan's real main force would come from the east and drive the troops fighting at the river into the river, including his own people. But Luo Bai grew up listening to the legends of Duke Taiwan. Deep down he was actually afraid of fighting him head-on. At the same time, Luo Bai's god of war cheat, intuition, warned him that this battle was dangerous. Then he really used the cheat. He also divided his troops into two groups. He let the most cautious Luce Bolton lead 13,000 infantrymen to confront Duke Taiwan. He himself led 5,000 cavalrymen to the west to reinforce Riverrun City. But other than taking King's Avenue, there was only one way to cross Green Fork River. Marquis Fry, who only had a shallow family heritage of 600 years, built a bridge over Green Fork River. In order to cross the river, Luo Bai and Walter Fry signed a sacred contract. Fry would submit to the King of the North. Not only would he allow Luo Bai's army to cross the river, the Fry family would also send thousands of soldiers to join Luo Bai's army. In return, 1. Luo Bai would marry a woman from the Fry family. 2. Arya would marry into the Fry family. 3. Caitlin would adopt 2 sons from the Fry family. To be honest, Marquis Fry did not take advantage of the situation. Both sides' contributions and returns were almost equal. After all, Luo Bai was rebelling. Allowing him to cross the river was only secondary. Fry also provided a large number of troops and supplies. Among Luo Bai's vassals, other than his uncle, the Fry family was the group that contributed the most. They had about 4,000 to 5,000 soldiers. Luo Bai's 5,000 cavalrymen and Frey's several thousand men, under the leadership of the local snake, Blackfish, ambushed and captured Jaime Lannister in the Forest of Babbles. Blackfish, Blinden Tully, was Luo Bai's second grandfather. He became famous in the Battle of the 9 Copper Coins King and participated in the War of the Usurpers that overthrew the Targaryen dynasty. He was an experienced general. Luo Bai's talent plus Blackfish's experience equals undefeated. After taking down Jaime and wiping out the 15,000 lion army that besieged Riverrun City, the situation on Riverrun City was immediately reversed. Taiwan was pinned down by Luce Bolton's northern infantrymen on the front. On the flanks, Luo Bai integrated the army of the Riverrun vassals and formed a huge military pressure. At the rear, not only was the King's Landing unable to provide support, it was also besieged by the Deer army. It could be said that at that time, Lannister's life depended on Luo Bai's thoughts. If Luo Bai was not so smart and fought recklessly, even if Taiwan could escape, he could only escape to the King's Landing alone. Unfortunately, Luo Bai was too smart. He was not being derogatory. He had already considered the situation after the battle. Erlu did not allow him to be independent and was also his enemy. If the wolf and lion fought fiercely, even if he could win, he would lose 800 of his own men. In the end, Erlu would have to clean up the mess. Of course, Lannister was different from Erlu. Erlu only opposed the independence of the Northern Territory, but Lannister chopped off his father's head. Therefore Luo Bai would not let Tywin go. Since he could not fight head-on, he would have to outsmart him. After all, he was born to be a god of war. Therefore, not only did Luo Bai not encircle and suppress Tywin in the east, He instead went west and led the war into Lannister's territory. He came up with a different world version of the dragging knife strategy. If Tywin pursued him, he would find a favorable place to ambush him. Both Hayu and Luo Bai had even found an ambush place. If Tywin did not pursue, the western territory would be at the mercy of the wolf. Lannister's family had a lot of gold and silver mines. Luo Bai and the others had plundered a lot. When they took Casterly Rock City, Lannister's family would be finished. It had to be said that Luo Bai's plan was very thorough. In order not to reveal his strategy, even his uncle Ide Muller and the commander of the Northern Territory's infantry, Roose Bolton, did not know about his dragging knife strategy. In order to make it more realistic, Luo Bai deliberately left Ide Muller in Rapid City to resist Tywin's return to the west. Luo Bai knew that his uncle's skills in the war would not be able to stop Tywin's return to the west. Ide Muller's bait had failed, so Tywin would not suspect that it was a scheme. During the whole process, Luo Bai could be said to have calculated both himself and others. He used his tactical skills to the extreme. According to his plan, even if Erlu easily took King's Landing, which only had 3,000 soldiers, and the Wolf family had suffered great losses in the battle with the Lion family, he could still benefit from the Western Territory. Jaime had been captured by him, and if he took down Duke Tywin, Casterly Rock City would most likely surrender. Could be said that Luo Bai had done everything he could do on the battlefield. Unfortunately, Tywin was not led by the nose by him. From the beginning, not only did Luo Bai want to defeat Tywin and Scathe, but Tywin also wanted to send that little brat to meet his dead father with the least loss. When he found that Luo Bai was not as weak as he had thought, Tywin completely gave up the idea of winning the battlefield. Lannister had many enemies, so he did not have the energy to waste on the hard-headed Northerners. War was just a service for politics. Tywin not only knew how to fight, but he was also proficient in the game of power. While Luo Bai was still lying on the map, thinking hard about the dragging out the knife strategy, Tywin had already started writing letters. Tywin's classic quote, "Some victories are won with swords and spears, some with pen and paper and crows." He sent out and received more than 100 messenger crows every day. Luo Bai's battlefield was in Hejian and the Western Territory, but his battlefield was all over the Westeros. Did Fry and Bolton, who betrayed Luo Bai in the future, receive his messenger crows? They must have. Roose Bolton, who was recognized by the Northerners as cautious and experienced, did a big stupid thing when he was stationed at Hellenberg. The infantry, which was already stretched thin, split up again. Tywin killed 4,000 to 5,000 of the original 13,000 infantry at Green Fork River, leaving only about 8,000 left. Then Roose Bolton split up half of his infantry to go south to King's Landing. At that time, Luo Bai was in Cliff City, but about one-third of the infantry in the Northern Territory was attacking Twilight Valley. Cliff City was more than 2,000 kilometers away from Twilight Valley. Even Roose Bolton's Hellenberg was more than 600 kilometers away from Twilight Valley. It was all mud roads, the Middle Ages where you had to rely on two legs to travel. Without a doubt, the army that attacked Twilight Valley was completely annihilated. Yes, it must be said here that Luo Bai's army was made up of many vassals, and Roose Bolton also brought a group of soldiers from his territory. Those that he sent to Twilight Valley were all hardcore members of the House of Stark, while his own men stayed at Hellenberg. After the two battles at Green Fork River and Twilight Valley, the Northerners only had one-third of their infantry left, or rather only the Bolton family's men left. This was one of Tywin's methods. Other than dissolving the enemy from within, Tywin also secretly developed a new ally, the Golden Rose, that was left in the wilderness after Sanlu's death. Tywin facilitated the marriage between Joffrey and Little Rose Marjorie. The Lion was the king and the Rose was the queen. In terms of strength, Highcourt's Rose was the strongest among the 7 countries. Not only did they have one-third of the Westeros navy, they also had the most cavalry. For example, the king of the Northern Territory, Luo Bai, only had 5,000 cavalry, and the Western Territory had slightly more than that. Tywin and Jaime had about 7,000 cavalry in total. However, River Bend had prepared more than 20,000 cavalry for Sanlu, and 50,000 infantry. Even if Khal Drogo didn't die, his Khalasar wouldn't be a match for Highcourt's family. As long as the 7 countries were united, unless the Valeglia Empire was reborn, no one would be able to conquer the Westeros by force. Even Dany with 3 dragons wouldn't be able to do it, and 10,000 Unsullied would only cause a ripple. Back to the main topic. Old Lion, who had secretly formed an alliance with Rose, didn't reveal this trump card. He purposely followed Luo Bai's wishes and returned to the west, but he purposely wasn't a match for Ide's admiration. He suddenly headed south and joined forces with Rose, who was advancing east, and headed straight for the King's Landing. While he ignored Luo Bai. Because Luo Bai had already committed suicide, he wasn't a threat anymore. Do you still remember the first man who broke off his engagement, the Dragon Flare Prince? Because of Jenny in the city of Barren Stone, he broke his sacred engagement with Princess Thean Byra. Because of Jenny in the Cliff City, the third man who broke off his engagement, Luo Bai broke his oath with the Fry family. Well, history was repeating itself at this moment. Another gentle and beautiful Jenny, another handsome and affectionate young king. During the attack on the Cliff City, Luo Bai was injured by a stray arrow. After that, he was taken care of by Jenny Westerling, the daughter of the Earl of Cliff City, Gavin Westerling. Why did the eldest daughter of the Earl personally take care of him? What about the servants and maids? It was very likely that Jenny's mother, Sebel, arranged it on purpose. At that time her situation was very bad. Her husband was captured by Luo Bai, and her family's city was also occupied by the Northerners. It wasn't clear how much Duke Taiwan played in this. Anyway, not long after Luo Bai and Jenny had sex. In order to protect Jenny's honor, and also because he was a virgin, Luo Bai was more impulsive. He didn't take Jenny as his lover, instead he publicly announced his marriage with her the next day. Jenny's mother, Sebel, had always been in contact with Taiwan. She even secretly fed her daughter Moon Tea, the contraceptive pill from the world of ice and fire. After Luo Bai died in the blood wedding, Sebel received a lot of benefits from Lannister. Her brother was promoted to Earl of Castine, her son married a Lannister, and her two daughters arranged marriages including Luo Bai's wife, Jenny. Luo Bai, the man who broke off his engagement, inexplicably went from being a powerful player to being eliminated. Next was Erlu and Lannister. Erlu sent the red-robed woman to kill Sanlu with blood magic. After that, he used a similar method to seize his younger brother's Phoenix Breath Castle. After that, he advanced by sea, wanting to take down King's Landing in one fell swoop. At King's Landing there were only 6,000 gold-robed men. 4,000 of them were newly recruited street thugs. They weren't even qualified to be cannon fodder. Their naval forces were also far from being a match for Dragonstone Island's navy. Erlu firmly controlled the sea. If there were no accidents, Erlu could easily take down King's Landing. However, the little devil Tyrion went into overdrive. As one of the main characters he was also a cheat. To be honest, Dany and Liz's experience in hatching dragons and subduing Unsullied was already considered a cheat. However, compared to Tyrion they were still a long way off. Facing Erlu who had absolute military superiority, Tyrion possessed Zhou Yu plus Guan Yu, and turned Erlu into Bosch Chow in the Battle of Red Cliffs. At that time the battle went like this. King's Landing was located on the north bank of the Blackwater River. To the east of King's Landing was Blackwater Bay. Erlu's army came from the Storm territory in the south. Tyrion burned the docks along the Blackwater River and any buildings that were conducive to landing. The area outside King's Landing's walls was completely cleared. If they wanted to attack King's Landing, Erlu would have to build a pontoon bridge across the Blackwater River. Therefore, Erlu's fleet would have to enter the Blackwater River from the sea. They would have to use ships to transport their troops or connect the ships with each other. Then they would have to use a springboard to assemble a crude wooden bridge. Tyrion built 2 capstan towers at the mouth of the Blackwater River. The stone towers were connected to a metal chain. When Erlu's fleet entered the river, the metal chain would sink to the bottom of the river. When most of the enemy fleet entered the Blackwater River, the capstan would twist and straighten the metal chain. This way the river would be sealed off by a metal chain. This was actually nothing. If this was an ancient naval battle in a normal world, even if the retreat route was sealed off, I would have a strong military force and would not need to retreat. Moreover, my ships were not chained together like Chow Chow's. If you threw a fire ship from upstream, I could dodge it or use a pole to push the fire ship away. The problem was that this was a fantasy world. The scholars had been developing for thousands of years and still could not come up with anything that could be called science. Fire warlocks, on the other hand, had long been able to produce strange wildfires. Tyrion was indeed possessed by Zhou Yu and threw a fire ship from upstream. However, the ship's hold was not filled with kerosene but with wildfire. Wildfire equals incendiary bomb plus Amaterasu. 2. The green flames burned the lower half of the Blackwater River into hell. After setting the warships ablaze, Tyrion transformed into Lord Guan Yu again. Barely more than a meter tall, he fought his way through a horde of tall, muscular foes. If not for Cersei, that she would have sent someone to shoot him in the back. The imp would have been able to pass through the Erlu siege of King's Landing, which was a hellish difficulty level. Well, Duke Tywin was also ruthless. He had been hiding in a corner and waiting for Erlu's army to lose momentum at King's Landing. Only then did he come out to reap the fruits of his son's victory. Thus, in the Battle of the Four Kings, Sanlu, Erlu, and Robb left one after another. Joffrey had the last laugh. Well, at least he was not dead yet. The first battle of the Westeros came to an end. You're tuning in to the Han Lee's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.